Good afternoon from mid-Ohio as 2026 IVRA Clubsport Series racing begins here with 4 hours in North America. It's the start of 4 rounds in North America to end off the IVRA Clubsport Series for season 2025-26. And we're here for round number 3. The qualifying session just underway. Glad to have you along for another IVRA broadcast here on RaceSpotTV. I'm Ian O'Leary. Alongside me, fresh from Daytona, is Peter Mackay with Ramiro Augustin Cisneros behind the cameras of this RaceSpotTV broadcast this afternoon. Good to be alongside you for this one, Peter. It is Clubsport Series racing returning at the tight and twisty mid-Ohio. Not a circuit renowned in loads of series for multi-class racing, but it does happen here, and we're about to see 4 hours of it here this afternoon. Over 40 cars in the field as well. Set to be a busy afternoon.
It will be, yeah, particularly with so many GT4 cars in the field. That's going to make it really tricky for the LMP3 cars to get through the traffic, because there's a lot of parts of this sweeping, winding circuit here at Mid-Ohio which are one line, and those LMP3 cars have a lot of downforce, whereas the GT4 cars do not. So watch out for multi-class disagreements, shall we say, today.
That's a nice way to put it. We'll see how they go over the course of today. This is indeed the third round of the championship. As I say, in 4 weeks' time, we'll be in Miami. As I say, this is the start of a 4-leg North American tour, if you like. The World Tour's over at the Bend and Misano, as we had in 2025. Time to go around North America. So down to Miami for the next round in April. We'll be even further south at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in Mexico, and we will end the season in California in late April at Laguna Seca. Provided we're using real-world weather conditions, that could be quite a warm afternoon, depending on the day there in late April. We'll see. Sport qualifying is just underway. Those are for the GT4 cars you just caught a glimpse of there as we came to air. We've got the Cup qualifying, the Porsche Cup cars coming up after that. LMP3 qualifying coming up after that as well for 15 minutes. And then we will be into a little warm-up phase before we take the green flag at roughly 3:15 UTC. In terms of the standings for the sport class, it's very, very close indeed between the Orion race team and Team Checkmate Spark Services. Neither of them have won a race yet this season. The best placed race winner goes to Solpet Precision Racing, who are third. Core Sim Racing are then in fourth position, in front of Impulse Racing in fifth. Then Share Esport and 56 Racing Team. SimLC, the best of the BMWs, in eighth, ahead of Dodge Sport and Fiercely Forward. And Delta Sport, by the way, 9th place. They won the opening round of this race, but of this season, but only scored 11 points at Misano in the previous round. That's how they are so far back. It's still very, very early on in the season, of course, and I will just tell you about, in case you've not been with us so far in the IVRA Clubsport Series this season, we do have a new class, as it were, with the Sportman division. That is also made up of GT4 cars, like the rest of the sport class, but it's a subdivision, really, of the sport class. Mostly have the same rules, apart from a few little bits here and there. But in the lead of the Sportsman division, it's Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. They're in a completely different point system, by the way, as well as being included in that sport class, although none of the Sportman teams were included in the top 10 that you just saw there. So Talk Freak leading those standings by 18 points. They've won both races so far. Altura Esports second, then the other Core Sim Racing car is in third place in the Sportman division. So that's how we stand going into this round. As you may have noticed, there are an awful lot of GT4s out there at the moment. 27 of them. I think that is more than half the field, and that is going to be a bit of a factor for this qualifying session, Peter, but I think a much bigger factor is for the race. You wouldn't want to be in LMP3 on the opening laps coming up behind 27 GT4 cars, but that's exactly what they'll have to deal with.
It's really tricky, really, really tricky. We've seen it in the past in the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, where the LMP3s and GT4 cars mixed together. In fact, now they've added GT3 cars into the mix in that championship as well. So it's not unprecedented. And here at Mid-Ohio, I mean, on a clear qualifying lap, it's a real joy of a circuit, particularly around the second half of the circuit. Once you get down the back straight, all the way down to turn 4 to China Beach, and then from there it's just non-stop to the end of the lap, and it's got a lovely flow in it, particularly I think in an LMP3 car where you can lean on that downforce and the performance of the car Whereas the GT4, you've got to really try to hustle it a lot more. There's a lot more weight there and nowhere near the downforce. So driving challenge-wise, probably the GT4 is the more difficult car to drive quickly through there. But they're going to be really difficult to coexist with one another through this back part of the circuit. So a lot of patience is going to be required for the LMP3 cars, particularly, to get through safely.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing how they cope with that this afternoon, as we follow Jordan Bachmeier, the former Brabham Esports driver, now with Delta Sport. Pretty sure that's correct anyway. Need to fact check myself. He's with Delta Sport now, though, the race winners from the opening round of this championship at the Ben Motorsports Park. And where's he going to go with this lap time? Just 2 tenths off pole, but that could get you quite a long way down, maybe 10th or so, if this counts for car 400. Indeed, it doesn't look like it does count, so we're still waiting for a lap time from Jordan Bachmeier, which is unusual because most of the other teams have got times on the board. There is Sim RC and Sven Janssen in 5th position for the moment. It's the Orion race team currently leading the way, though, in the Porsche, followed by WSR Esports in the Ford Mustang. Then Enosis Esports next, also in a Mustang. Of course, Sim Racing in a Porsche, so it's pretty mixed at the front of the field, with BMW making up the last place inside the top 5 here with Janssen. But look at this, even in qualifying, traffic being a problem here. I think Janssen has placed himself here to benefit from a slipstream down the back straight from the Mustang, but got to be very careful not to trip over each other at the end of the lap here.
That you do, yeah. You can see that even with the same class, there's a huge amount of congestion there, particularly in those last couple of corners where, yeah, if you've got a car in front of you who's not as quick, it's going to spoil a lap time, and in the race you could get held up for quite a bit. So here in Mid-Ohio, you've got to make the best of your overtaking opportunities, and one of the best, well, there's a couple. I mean, one particularly going up into turn 2 into the keyhole, and then down to all the way down the hill, down towards China Beach, the right-hander at turn number 4. That's where you can set up a move and try and make a big dive on the brakes, because you're braking from very high speed and getting it slowed all the way down to, probably in these GT4 cars, somewhere 2nd or 3rd gear, depending on the car.
And there's Aidan Young, who is 2nd at the moment in this qualifying session in the Mustang. One of the newer GT4 additions to iRacing, a very welcome addition, I think, as well, though, to the fray. Just the 4 manufacturers being used this season, and only a few Mercedes, so it is rather about Porsche versus Mustang. A few BMWs sprinkled in as well, as we ride on board with the fantastic sounding machine that is. There is the Crow Racing team actually in 6th place in the Mercedes, so maybe they have got a better shot today than what they've managed so far this season. Through the final couple of corners then for Aidan Young, as he gets onto the front straight. Is he able to find half a tenth of a second to overhaul the Orion race team? No, he's going to stay where he is for now. But interesting in this GT4 class and how different it is to the Endurance Series, which you saw last weekend, where especially in LMP2 we were seeing, you know, go out, do one lap after you've warmed up your tyres, then come into the pit lane, change tyres, do another warm lap, then another flying lap. It seems in GT4 the best way to do it is just to try and drive as quickly as possible for as long as possible, and see where that gets you by the end of the session.
It would appear so. Yeah, it seems like there's performance left in the tyre as the qualifying session progresses. There will be, of course, a drop-off point where we will need to come in and change tyres and go back out again, but at the moment the pace is pretty hot. 127 flat for that Orion race team 444 car with the Mustang for WSR Esports that we just saw on screen. Car number 427 in 2nd position. I would think that at this kind of circuit it's going to suit cars like the Porsche Cayman, because it's, you know, that mid-engine balance is so important. There's so many changes of direction here at Mid-Ohio that the more nimble, I would say, Porsche is really going to make a difference over the back part of the circuit. That being said, you could argue that the Ford Mustang could be quite a raceable car. Might be tricky to manage over the twisty part of the back part of the circuit, but actually with a little bit more straight line grunt and torque, you could line up a good move down into turn 4. So actually it might be easier to overtake in the Mustang, for example.
Yeah, and we'll see how they interact with one another throughout this race, because don't forget as well, this is the first race since the iRacing update, which started season 1 of 2026. I know we're halfway through that now, that season, but this is the first race since then, and we'll talk maybe a little bit more about the changes that have happened to these cars when we get to the Cup category, because that's where we've seen the most change since the previous round of this championship, the previous 2 rounds indeed, at the Bend and Misano. But I always find it interesting in this series, all well and good seeing officials or other leagues that run for, you know, one iRacing season at a time, where you can pick effectively which manufacturer is the fastest each time round, because there are always small changes and generally the crowd goes with 1 or 2 manufacturers, although to be fair it's a bit more varied than it used to be back in the early days of GT3 and 4 racing and iRacing. There is though the charm, I think, of a longer series like this. We started in early November in season 4 of 2025. We're going to end in the sort of latter portion of season 2 of 2026. That means 2 iRacing updates that these guys have got to survive through, and they've got to pick their manufacturer accordingly and pick their cars akin to something that they like driving, rather than what might be the fastest when you turn up for round number 1. It's really fascinating to me the way that these cars change throughout these races, or indeed over the course of the season. So far it's been all about Porsche and Mustang, but maybe the Mercedes and the BMW will have a better day this afternoon, and maybe Mercedes could win the first race for their manufacturer this season. But so interesting the way that these manufacturers change through the updates over a long season like this.
I think you're right, Ewan. You've got to go for a car which you enjoy the feel of it and how you can gel with the car. And I think and particularly in an endurance format, you want a car that's not trying to rip your head off at every turn. It might be fast over 1 lap, but you want a car that's fairly solid and dependable, and easy for you to do long stints at a time without mistakes. And yeah, there's definitely pluses and minuses for each package, but yeah, definitely down to driver preference. Which one do you enjoy? Pick it. And yeah, there'll be parts of the season where the car doesn't maybe suit a track, or doesn't have the right balance of performance at that time, but then it will come back at other points of the circuit. So yeah, you go with the car you like, or even go with the brand you support. Why not? Yeah, everyone has their favourites.
Well, you say that. I must say I watch sports car racing like I did last weekend. I don't really care who wins. As long
as it's a good race, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. And towards the end of the race, I was enjoying myself. So there we go. So there you go. Who's the real winner? Me. Yeah, is the answer to that. But yes, it's an interesting conundrum to solve. This is Mark Montana in the Mustang. They're not bothered painting it for an OCZ Esports by the looks of things.
I like it though.
Yeah, it just looked quite stealthy, doesn't it? I don't think we're going to get darkness later on, but if we did, then we'd have a real hard time seeing it, because it's very stealthy, and I think it looks best on the Mustang, I must say, out of the GT4s that are available.
It's like Black Beauty, the horse.
Indeed.
Or those horses in the Lloyd's TSB advert.
Right. Is anyone outside of Britain going to understand that joke?
Probably not. No. Anyway, for those out with of the shores of the United Kingdom, there is an advert for a bank in the UK with a load of beautiful black horses running towards a nondescript target, and that's meant to make you feel good and want to trust them with your entire life savings.
Yeah, and usually on a beach through the water.
That's great. I like that. Tick all those boxes.
Anyway,
so that car is now now the Lloyd's TSB car from now on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Very good. Yeah. get a sponsorship.
Why not?
Yeah.
Or Black Horse Finance.
Yeah. Start their own one. Anyway, just towards the end of this session now, cars are coming in and ending their session. In fact, as we just saw, Orion Race Team have got 3 entries in this series. 2 of them are in pit lane, and they're both 10th and 11th at the moment, which is stark contrast to Leonardo Giagrotta, who set that lap time, it seems to me, pretty much first time round, and he's not been challenged since then. Konrad Zerebic has got a bit closer since we've been following him, but not really much closer, and certainly not on pole. Aidan Young not been able to get any closer than half a tenth behind as well. And there goes Jordan Backmeyer, up to 2/100ths of a second behind. But that's the end of his session, I think. And he can't get past Dugota either. Sometimes the first lap you do in a session is the best. And it looks like that's been the case here in this GT4 qualifying session. Can Aidan Young go any quicker right at the end, though?
Well, last chance in that 427 Mustang, running it right out to the curb, looking really good right now. Aidan Young through into last sector of the track, through turn 11 into the turn 12 carousel. The car just wants to push all the time. You're saying, no, come on, tuck in, and then back on the power for the last part. What's this going to be then? Is it going to be an improvement for Aidan Young? Can he pinch that pole position? Not quite.
No. It's a 0.3. That seems where he's consistently been running, so goodness knows how he got to a 27.1 at one stage, because that's where he was. Konrad Zerebic has dropped 2 places in the final minutes of this session, unfortunately for him, and so Team Chetmate down to 5th. Fiercely forward Pink and Frederick Schwartz also got ahead of him there, as well as the Delta Sport car of Jordan Backmeyer, as we saw. But that is the end of sport qualifying here this afternoon, and it's Leonardo Dugota who has set the best lap there for Orion Race Team. The championship leaders are also the pole sitters at Mid-Ohio this afternoon. They are 2/100ths of a second in front of Delta Sport, with Jordan Backmeyer's time there, as we saw. Aidan Young couldn't improve either. He gets to 3rd, though, ahead of Frederick Schwartz and Konrad Zerebic, all within a 10th of the pole position. Sven Janssen was in 6th place, ahead of the Grow Racing teams, Jorge Felipe Diaz, best of the Mercedes, and the only one inside the top 10. Then it's Tom Cunneth, Mark Montanet, and Brian Coxon rounding out the top 10. Orion Race Team teammates, indeed in 11th behind their teammates there, Caro Uwata. Then it's Similia Esports for Rafael Dupin de Oliveira. Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport there in 13th, in front of Pro Sport Sim Racing and Thomas Anger Sim Racing, running out the top 15. Satellite Racing were next in 16th, ahead of 56 Racing Team. Share Esport 18th, in front of Impulse Racing, quite surprisingly far down, and Satellite Racing's other car rounds out the top 20. Team Flora by Impulse are in 21st, with Soulpay Precision Racing 22nd. If row 11 doesn't show you how strong the field is, then I'm not sure what will. Echelon Simsport will be 23rd, within half a second of the pole, and of course Sim Racing and RJD in 25th. Talk Freak are in 26th, despite the fact they're the Sportman class leaders in the championship there. And bringing up the rear of the field, it's SRM Motorsports, the only drivers, the only team outside of a second off of the pole. Cup qualifying comes up next, and it's Impulse Racing who are currently leading the championship here. 2 third place finishes so far, and 2 leading at halfway stage. 34 points have given them a 39-point championship lead in front of CSM by BS Plus Hybrid. It's Line GP and Festa.com who are in 3rd place. 2 fourth place finishes for them, by the way. And then the 2 race winners, Visceral Esports at Mazzano in 4th, and Carlisle, who won at the Bend, are in 5th position. Project 91 Racing Team are in 6th, ahead of Team Nitro, Team Chetmate, and Delta Sport and PT Autosport have only been at 1 round each, although Delta Sport, to be fair to them, finished in 2nd in their appearance at Mazzano. So far we've had 9 in the field throughout the season. We've got 9 in the field again here today. And as I was talking about, in GT4, the manufacturers change, of course, throughout iRacing seasons and so on. But in the Cup class, we've got all change, really, since the new iRacing update. A completely different way required to drive these cars now. And I'm just actually going to have a look out for, and yes, indeed, it's already happened. So normally in iRacing, obviously, when we have these seasons ongoing, you just enter the car as to what your car was number-wise and name-wise in the previous round, because nothing changes. But when the car changes, as it has since the iRacing season here in the Porsche Cup class, your number and so on is not remembered. And so Delta Sport have entered with the number 9, erroneously, of course. They are probably going to get a penalty for that, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll wait and see on that. All changed though, Peter. New car, but so many different things about this Porsche 992 Cup car these days. Compared to the old days of no ABS and traction control only, it's a world away from that now. We've brought it much more close to a GT3, effectively.
That's right, because this car is a machine which has proven the talent of an endless list of car drivers. And in the past, you're right, it was usually without ABS and without traction control. So the idea being from Porsche Motorsport's side is that it is more like a GT3 car, because that's really where a lot of the drivers going through the National Carrera Cups and the Mobil 1 Super Cup are trying to make their way into factory GT3 drives. So that's the idea behind it. I mean, I remember when the first generation of the 992 car came out with, albeit this was in the American series where it did have ABS, but was very, very close in lap time, within 2 seconds of a GT3 car at that time. So that gap is only going to close up a little bit more with the traction control and the ABS as standard across the board. And you know, the aero has been improved ever so slightly. The engine has just had a little bit more horsepower taken out of it, or added to it, excuse me. So it's potentially a more potent package. The first cars are actually getting delivered to customers in the United States as we speak, and will be on track in Sebring in about 6 weeks' time. So can't wait to see what the performance difference is between this car and the full spec GT3.
Yeah, and as you say, I think closer based on what we've seen, even closer based on what we've seen in recent years. These Porsche Cup cars just keep getting faster and faster and faster. When the first generation of iRacing ones was introduced in about 2017, 18, something like that, it was quite a way away from the GT3s, especially in terms of downforce, but and in terms of straight line speed, it was there or thereabouts. But nowadays, it is much, much closer. I understand the reasoning why they would add traction control ABS to try and make it closer, as you say, to a GT3. Do you not? Am I clinging on to the past a little bit here? But do you think it is a shame that they've gone away from that sort of old style of racing where, you know, no assists were available in those Porsche Cup cars, and it did create great racing. And these were one of the last cars to not have driver assists, and now in sports car racing it's pretty much uniform across the board, especially GT racing, that assists are the way now. And am I clinging on to the past a bit, or do you think that is a shame?
I think it's a fair point. I would play devil's advocate slightly, is that the manufacturers have got to follow the market, and you know, the cars are sold to customers, and the large majority of customers are not professional drivers. So for them to be a commercial success, you need the non-professional drivers to want to buy one and want to race one, and that's something that where it has been sort of heading in that direction, and the numbers have increased, not just for that reason, of course, but yeah, I think it's definitely a more attractive package for non-professional drivers, and more in line with what drivers are going to experience if they move up to GT3. So I think all in all it's the right call, but you're right, it is a shame to miss those old Cup cars of old, with particularly the old 997 with the sequential gearbox on it, with the stick shift beside. That was pretty cool. Yeah,
well, unfortunately those are a thing of the past as well at the moment. But there you go. You're right. They are just following the trends, and you can. It is a business after all. You can't begrudge them that. Project 91 Racing Team are currently leading this session. Only 8 currently out there in qualifying. Although finally we do have Jacob Blizzard out there for Delta Sport. Not trying to get them into trouble, but I do think they will be in trouble for their number. They are already noted in race control decisions, so I wonder whether they are already indeed in trouble before I said anything. In the GT4 class, by the way, no penalties for impeding as far as I can see so far. Car 417 though, towed without permission during the 4 hours of Misano, but didn't continue afterwards, so they will have to start from the pit lane should they start this race. I don't know if I've seen them in this field here today, so maybe they... no, they're not in this field here today, so that's going to carry over until they race again. And indeed, they have got a penalty here, car 900. It's a 30-second penalty for the wrong number in the session, and so that is already going to set them back by quite a long way. Project 91 go faster again. Now we're about a quarter of a second ahead of the rest of the field, but because these cars are slightly harder to drive, only 9 cars in the field, but with a bit of a bigger spread of field here in this qualifying session so far, although it is early.
Early days indeed for these Porsche Cup machines. Finn Wiebelhaus trying to improve on his time, sitting the moment in 7th at 121.1. It's just under 0.6 of a second off the pace, but he'll be trying to find that time as the tyre comes up to its proper operating temperature and pressure. Switch to Pirelli tyre this year in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America series, whereas like the B Michelin across a lot of the rest of the championships, but a third different tyre in 3 different years in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. So a lot changing for those guys, and how it will perform still very much a mystery. But it's Matt Corona who's on top for Project 91 by Row Racing at the moment. Quarter of a second, that's quite a big margin around here, Ewan. It is, yeah. I know it's a technical track, but only 80 seconds in length for these Cup cars. So not very long round here at all in terms of actual distance around here. And the measurements you would like, either 2.2 miles, 2.3 miles, or 3.6 kilometres, whichever one you prefer. It is the same. And so not very long round here at all. Going to be very, very busy later on, as we know. LMP3 qualifying to come after this, by the way. A few more LMP3s in the field than what we have in the Cup class, but a lot of free track space for these Cup cars to get on with here this afternoon as Marcin Rybacek comes up towards the final corners now. One of the most likely contenders, really, to challenge Matt Caruana in this qualifying session. He comes through the carousel now, the long right-hander looking for a late apex. I wonder if he's actually setting up a lap here, or whether that's his normal racing line, taking a late apex through there. Indeed, he's 7/10 behind the previous best anyway. Just behind him, or just in front, somewhere around him, Rafael Stoczek has just got up to second for Impulse Racing. So it's 0.2 of a second, and they're closing in on Matt Caruana. But I wonder whether we're going to see a repeat session almost, where the earliest time set by the fastest team is going to be the best time, because Caruana so far hasn't really been touched. Matthew Deschamps has got a really good marker here with Marcin Rybacek right ahead in that team checkmate number 997 car. Great shot there of the back of the car, quite different aero profile of the different design of the diffuser on the back of the car. Hopefully the aero changes on this car will help it race a little bit better. The 992.1 generation was a little bit sensitive in dirty air, which didn't make the racing as good, I would say. So hopefully a little bit better on that side for this new edition. But Matthew Deschamps gets allowed to go by, but I think would have picked up a couple of hundredths of a second in the toe there of Marcin Rybacek. Oh, I thought he'd gone. Hopefully the lap still counts. Sometimes when you have connection problems like that, it doesn't count the lap time, but for Matthew Deschamps, he gets back in the game. Not sure whether that will count or not. We'll wait and see in a second. It's going to credit him with a 10-second lap time. That's certainly not the case. And indeed, he stays where he is anyway, there in 988. Indeed, it did not count for Deschamps. So he will stay fourth. Morgan Burkhart only 4 thousandths behind the PT Autosport car at the moment. That's a CSM by BS hybrid team. Don't often see BS competition in their colours in a Porsche Cup car. Good to have them in this series though, and running in second in the standings at the moment. They finished second at the Bend, a little bit further down at Misano, and hence why they're 39 points off the championship lead of Impulse Racing. Here is Rafael Stoczek in the championship leading car. Impulse Racing, the reigning champions from the Cup class after taking the title last season by just 8 points, overhauling Aztec Simsports Visceral's championship lead on the final day in Portimao. And competitive as they so often are in Impulse Racing. I think the year before they finished second in the series or something. Visceral and Impulse are always going for this title, although Visceral have had a slightly slower start this time round. Here comes Stoczek through the final corners right now and up towards the line. Is this going to be any closer to pole? It will not be. But the reigning champion stays second. It's one of the great things about IVRA, isn't it? Or indeed any long-running league really like this, is that
amount of history you can build up, the rivalries that you can build up as well. Impulse and Visceral certainly have that in this category that's been going on for some years now.
Yeah, that is cool, and that continuity really, really helps. It's great to see Impulse Racing continue their long run of competitiveness in global sim racing. They compete in a lot of different championships. If it's a weekend and there's virtual motorsport on, you can be reasonably sure that Impulse will be a part of it with their roster of drivers, many of which have been with the team for several years now. Marcin Rybicek, can he find anything extra? Can he get himself up onto the front row of the grid? He's currently sitting on the second row. See if he can improve on that. Is also Morgan Burkhardt trying to chase this one down as well. Of course, experience of racing here in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in the outdoor motorsport world, where the Michelin Pilot Challenge was the marquee race. There was no WeatherTech race that weekend, so it's a circuit that he'll know very, very well, albeit in a GT4 car rather than this Porsche Cup.
Yeah, indeed. All on the ladder, as it were. Certainly of this series. The LMP3 is still to come. The new addition for the last, I think this is the third season actually for LMP3s, if I'm not mistaken, in the Clubsport series. Amazing how time passes. I could still catch myself calling LMP3 a new addition to iRacing, but it isn't really, is it? It's been around for quite a long time now in the service. There's Burkhardt going up to 4th place. Must be in the dying moments of this session now. And Matthew Duchesne is in pit lane. I don't think he's going to get back out again. Neither is Finn Wiebelhaus, in 7th for Line GP. Delta Sport are going to be bringing up the rear anyway. I think Jacob Blizzard just wanted to get on the board and will start from the back anyway, because they do have a 30-second time penalty. So can anybody get past Matt Caruana? He's not gone any quicker than his 1:20.4 that he set very early on in this session, and to be honest, I think it's probably going to be enough.
It appears that way at the moment. That's looking like it, but one thing that I do notice is that the top 4 are now covered by just over a quarter of a second, whereas that was the gap from Matt Corona back to 2nd place a couple of laps ago. So the field has definitely bunched up. Love this paint scheme for the number 998 for Visceral Esports. It's almost completely black, but then with a really subtle shading of silvery grey underneath. That is super cool. They're going for that Lloyd's TSB sponsorship as well.
There's a lot of bidders there at the moment. Oscar Wilkins comes into pit lane though to end the lap there. Visceral start down in 8th. Surprise for them. As I mentioned, they're always up towards the front in this category. They were 2nd place last year, 3rd and 4th place the year before, and then they won the year before that. So that's going back quite some time there to 22-23. But even so, that's the last time they won this title. Marcin Rybicek is still out there. Has he got something to give here right at the very end, or are we going to see a Project 91 racing team pole position? I suspect we are, but let's wait and see here as Rybicek comes through the double right-hander now. That's a bit wide of the apex there, coming through turn 9 in towards Thunder Valley. I think we're going to see Rybicek into the pit lane here at the end of this lap time. And that will put him 3rd for this race by the looks of things. Indeed, it will do. Also out there is Caruana himself, but Morgan Burkhardt at the moment as well is there in 4th place, still out on the racetrack. But I think we're pretty much done here, and the Cup qualifying session is over. So it's Project 91 who take the pole position. A 1:20.4 for Matt Caruana set early in the session was enough in front of Impulse Racing by 2 tenths nearly. Rafael Stoltzek getting a bit closer in the end, getting ahead of Marcin Rybicek as well, who gets 3rd ahead of Morgan Burkhardt. Then Matthew Duchesne, who ended his session quite early there, but was still good enough for 5th in front of Carlisle Esports, Line GP, Fenster.com and Visceral Esports, who round out those who set representative times. Delta Sport just wanted to get on the board. They will start from the back. Time for LMP3 qualifying then, and these are the standings coming into today. What a season we've had so far. Two different race winners, but the championship leaders have finished third in both of those attempts. It's Saltpec Precision Racing who are first at the moment, ahead of Delastraz Automotive, who won at the Bend Motorsports Park. Team Huizinga, who won at Misano, are then in third, with Core Sim Racing, the reigning champions, in car number 1 in 4th position. Saltpec Precision Racing's other car is in 5th position, ahead of Moradness, with Satellite Racing, Delta V Racing, Nexus Esports and the other Delastraz car rounding out the top 10. In those point standings, it's ludicrously close, as we've just seen there. However, the real story for me is just the way that the halfway points have really affected this season already. Saltpec haven't won a race yet, but they have finished on the podium twice. It's not like Delastraz and Huizinga have had bad other races. In fact, none of the top 3 in the championship have finished outside the top 5 all season. But Saltpec Precision Racing have scored a massive 49 points out of a possible 68 from the halfway stage so far this season. Delastraz only 44, Huizinga only 36. So there's the difference for me. You can talk all about consistency by the end of the day, getting on the podiums, but after all, the race winners are also getting top 5s each time. It's really also picking up those minor points at halfway, of which there'll be another 34 available after 2 hours here this afternoon.
Critical to be in the right spot on strategy to pick up those points. That's another conundrum for the teams to work out. When's the right time to take pit stops, etc. Make sure you're not caught out by that halfway point mark. Still 17 minutes left on the clock for the LMP3s. Many of the drivers weaving back and forward, trying to generate a little bit of tyre temperature before they go for that first flying lap. Good chance to get a bit of a slipstream as well. If you can follow another car reasonably closely, there's a chance to get a bit of a tow, especially if it's a car that's ever so slightly quicker than you, but you could hold with them. That can be really, really valuable sometimes, to just gain that little bit extra speed. But this is a great car to drive around this circuit. Not enormous amounts of power compared to the cornering performance. Lightweight, really a friendly car to drive, I would say, and around some of these longer sweeping corners it really does dig in nicely. It's a very, I'd say, confidence inspiring car, so on a qualifying run should be a whole bunch of fun for the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, it should be. I mean, yeah, as you say, it can be confidence inspiring, this car, but I do wonder how it's going to go around here, because this car, more than the other categories, is a little bit more about downforce, but there aren't too many high-speed corners around here to really make use of that. So just wondering how they're going to interact with traffic as a result of that, especially considering the higher speed that the Cup cars are generally driving with these days. Just wonder how that will all affect these LMP3s working through traffic at what is, you know, as I say, not a stranger to multi-class racing, this circuit, but it is still relatively narrow and so on.
It is, and it's one line a lot of the time, and where these LMP3 cars make the lap time is all in the corner, whereas the Porsche Cup car makes it, generally speaking, in a straight line, and particularly the GT4 car makes it up in a straight line with very little aerodynamic performance at all. So this is going to be one of the most challenging multi-class races of the season, I would say. This track is one that, yeah, does make it very, very tough to get through. It's going to be busy out there, and a relatively compact circuit as well. I mean, only a minute and 17 or so for the LMP3 car, so they're going to be coming around that kind of endless stream of traffic. You know, you've got a big bunch of LMP3 cars, but 46 cars in total to get through, so it's going to be tricky.
So let's just briefly touch on that before we probably get into this qualifying session, which is unbelievably close at the moment, by the way, between the top 4. Just briefly touch on the most difficult circuits on this calendar for multi-class racing. How's this for a 3-race run out of 5 in North America? Mid-Ohio, Miami and Laguna Seca included in the next 4 rounds. Those are all 3 circuits where traffic is going to be incredibly important and difficult to manage. I mean, Miami, first of all, is a complete oddball, because none of us have ever seen any multi-class racing before there. Never mind actually done some in the simulator here in previous. None of us have even ever watched it before around that venue, multi-class racing. So that's got to be one to circle as well, hasn't it, in terms of traffic and the intensity of that race?
It's a wild card, isn't it? The one thing about Miami, though, is there's one very long back straight with a good braking zone at the other end. So that's going to be an opportunity to try and make moves in the race. And there are parts of the circuit which are a little bit wider where you can make moves, but it's definitely a wild card, and it's that lack of experience. We've seen a bit of sprint racing there, but the track is pretty new. So it's going to be a real, I would say, wild card, yeah, is the right word to describe that one. And then Laguna Seca, multi-class at Laguna Seca, absolutely relentless. There's just no break, and trying to get through on traffic there, not easy at all.
Good afternoon to everyone watching at home, by the way. Somebody asking whether Solpec won at the Bend Motorsports Park. You might have thought so, having watched the end of the race, because they did cross the line first. However, they were given a 15-second time penalty post-race after they crossed the line, and that dropped them to third, behind Talented Automotive and Moradness as well, who moved up into second place. So that might be where the disparity comes from there. Solpec, though, have been third in both of the first two races of this season. Still better times coming in here. We've not really got tyres up to temperature until about now. Team Huttingveld go to the top in front of Satellite Racing. Fabian Siebman in front of Miguel Vigo there. It's for Satellite. And then Stephen McDonald for Solpec. So Fabian Siebman, a stalwart of this series, but normally in the TCR class, which has been jettisoned recently. Miguel Vigo, a previous geodesic driver, is now with Satellite Racing. Goes to third, though Roman Buckler goes to the top for Talented Automotive now. So it's an unbelievably close session. The top six covered by less than 0.3 of a second so far.
Incredibly close at the front of the field, even closer than we saw in at the Porsche Cup category. Louis Valentine is sitting in 6th at the moment for Delta V Racing. A black and red machine coming around the latter part of the lap now, over that little crest at Thunder Valley, and fast now down towards turn 11, really quick through there. That's where you can lean on the aerodynamic performance of these LMP3 machines. The Ligier GS320 over the line, then he goes. Is he going to improve on 6th position? It's a 1:16.878. Does that improve him? Yes, it does. Up to 3rd place. Good lap there.
Yeah, very good lap. Now less than a 10th off pole, but so is everyone inside the top 4. Even Roman Buckler, who didn't improve that time round. He was the previous benchmark. Now he's 88 thousandths behind, tied with Louis Valentine as well. So very, very close across the board. 11 LMP3s in the field here of 47. You do the maths. That means they'll have to pass 36 cars pretty regularly, really, around this circuit. I mean, I mentioned about the intensity of some of these final races here, but for the LMP3 class, it's none more intense than in that category. It's just going to be about dealing with traffic throughout the day and staying out of trouble, I feel, really, because they're going to have a very, very busy day, passing a lot of slower cars, including the GT4 class, which is going to be upon them so early, and there's so many of them as well. More than half the field are sport class cars.
That's going to be, I think, the main talking point of the day, is getting through all of that heavy GT4 traffic. Roman Buckler sitting in 4th at the moment for Delatraz. Up to the line he goes. 1:16.812. Where should that put him? That should put him up on the 2nd row of the grid. Great lap. Up to 3rd he goes.
Oh, dear me, and the other Delatraz car goes to the top. Now 5 teams covered by less than 2/3 of a tenth. Unbelievable, really. 5 thousandths of a second quicker from Alexander Delatraz himself, moving up to the top in this session. If this is going to be a topsy-turvy ping-pong kind of session that we've been waiting for, then all for it, because so far in the first 2 classes, pretty much the first car out there has set the pole time straight away, but that's not been the case in LMP3. They continue to outdo one another, and no one will be surprised if Miguel Vigo now on this lap would be able to go that little bit faster and retake the pole here as well.
This is remarkable stuff. The top 5 covered by 65 thousandths of a second. That is remarkable. What can Miguel Vigo do? He's got to find 5 thousandths of a second from his best time. Sounds easy, it's not. Up to the line he goes then. He needs a 1:16.785 to go pole. It is. Oh, yeah, 1:16.5. Oh, he blows it out the park.
Yeah, he does. Even blows Fabian Siegmann out the park there, who went a bit quicker himself. 1/10 of a second. That's a bigger margin than first had to 5th previously. Nexus by TalkLab as well get up into the top 4 now with that latest lap time. So it's all changed at the moment. Solpek's number 62. The championship leaders only down in 8th place. They're only 3/10 off pole, in fairness, but they need to find another 3/10 of a second to get up towards the front here for the current championship leaders. The other Solpek Precision Racing car is down in 10th place, so this is not their best session right now.
What a session this has been. So Satellite Racing lead by 99 thousandths of a second from Team Heusingfeld. Project 91 Racing Team are 3rd. Then it's Nexus with TalkLab 4th and Delta 5 Racing in 5th on exactly the same time to the thousands as Roman Buchler in the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage car. That's the number 8 car. Wow, this is so tight in LMP3.
It's unbelievable. Certainly the session of the day so far in terms of qualifying. See the race still to come for 4 hours this afternoon. Into the final corners again for some of these at the front. It looks like Satellite have gone even quicker here. Vigo has got that car even further away from the rest of the field here. And as they complete more laps here, that wasn't quite as quick, so for Nexus that time around. The other Delatraz car moves up to 2nd, and there now comes Solpek. Solpek are on their way now. The championship leader's up to 2nd position. Stephen McDonald has got his eye in, and now he's up to 2nd. But we've seen 2 sessions worth of changing in one here. After the first 2 sessions were pretty slow going, in all honesty. This has just been absolutely up and down again and again. You feel like any of them could take pole right now.
It shows you that the tyre has got real longevity in it. You can just keep going and the tyre will just keep giving you more performance, and as the fuel load comes down, you know, the lighter the car is, the more the reduction in fuel load makes a difference. If you think of a car of 1,000 kilos, you know, you lose 10 litres of fuel, that's 1%, whereas the car's 1,500 kilos, it's obviously a smaller percentage of the car's weight. So these lighter cars, when the fuel burns off, you'll notice more of a difference than you would in, say, a heavier car. So Louis Valentin in car number 11, what can he do as he comes over the line at 1:16.553? Will improve a little, should put him up the order if that lap counted. Yes, it did, up to 4th.
So, big time. Moradness down at China Beach, off the road. That's on replay. They're currently down in 11th position. And they're not going to improve their position doing that, I'm afraid. Their driver at the moment is Adam Brockway, who has got plenty of experience in LMP3 racing, but didn't look like it there, unfortunately. He spins off down in towards the gravel there. I feel like that is going to be one of the key corners, though, of today, because it is the big braking zone at the end of the big back straight at this circuit. But it is difficult as well, and I can't imagine that Moradness will be the only ones to find the gravel down there at some point today.
Definitely not. Yeah, it's a big braking zone, and of course no ABS in these LMP3 cars, so if you do just put in that little bit too much brake pressure, or maybe go down the gearbox a little bit too quickly, the rear will lock and spin around on you. So that will have to be careful of that, particularly if they're in a little bit of a dicey traffic situation and they try to brake a little bit more aggressively than they did the previous lap, and it could all end up in tears. Whereas the GT4 cars, and indeed the new Porsche Cup car, they've got it a little bit easier with their ABS systems.
Yeah, indeed. Stephen McDonald goes a bit quicker. No, very close to his previous time. 8 thousandths behind it, indeed. So that's good consistency, but I'm afraid that's not what qualifies for. Fabian Siegmann goes no quicker that time round. He's getting himself back up to speed again to start a new lap, but only 4 minutes left in this session now. Are we starting to reach our limit? We haven't seen an improvement for a little while, although, as we saw there from Stephen McDonald, times are still on the board here, and there's good opportunities for good times here. 16.4 from him last time round. Personal best from Ryan O'Connor, although he's down in 10th place at the moment for Solpek Precision Racing. And indeed, Adam Brockway recovered from that spin to set a fastest lap of his session so far last time round. Siegmann slowing on the back straight again here. He can't quite find whatever he's looking for at the moment in these latter moments of the session, but he's got less than 4 minutes to find it. Dying moments here. Miguel Vigo is becoming favourite to take pole, really.
Well, let's see what Fabian Siegmann can do. He had just had a few sort of prep laps there, leading the rest of the field through. Can he find a little bit of time? He needs to find about a tenth and a half to move up onto pole position and beat Miguel Vigo and Satellite Racing to that pole. Through he comes now to the latter stage of the lap. This is a build lap now. Already past what will be the fastest lap. So yeah, he's going to get 2, maybe even 3 more if he wants them.
He might well need them if he wants to take this pole position over from Miguel Vigo. Steve McDonald makes his way now down towards turn number 4 as well. It looks like Delta V Racing might be done already, and the reigning champions the same there. Call Sim Racing in the number 1. Stephen McDonald is in behind the 2 Teletraz cars, which is, I can't decide whether it's going to help him or not at the moment. Might be a bit of a hindrance. Teletraz the first of them, and then Roman Buckler just behind. They've both been in the lead of this session at some stage, and McDonald now slows as well. He just weaves towards Buckler, who was getting out of his way there. Not sure what that was all about, whether that was anger at impeding or what the story was there. Miroslav Svoboda, meantime, gets to 3rd. Project 91 Racing Team come out of nowhere after taking pole position in the Cup class. They're now in 3rd in the LMP3 class. Miguel Vigo goes a bit quicker to put it further out of sight for the rest. Delatraz can't go any quicker. That, I think, is the end of his session. But Miguel Vigo, I think, has just done enough for pole there with that late improvement.
Well, watch for Team Heusingveld, though. What can they do? Fabian Siegmann is into the last sector and he's trending pretty well on the lap times, I would say. Is it enough, though, to find nearly a quarter of a second from Miguel Vigo, that last lap?
It is. He's done it. I wasn't expecting that at all, I've got to say. Siegmann has done it. And it looks like with the very last lap of the session, he's got a 1:16.0. And Fabian Siegmann looks to have stolen pole there at the very end. Based on the way his previous laps had gone, he'd abandoned his last few, but he's strung one together and he's taken pole.
What a lap. Fantastic stuff from Fabian Siegmann at the last moment. Was that the key? Were those last few cool-down laps, did that bring the tyre back into its peak operating window? Wow, really impressive stuff from Fabian Siegmann. Heusingveld on pole here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, I suspect you might be right about that, because he did spend quite a few laps there going slower than the rest to maybe just cool those tyres down. And, well, whatever he did, it has paid off here in this qualifying session. That is it for LMP3 qualifying. And it is Siegmann who takes pole. Half a tenth of a second in front of Miguel Vigo. The two of them actually stole a bit of a march over the rest in the end, but it was a very close session otherwise. Miroslav Svoboda was sort of a long way down for most of it, but moved up to 3rd later on. Steve McDonald pushed to 4th with Louis Valentin running out the top 5. The 2 Teletras Automotive cars were next in 6th and 7th, with Moradness in 8th place. Core Sim Racing, Nexus Talk Lab rounded out the top 10. And then Solpec Precision Racing, the other team, not the reigning champions. They qualified 11th. Well, what an end to the qualifying sessions that was. As I say, I thought the Cup class and the Sport class were a bit slow going, to be honest. The first times that were pole were pretty much pole straight away. Nobody could get anywhere near them. But that LMP3 session had twists and turns right the way through to the to literally the last lap.
Fantastic, really good. I mean, there just must be that the way that the LMP3 car and the tyre underneath it works, that there was always lap time to be found right at the very end of the session. That's the kind of qualifying session we like, and it sets up the race beautifully. 3 hours of racing ahead here at Mid-Ohio, 4 hours, excuse me, ahead here at Mid-Ohio. That is a tantalising prospect.
Let's have a look on board then with Fabian Siegmann, shall we, at this pole lap replay here with Team Heusingveld for the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. This is where LMP3 really in its element, by the way. Turn 1, have a look at that. High speed, 4th gear, just making sure not to run out too wide there. Pretty easy to pick up an off track. Down on the brakes then in towards turn number 2. Sort of double apex here at the keel. Over the crest of the hill, which makes it awkward too. Looking for a late apex and a run down the back stretch then towards what is normally the start line. Not sure it's going to be the start line for us here today. We'll double check. But there you go, down in towards turn 3, pretty easy. Turn 4, this is where the overtakes might happen this afternoon, just slightly downhill. China Beach, their turn 4, and then up over the top of the hill, over the crest, before barreling down the other side towards turn 6. This is the slow speed, more technical section where traffic's going to be very difficult to deal with. Difficult to squeeze on the power through turn 7, before you get to 8, which you've got to sort of mesh into 1 with turn 9. Again, another rise over the hill there and a bit of a traction zone, then through Thunder Valley. It's a point where it feels like a street circuit as the wall gets right up close to you. Another high-speed corner at turn 11. And then the carousel at the end of the lap, turn 12, before getting on the power, squeezing on the power through turn 13. One thing that I'm reminded of by watching that lap on board, Peter, is just how careful you have to be on the power with the LMP3s, especially with no traction control there and no, well, sorry, not no traction control, but you know, difficulty getting on the power there in these LMP3s. Very powerful LMP3s, very torquey, and the rises and falls of this venue, and the fact that so many of these traction zones are happening through other corners as well. Yeah, it's a real workout for the right foot.
Oh, it's poetic that watching that lap. That was just a textbook example of how to drive one of those cars around this circuit, and so neat and tidy. And one thing that really stood out to me there was how short the braking zone is for those cars because of the downforce they have. The very high braking power in going in there. So what that means is when they're coming up to, say, the Porsche Cup cars, which generally have quite a long braking zone, that's where you can get some moves done. So that's where the LMP3 cars are really going to have to get their work done. The GT4 is fairly similar, because they've got quite high speed and quite a lot of weight to stop and not the downforce and the braking performance to do that. So the GT4 braking zones will be a little bit longer too. So that's again where the LMP3s will really have to make their way through. But of course, around the second half of the lap, there isn't really many braking zones at all. So that is where how the LMP3s are going to get on in the second half of the circuit, basically from China Beach all the way around to the end of the lap, from turn 4 to turn 12. It's not exactly one line, but it's not far off it. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah, we mentioned the word patience earlier on, but that is going to be needed in spades here. We'll see whether they've got it in LMP3, because sometimes prototype drivers can be a little bit impatient. Good afternoon once again to everybody watching along at home. Plenty of support in for satellite racing this afternoon already. For some other teams as well, but satellite racing getting a lot of support. Myself, Ian O'Leary, Peter Mackay, taking you through the first couple of hours of this race, nearly, as we get set for the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. Green flag in about 15 minutes time. The entire warm-up session that you can see in the top left won't quite be used. We won't need it all. We will be taking the green flag at 1/4 the hour, wherever it is in the world at the moment. In 15 minutes time, we'll be taking the green flag. So we look forward to that in just a few moments time. But for now, it's warm-up and a chance for everybody to get used to having traffic around them all over again, and a chance for us to get used to having a busy racetrack again. The LMP3 and Cup classes have got a few less teams in them this year, and that means that they've got a lot of space in qualifying. They will not have a lot of space in the race, and looking through these shots, not seeing a single LMP3 because they are so vastly outnumbered compared to the sports cars, the other sports cars in this race, the GT4s and the Cup cars. The LMP3s are going to be drowning in traffic at stages here today.
They are, and it's also where they could be maybe a little bit more split out as well, so that, you know, you imagine a big pack of GT4 cars fighting amongst themselves, and then all of a sudden a prototype appears and they might not be ready for it. So yeah, patience is going to be the key today, to not have your race end early, because if you do have a little bit of contact, well, as you alluded to, there's parts of the circuit around the back where the walls are pretty close, so you don't really want to be taking too many chances in traffic. That said, at the front of the field, the pace will be red hot, and if you give away a second, it takes a lot to gain that back again. So really sets us up nicely. It's one of these races where you want to be sitting nice and comfy watching on RaceSpotTV or in our position in the commentary booth, because this is the drivers, particularly in those prototype classes, being put to the test. But of course the GT4s and the Porsche Cups have their own challenge, because lap time wise, well, there's a little bit of a spread, about 6 seconds of a spread. But that's where, when you get into those flowing sections, that's where you could lose a lot of time through there, because you're not going to be able to nip past in certain places like you could in an LMP3, or carry a little bit more speed through a corner and then make a run through. Not as easy to do that with the Porsche Cups and the GT4s. This is going to be tough all the way through.
Just talk a little bit about the race-specific details for Mid-Ohio, because I mentioned that the start line at this venue is just after turn 3 actually here, and we are reflecting that in the IVRA Clubsport series as well. It's my understanding from reading the briefing that the start of the race will be undertaken at just before turn 3. There is a small start zone. If we can just stay with this camera angle, I'll show you where the start zone is. Coming down the back straight on the way towards turn 3. It ends effectively the start zone just before a little road, not that one, the second one of those is between that tyre barrier there and the entrance road, if you like, from that alternate layout. That very sort of, well, it looks quite small at that kind of speed, but the speed they'll be going under the control of the field, it shouldn't be so bad. But that's the start zone, so the race leader or the pole sitter is going to have that zone to choose where to go. So a 3 to 5 second gap will be left to the class in front by the other pole sitters in the field. And then it's my understanding that for the restarts, the control line for those restarts is the start-finish line, or indeed just the finish line in this case, coming out of turn 13, just past the pit lane. So the restarts and the start of the race is going to be happening in different venues. It's always something that's amazed me about Mid-Ohio, really, because but it does make total sense. Your pit building might not be able to be built along the longest straight or whatever, but there's no reason why you can't start in a different place to the pit building. So I don't mind it at all, I've got to say.
Well, when you've got a big field like this, 47 cars, you need the space to get everyone there. I mean, I think if you're the leader, you want to leave it as late as you can, because if you go early, you run the risk of being jumped on that longer run down to China Beach. So if it's a shorter run, there's less chance of someone setting up an overtaking move on you. So over here, from pace car speed, there isn't much of a run to China Beach. Getting an idea here just in the warm-up session of how awkward it's going to be for the LMP3 machines. They're going to have to be really adaptable to run some very unusual lines to what they're used to try and get round the Porsche Cups and indeed the GT4 machines. But the good thing is they have the downforce, so if you have to hang it out around the outside, hopefully it'll stick for you.
Well, indeed. Slightly overcast conditions at the moment in terms of the track conditions for this session. 27 degrees Celsius. It's low 80s Fahrenheit. Not too windy, but just overcast here just after 2 p.m. on the 4th of April. See whether we get any darkness a little bit later on, but looks like these conditions will be fine. Goodness me, look at this. LMP3s weaving their way, ducking in and out of traffic here in the warm-up session. It's something quite remarkable to see, but good to practice for the race. There is the satellite racing car, by the way, of Miguel Vigo. So he is going to be starting the race as he did qualify. You don't have to, though. And we have seen a couple of driver changes. Interesting that some different drivers would qualify than start the race. You'd think the qualifying driver, especially in LMP3, because they've just done qualifying, that they'd want to stay in their rhythm and start the race. But that's not the case in every team.
No, everyone has their own way of doing it. Sometimes just that little bit of extra track time just maybe gets the nerves away. And if you're sitting there in your sim rig waiting for the start, and you can get a little bit antsy. I like to go up and go and use the lavatory actually. Personally, yeah. Before a race, go and make sure you've got enough water. Go to the toilet. Just have a last little stretch away. I get very stiff sitting in the rig for too long. So yeah, I like to get out, get the blood flow going, and get back in. But everybody has their own way of doing it. Some people just prefer to just keep lapping. That is their happy place. They've obviously got a more comfortable rig than me. Maybe I just need to buy a new rig. Yeah, maybe that's for the good of my health. I need to buy a new one.
Yeah, maybe. Everyone has their own ritual. I know a lot of people, to be fair, who instead of staying in and just continuing driving, do just get up and walk around. Don't necessarily have to do anything, but just get up and walk around for a bit before you get settled and get going. It is a big feeling, a heavy feeling, starting a race of this magnitude, of this length. There's a lot of anticipation building up towards it. Lots of practice sessions in the week, lots of practicing privately in the week as well. Big qualifying session, proper race start, and it's certainly different to officials here at IVRA. Means a whole lot more. Well, let's have a look then at the starting grid, shall we, before we get underway here for the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. Fabian Siegmann taking that late pole position in front of Miguel Vigo by 52 thousandths of a second. The two of them ended up quite a long way ahead of the rest of the field, but it was a close session. Miroslav Svoboda there getting a late lap to third with Stephen McDonald alongside. Louis Valentin will start fifth, and Delasters Automotive have changed one of their drivers. Christoph Herbino will start from sixth, although he did not qualify. Seventh went to the other Delasters car, but Quentin Milero is going to start for them, so another change there. Adam Brockway will be 8th ahead of Mike Polish in the reigning champions car, Sim Racing number 1 car. And Magnus Bendixen is going to be the third of 3 driver changes out the 11. Ryan O'Connor will start for Solpec in 11th. Matt Caruana will start as he got the pole position for Project 91 Racing Team with pretty much his first lap of the session. Rafael Stolczyk was getting a bit closer to him each time, but still ended up 2 tenths away. Then Marcin Rybachuk in third place. Elliot Budzinski is going to start for CSM by BS Hybrid. That's a change, with Matthew Deschênes starting for PT Autosport. Another change for Carla. Jan Winter starting from 6th for them. Finn Wiebelhaus will be 7th ahead of Oscar Wilkins and Jacob Blizzard. I think Wilkins another change there, if I'm not mistaken, in 8th. And in the sport category, it's Leonardo Giagotta who will start from the pole after his pole position. Jordan Bachmauer alongside with Aidan Young and Frederick Schwartz on row 2. Konrad Zerebic and Sven Janssen then share row 3. 7th place goes to Jorge Felipe Diaz with Tom Kunath next, Miguel Angel Gallardo and Brian Coxon. I think 2 driver changes there, certainly for Enosis it is, in 9th. Orion 10th and 11th. Akira Iwata will start from 11th with Rafael Dupin de Oliveira in 12th position. Harold Stadler is 13th ahead of Milos Pavlovic. Then it's Finley Jones and Niels Kaur on row 8 in front of Nola Frong and Eric No. Rounding out the top 20, Lucas Emmons and Ben Idris Abdullahi with outside the top 20, Chris Shorter and Graham Sanders. Nathan Deering and Dominic Engel will be on row 12. Simon Rendell and Kara Gruber will be in row 13 ahead of Daniel Grote for SRM Motorsports, who will start from the back. There's the shot from the air as the drivers get themselves ready. They're going to have a formation lap and 2 corners as well before getting this race underway. And this is the moment, Peter, where the nerves and anticipation really reaches its maximum just before they set off for the formation lap. As I mentioned here at IVRA, when we do practice sessions throughout the week, a long qualifying session as well that's all orderly, going out in one class after another. It just builds the anticipation here, more than what you see in officials, where there's one lap qualifying all happening at once and whatever. It's quite a feeling being sat there on the grid ahead of one of these races.
Yeah, so much practice has gone in, so much effort to prepare, and such a high level of competition to be going up against in a circuit where if you just step that little bit off the line, you can be in a whole load of trouble. So yeah, the nerves will be high, and a relatively short time behind the pace car before pulling off and hitting the loud pedal and going into racing. So those first few corners, they're going to have jeopardy as well, because the tyre and the brakes will not be up to the temperature they need to be.
That's what this warm-up lap is going to be about in some cases. Just getting as much heat in as they possibly can. Space car about to pull away. Now it does. And the field will follow along. Fabian Siegmann will go off first, and he took a brilliant pole position there in that qualifying lap. Everybody has gotten into the race session, so nobody's starting from the pit lane here. Just a couple of things to report here from the qualifying sessions. A warning given to RaceSpotTV. He was protested for impeding by the 997 team, Marcin Rybachuk. He was just given a warning because it was an awkward place to pull over, and so just basically told to be more careful in the future. And no further action given for a 3-car incident in LMP3 qualifying that included the championship leader, Solpec Precision Racing, but everybody carried on and there was no further action. There's also something in warm-up that will be reviewed post-race with Solpec and Impulse Racing's Cup car, so not sure what that's all about, but that's going to be one of the keys to the race here today. It feels like before every race everybody says it, but staying out of the steerage room, staying out of the penalties, so key, because it can drop you a long way back, and track position will be relatively important. Even though we're bound to have cautions at some point, you need to be staying towards the front-ish, because the halfway points, for one thing, are going to be only 2 hours away.
And they've got to keep an eye on that. Banking those points is so important for the overall championship, and playing the strategy right is going to be key to nailing those points.
Well, here through the S's, the Cup cars get themselves side by side. The LMP3 is already very nice and orderly, but as I mentioned, the pace car is going to pull in before, well, into the pit lane obviously, but we're not going to get going until we're coming down towards turn 3. So a bit more further anticipation, and this is where your understanding of the rules and so on goes on. We often joke that sim racers don't read the rules and whatever, and the briefings, but they've absolutely got to here in this series. First of all, because there's some rules that will catch you out just in open play, as it were, but this will certainly catch you out at the beginning as well, as the pace car pulls in here. Let's hope everybody just waits on further, and the anticipation going to grow even further as well, as they'll see the green flag, but they will not be racing just yet, and hopefully everybody will be absolutely aware.
So the green flag's shown, but like you say, this is where you need, you're right, the road, knowing the rules is so important. The BS competition, Porsche just getting that last tiny little bit of wiggling back and forth to try and generate that last few percentage points of a degree of temperature into those tyres, ready to go. This is where the anticipation really builds as well. Your foot's sort of twitching away, ready to just open that gas in. Come on, let's go. And they can finally get nestled into the early part of the race and get into a more relaxed state.
Here we go then, the IVRA Clubsport Series in 2026, ready to go. The 4 hours of Mid-Ohio gets underway very shortly. They'll go past that entrance road, up towards this tyre barrier in a moment, and Fabian Siegmann will be in control of the field here from Mid-Ohio. And he doesn't wait around. The green flag waves, and we are underway for 4 hours of racing. Already being challenged in towards turn 4 is Miguel Vigo for that second position, but he holds on to that position too on these slightly cold tyres in LMP3. Everybody gets through turn 4 for the first time in the Cup class as well. Same goes as Matt Caruana holds on to the lead and RaceSpotTV holds on to second. It's Rybachuk versus Burkhardt for third position. Meantime, in GT4 and the Sport class, they get underway too. Everybody cleanly through turn number 4, even in the most numerous class. All 47 drivers getting through the first corners without trouble here so far.
Fantastic stuff from all of the drivers to get through there. It's so busy on that opening lap. The GT4s all in one long line and all trying to figure themselves out, trying to get those key positions early on, try to get away with that leading group. The LMP3's already to the end of the opening lap, getting through cleanly, but it won't be long before they hit traffic.
Indeed, especially considering the gaps left by those Cup and Sport class leaders. Will only accelerate the rate at which these guys catch those slower bits of traffic. But Fabian Siegmann comes on to the back straight now, and feels like the end of an opening lap. This, meantime, is a Cup car already in. Delta Sport deciding to come into pit lane already and serve their penalty. Now, this was only a time penalty due to be served in the first hour and a half of this race, but they've decided to come in and do it on lap number 1, which is highly unusual. If there's a caution, for example, before the first pit stops, then I'm not sure whether they'll view it as a blessing or a curse, but they'll be a long way back. That's the bottom of the top of it. They'll be a long way back from the beginning here.
So 4 hours of racing ahead, and it's Fabian Siegmann for Heusingveld who leads the way. by just a car length, really, from Miguel Vigo. They played for keeps in the last few laps of qualifying and already playing out that way in the race. Now, what's going on in the GT4s? Oh, it's three ways. How is there enough room for them? And off goes one of the Porsches. It's a big old schmozzle there. Cars going off everywhere. Actually, relatively few casualties, but a bit of a delay early on, unfortunately.
So, Satellite, Orbit, Drop Air and Echelon all involved there. They have therefore dropped down the field, and that's why you saw a bit of gravel brought onto the circuit actually as well through turn 8 and 9 already. 3 wide nearly hit. Dear me. Dansha's already up to 4th place, past Delta V Racing and Project 91 Racing Team, who seem to be slipping back early here. Svoboda is going backwards, and here on the outside line comes the 8 car now. Inside for the next turn for Romain Buchler, who is going to start after all. There was driver changes happening in warm-up there, but Buchler started after all, and so did Delatraz. So no driver changes in the end for Delatraz Automotive. Only Magnus Bendixen starts in LMP3, who didn't qualify, but Project 91 are all at sea. Svoboda is going to get passed by Louis Valentin very soon if he's not too careful here, and possibly a few more. There goes Brockway and Bendixen as well. Svoboda not having a good start here. There goes Core Sim Racing. He's down to 10th place after qualifying up in 3rd.
So Project 91 Racing Team leading the way from Impulse in the Porsche Cup category. Meanwhile, battle going on towards the back of the LMP3 class as they go up towards the keyhole then early on in this race. Side by side going through, just hangs on there at the very last moment. Early days, but shuffling away for position. Don't want to lose too much time and lose that leading train.
Well, indeed. Make absolutely sure that you stay with them in these early stages. This is down to the bottom of the screen in the Cup class, as Burkhardt puts a lot of pressure on Rybichuk, just as he was on the opening lap. He's not giving up here, continues to apply the pressure. Interesting at this such an early stage in the race to be doing this, but absolutely understand why for Burkhardt. He won't want to let those top 2 in the Cup class get too far away by staying behind for too long.
Well, he wants to ride with Morgan Burkhardt running 3rd place in the Porsche Cup category. He's got Rafael Stolzek for Impulse Racing right ahead of him. A very familiar note of that Porsche Flat 6 in the background, and already traffic for the LMP3 leaders. A couple of delayed Porsche Cup and GT4 runners as well. So it begins, and this will just be an endless conveyor belt of traffic now for the next 3 hours and 53 minutes.
And look at Miguel Vigo already. The first bit of traffic has opened him up to an opportunity here. Coming down in towards turn 4. Does he want to take it? His body language is showing no. And I think his head would be saying no as well. You would certainly advise that. Fabian Siegmann is fine to hold on to the race lead at this early stage, but here's the first bit of traffic through the S's now as well, and it's a Cup car in front of them, so this makes it interesting. This Cup car's very fast in a straight line, but these LMP3s undoubtedly quicker through the corners. Now, how's the traction coming out of turn 9? Indeed, it just pulls out the way there, the Delta Sport car, so maybe that's not going to be the best show, but now this race properly begins. Within 7 minutes, we're into Sport class traffic already.
They thought they would have a little bit of rest, but no, definitely not. The LMP3s now going to have to make their way through, although there's a little bit of separation actually in the tail end of the GT4 field. Making as much as you can on the straight, and then try not to get caught out mid-corner, because there's such a difference in corner speed between these LMP3s and the GT4s.
Side by side for second. Vigo on the defensive from the championship leaders. Stephen McDonald already up 1 place this afternoon, looking for a second here on the outside of the Kia. Is not going to get it there. He's going to try and get the exit, and ironically a Satellite Racing BMW is coming up just in behind them here. Of course, this is one of the delayed GT4s, which is why they're catching them so early here. Outside for McDonald, it's going to have to be. In fact, he's going to stay behind completely, and that's probably the best thing. Well, they get through the meat of the traffic there before they get to the S's, where once again they've got a little bit of clear track. It's not quite the unbelievably busy portion just yet. They're only catching the very first few cars, and of course they're catching these so early because of that incident, as I mentioned, through this corner at turn 8 and 9 a little bit earlier. into the carousel for the quartet of LMP3s at the front of this field. It's Team Hoisting Bell coming on to the front straight in the race lead. Alexander Delatraz with the best run perhaps on Stephen McDonald into turn 1. They're not quite going to manage it. Oh, that's a late dive. Seaman with a late dive there, and Vigo just decided to back away and go to the outside. Then he'll switch to the inside here. This is, dicey stuff already. Towards turn 2. Yeah, instantly we've got trouble here again in towards turn 2. Oh, McDonald. Oh, and he's going to spin. He gets into Delatraz as well. That was a half spin there. That was a half spin from McDonald, and Delatraz was delayed. Here comes Louis Valentin now. He might even be able to take 3rd place. He was in 5th, not even close to this battle earlier. Now he's on his way down into turn 4. He's not quite going to get to 3rd, but a first little bit of a tie-up through traffic there.
Well, those two Delatraz cars so far in the early stages of this race are the 2 fastest cars out there, but have they picked up a bit of damage there, I wonder, after that little wiggle from the Solpic car. That's another Solpic car, number 60, at the back of the pack for Ryan D. O'Connor.
Yeah, that's a spin in traffic for them, and they're now down to last in the field, by the way, behind Project 91 Racing Team and Miroslav Svoboda, who for whatever reason has not been able to replicate his qualifying speed. This is Visceral Esports meantime going for a spin. They're down to 8th place in the Cup class as a result of that for Oscar Wilkins. Fortunately for the Cup class, they're really on their own at the moment. They've not quite caught up to the GT4s yet, but the LMP3 certainly have. This is the race. This is the sort of this is where the races are won and lost, really. This is remarkable. Brockway now on the outside of one of the Delatraz cars. That's Roman Buckler. Oh, on the right side, on the grass. Alan Brockway moves up to 6th position with 2 wheels on the grass. He's still 3 wide though. Buckler didn't give up, and he's got his 6th place back again. 3 wide through the keel. They somehow make it work. Valentin meantime on the defensive for 4th position. In front, Stephen McDonald has got past Miguel Vigo as well, as the race leader Fabian Siegman continues to race away from the rest. It's everything you'd expect here, this first run through traffic at Mid-Ohio.
Oh, bonkers. Well, these LMP3 cars, they look tiny compared to those big Mustangs. Kind of like flies circling, well, a horse.
Yeah, very good. It is remarkable how different these cars are, but they're forced to coexist for 4 hours in these races in the 6 rounds of the Clubsport Series this season. What a remarkable championship, and what a remarkable spectacle this is. There's nothing better than multi-class sports car racing when it's like this. Just look at it. Absolutely wonderful to watch through the traffic. Of course, highly skilled. You don't underestimate the skill of any of these, whether it's the slower class allowing themselves to get past, or indeed those who are making the passes themselves as well. This is properly difficult stuff, and these are some of the best guys at it as well. 3 wide again here as Delatraz rather tries to get past Valentin in towards turn number 2. Vigo's not too far in front of them either. Delatraz though dives to the inside, and he does get the place.
Amazing stuff. Amazing at the front of the field. The LMP3s having to carve their way through. They're still not through all of that GT4 traffic yet. Still quite a few cars to dispatch with. And there are winners and losers, and the big winner, I would say, through the traffic is our race leader Fabian Siegman. Has opened up a gap of over 3 seconds to Solpic Racing's Stephen McDonald, who had that wiggle and a half spin earlier, well, a couple of laps ago. They're in 2nd and leading over the Satellite Racing car of Miguel Vigo for 3rd place.
Now on the bottom of your screen is the Cup class battle. Matt Caruana's held on to the lead rather nicely there, in front of Rafael Stoltzek and Morgan Burkhardt rather, who's in 3rd. Marcin Rybachuk has been overtaken for that position, but they're starting to get into the traffic now as well. So spare a thought for these Sport class drivers. I know they're the ones who are outnumbering the others, but they've got to let a lot of cars pass them here, and it's, no less intense for them really. And they don't really get a break before the LMP3's getting clear, which they now finally have. Aidan Young, the final one to get past, as you can see on the top of your screen. And as that's happening, the Cup cars have pretty much caught up to the back of the train, so there's no respite really. No
respite at all, and if they think it's difficult getting past the GT4s, the Porsche Cups are going to be even more difficult for the LMP3s. Now Porsche Cups themselves, they're on the back of the GT4s. Matt Corona having to get aggressive here, you would think, to try and move through, but he's going to have to hold off Rafael Szotzek, who's going to try and take an opportunity. Showed a nose there going into the keyhole, but had to just back off. And Morgan Burkhardt, he's the snake in the grass there, lurking in third position in that split livery BS competition car.
20-second time penalty given out to Nathan Deering already in the first incident of the day. That's for the opening lap incident we saw with Echelon Simsport and Satellite Racing and one other as well. Echelon, though, judged to be at fault. Moderate incident responsibility, so a 20-second time penalty given out to them for that. Any incidents that have happened in LMP3 so far, including one about 10 minutes into the race in traffic involving the championship leader Stephen McDonald, has been given just a warning in towards turn number 2 after contact with car 64, which is the Satellite Racing car. I think that's the moment we saw with McDonald and Delatraz and also Vigo as well. No penalty given out there for the moment. Out onto the front straight for the Cup class leaders. Stolczek trying to get close to Caruana here, but they're methodically working their way through the traffic, a little bit less congested than what it was for the LMP3s earlier, but that's because they're not really in the meat of the traffic just yet. They can see it in front of them. The next laps are going to be the more difficult ones for these leaders.
Corona's still got his mirrors full of Rafael Szotzek for Impulse Racing as they now start to get into the meat of the GT4 traffic. Look at that, just an endless train of them ahead. And Corona will be the first GT3 Cup machine to come across, or decides to not go for it into China Beach. They're going to try and go round the outside and control that line as best as he can. Oh my word, there's hardly any room to fit them all through. The trick is not getting boxed in. It's kind of like a basketball screen in some places. You've got to just pick the right lane and hope you can get through. And everywhere, tell you what, every move that Corona is making, Szotzek is just following him.
Yeah. I mean, it's the advantage in some ways of being the trailing car, isn't it? Sometimes the lap calls might not see you coming second time round, which is where the trouble comes in. But as long as they do, I mean, you can just follow the wheel tracks of Caruana in front, who's really acting as the snowplow here. That's what Stolczek is doing so well at the moment. And, you know, you could say fortunate, but you could also say, you know, good driving from he and Burkhardt as well, not to allow a gap to open up because of the traffic here in front of them. It would be very easy for Caruana to just slip in front of a GT4 and Stolczek not to follow. But look at the way he's diving into these turns right on the rear of Caruana. This is not just down to luck. This is good driving as well from Stolczek. Never to allow a gap of a lapped car between them, because that's what they did with Siegmann in LMP3, by the way. That's part of the reason why he's got a 4.5 second lead, and part of the reason why Stolczek hasn't allowed that to open up in front of him.
Oh, Szotzek, I thought he was going to have a little look there going into China Beach. But it's really big commitment required to follow right on the tailpipe of the car ahead. That's what Szotzek is doing here. Really impressive stuff. The other thing as well for the GT4 cars, their spotter is super important at this point, because they've got to try and help their driver as best as possible to say, look, there's not just one of these cars, there's 2 or 3 of them. So, you know, and they'll try and make that call as well. They'll say 2 coming through, you're not clear, and try and give as little information as possible, but as comprehensive as within as few words as you can. That's the skill of a good spotter. Try and not muddy the driver's head with too much information. Just give them the maximum, the minimum amount that they absolutely need. Here comes Burkhardt though, as Szotzek just got delayed, and yet Szotzek runs wide through turn 1, and Burkhardt's through. Burkhardt's through into second position, and now he is right on the tailpipe of race leader Matt Caruana.
Burkhardt's done a very good job so far in this race at following traffic through and making the overtakes when required. He's actually not that far away from Caruana now if he wants to have a go. In through turn 3, he's almost pushing 911 in front to the outside in towards turn 4. Stolczek is seeing a gap open in front of him for the first time, but luckily for him, the leaders are battling. Caruana receiving his most fierce threat in these first 20 minutes at Mid-Ohio this afternoon. Burkhardt on the outside of the next turn. It goes back, flip-flops one way, then the other. Caruana with the inside through 8 and 9. Surely we'll seal it now. And he does it with a bit of traffic too. He dives down the inside of that Cayman. Burkhardt turns underneath him. Through Thunder Valley, he's going to be side by side again, is he here? Towards the carousel, not quite. He's making use of the traffic excellently here, and Morgan Burkhardt has been by far the punchiest of the Cup drivers, making moves so far in this race.
Love it, absolutely love it. Using that ABS and traction control system to increase that confidence level, driving that car like it's a pair of clothes around him. It's just so instinctive. As the BMW just shuts the door going through turn 1 there, and that just cost Burkhardt a couple of car lengths, but he is looking very racy indeed. And are they starting to drop Rafael Schotzek a little bit? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but again, it only takes just a little phase of traffic to bring them all back together, and this is super stuff in the Porsche Cup category.
It's absolutely remarkable. I mean, the first run through traffic for the LMP3s was intense, but the actual wheel-to-wheel racing between those in the same class this time round for the Cup cars was excellent. The LMP3s, by the way, back in traffic a bit further down here, by the way. The battle for second is continuing. Stephen McDonald versus Miguel Vigo. They've been able to get rid of some of the others, so LMP3 feels a bit more spread out than before, but some credit for that has to go to Fabian Siegmann. He's pulled out nearly 5 seconds now over this battle of the bottom of his screen.
Great stuff through traffic from Fabian Siegmann. I mean, the field had been so tightly packed together in terms of lap time, but clearly in the traffic, Siegmann much stronger. And Stephen McDonald got a bit of work to do. The gap's now up to 5 seconds, and McDonald has his hands fairly full with Miguel Vigo. He just got held up a little bit a couple of corners ago, but Vigo is right there. He's very strong in qualifying as well, as we know. Vigo, there's an example, you know, one line through and McDonald has to get right out of it before coming all the way around. Now the best lap time for Stephen McDonald so far, 1:16.9. He comes up to the line. What's this lap going to be? Quite a lot of traffic there on that lap. 1:17.3, sorry, 1:18.9. There you go. So there's 2 seconds gone, and I bet you that was all in the second half of the lap.
Yeah. Slowest lap last time there was Vigo with a 19.5, so that's nearly 3 seconds slower than his best. Just shows you how much traffic affects these cars at this venue. Same goes anywhere really, but especially through here. Romain Bocler is not far behind Louis Valentin at the moment for 5th position. This is Delta V Racing versus Delatraz Automotive right now. Battle for 5th place in the back end of the sport class traffic at the beginning of this race. So just battling their way through and actually getting a bit closer to Delatraz now, actually, as he's caught up with the Mustang. Valentin follows through, and suddenly we've got 3 in the group. That's how quickly things can change, but remarkably clean in the first 20 minutes. I've got to say, I was, especially after the Endurance Series race that we saw last week, in which there were lots of cautions, well over an average of 1 every hour, and I was expecting there to be an early one here, I've got to say, but well managed from everybody first time round to avoid that.
It's remarkable actually, because it's just the sheer amount of real estate available to fit the cars through is so limited. The driving standards are really impressive. Meanwhile, what's happened to Carlar Esports here? What was I saying about driving standards? Generally, they've been good.
Doesn't seem to have affected Carlar too badly. I don't think they've got damage, although it was a fairly hard hit. Bendixson gets past Brockway in traffic just in the background of this shot. You'll see them come into view side by side. In fact, they're not side by side any further because Brockway has just got through on Bendixson without too much trouble there. So there's a change. Moradness moving on up. But yeah, absolutely brilliant from everybody all throughout the field. Rafael Dupin de Oliveira has got a penalty. I think that's him there, actually. They're just passing him there in the Similia Esports 477. Oh dear, there's a still shot. 4 wheels off the ground, up in the air for Carlar. 20 seconds of a time penalty, 10 seconds for attempting a late move and causing a collision, on car 446, and then 10 seconds for minor incident responsibility at turn 2 with car 419. So that's 2 penalties within 15 minutes for the same car. 20 seconds, they can just be added on to one another when they come in to make their pit stop. 20 seconds penalty it will end up being, but yeah, again, you've got to stay out of the penalties here, and unfortunately 2 in 15 minutes is not the way to do that. Here comes Valentin down the inside for 5th position on Romain Bockler. So Romain Bockler has just gotten through on Valentin, who is trying to get it back again for Delta V Racing in 5th position. The traffic is giving and taking in terms of positional change here, as well as time losses and gains in towards turn 4, and Valentin's got his place back.
Just as simple as that. Makes it easy. No, not a bit of it. It's so tricky to make those moves. Stick here. Oh, got to be so aggressive in those prototypes to try and get through. And you have to say there's been a great driving from a lot of the GT4s which are leaving the space. They don't have to, but they're just actually very skillfully leaving the door open in the right places, not being unpredictable actually. If they see an LMP3 going up the inside, they leave the door open, compromise their own lap time, which they, again, as I say, they don't have to. They can just hold their hard line if they want, but being selective of when to just let that traffic through and actually minimize the risk is a real skill. Passing is one aspect and one skill of a multi-class sports car driver, but also learning how to be passed is equally important for the GT cars. They know they're going to have LMP3 cars coming through on them all day long, so they need to just be ready for that and know where the right spots are, where they can just open up the steering a little bit, maybe lose a tenth or two, but the LMP3 car can get through. Whereas if you block them and then you get all tangled up, your seconds just disappear before you know it. So, and you're more at risk of having a collision. So avoiding those situations are going to be the key.
Yeah, indeed. 25 minutes complete now here at Mid-Ohio. This has been excellent so far, I've got to say. Absolutely brilliant racing. The LMP3 is now in Cup class traffic for the first time, so just as they get clear with another round of sport traffic, they'll be into the Cup cars just as quickly. And this is an interaction I'm looking forward to. Not sure how many drivers before the practice sessions and before these sessions here today, this afternoon, will have actually experienced LMP3s versus these new Cup cars. And they're fighting, of course, as well. Burkhardt and Stolzek more fighting for second place now as Matt Caruana is getting away from the rest. But this is a new interaction. LMP3s and these new Cup cars haven't been on the circuit too often together since the update 7 weeks ago. So looking forward to seeing them together for the first time at a difficult circuit for traffic. And as I say, some of them are going to be in battles like this one for second place.
Well, they're only going to, I mean, between them, there's only 4 seconds of lap time between the two cars. So in the corners, the LMP3 car has way more downforce. He's going to have much more corner speed and much shorter braking zone. So the fact that there's only 4 seconds of lap time between them would mean that the GT3 Cups are likely to be as fast, or certainly very close in straight line speed to the LMP3 cars. So it's that is going to make it tricky for the LMP3s to make passes on the straights. They're going to have to do it the long way around, effectively, through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, these guys are clear of any traffic just for the moment. They've got nearly 2 seconds up to the next Cup car, and some of the GT4s are starting to be strewn off the back of their group, so they're picking them off one by one now as well, settling into much more of a sort of midpoint of this race now. Nearly half an hour complete, and it won't be too long before we have to think about green flag pit stops. And because of the, maybe I'm just a little bit, my brain chemistry's been changed by last week's Endurance Series race, which, to be fair, didn't have very many. Maybe not sure we had any green flag rounds of pit stops, actually. I think we were starting to get through one round of them in LMP2 before we had a caution at one of the longer runs we had over the course of our race. But I think this is not too far away now from green flag pit stops already, and that would be good to see, just to see it sort of develop here, see the strategies develop. It's always nice to have a caution now and again to keep things close-ish, but it's also good to let the race develop and evolve on its own here, and we're not too far away from seeing the first stage in that.
No, not too far at all. That's going to mix up the traffic that little bit more. It's going to be that little bit less predictable of when there's waves of traffic coming through. Ryan Racing Team sitting in 4th at the moment in their Porsche 718 Cayman, but their eyes set firmly forward on the fiercely forward car just ahead, the BMW M4, being driven by Frederik Schwartz. It's your battle for the last spot on the podium as things stand. I can't believe we've only had half an hour of this race. It feels like we've packed a whole lot into that first half an hour.
Yeah, we have. Certainly. Fortunately for Gigotta, he's packed 3 position losses into it, which is a shame, which is why he's down in 4th. 3 wide coming up here, surely. Oh, is the Delatraz car going to get boxed in there? Or is Delta V Race? Oh, they're going to go either side, in fact, of that Cup car. Coming down in towards turn 4. Inside line for the Delatraz Automotive Machine, and Louis Valentin on the outside line. He's trying to get past Alexander Delatraz after seeing off Romain Bocler earlier on. Valentin trying to see off the other Delatraz driver now. Round the outside he goes into 4th position. Round the outside through turn 6, and he has such momentum. He moves up into 4th. They're not that far away from a podium right now with Miguel Vigo's Satellite Racing LMP3 just in front of them. But Valentin has seen off both Delatraz Automotive cars now on his own here in the last 10 minutes.
What a move. Oh, and then gets held up in traffic, gets the wrong side of it and loses the position yet again. That is what can happen so easily in traffic if you pick the wrong lane. It's a bit like being at the supermarket thinking which queue is going to move the quickest, and you make that wrong decision, or you're in traffic on the motorway and you think, I think this lane's the quickest, and you see that car go past you. It's kind of that, well, a very high-speed version of it. Romain Bocler, perfect cameraman for the job here, this battle between his teammate and that Delta 5 car. Wow, fantastic stuff, but oh, that'll be frustrating for the Delta 5 racing car of Louis Valentin.
After all that hard work, down to 5th again. And it's Cup cars next, by the way, in terms of traffic. So that interaction we just saw there, where they had to go 3 wide, going either side of a Cup car, that is going to continue. That is going to go on again and again through turn 8 now. I mean, Valentin, to be fair, it's always difficult when you've got 2 team cars around you like this, but he's fighting on very well. Despite that, I mean, you know, you do fancy him to get back up to 4th place again. Just needs the rub of the green through traffic, really, and then a bit of distance maybe between him and car 88, and he should be through there. But you know, he's fighting very well considering he's got 2 teammates around him.
So good, so good. What a combination. LMP3s, Porsche Cups and GT4s at this circuit. That's my kind of racing too. Oh, it's all over the little bit switch of line there from the GT4, allowing the LMP3s to go through. Porsche Cups now. Oh, careful. Now we get an idea here. What's the difference in straight line speed between the Porsche Cup and the LMP3? Not a huge amount. Takes almost the whole straight to pass 1 car there for Delta. Yeah, he's taken the entire straight to make that pass. So you're going to have to do all the pass. If you're an LMP3, you're going to have to do all your passing of the Porsche Cup cars in the corners.
Yeah, pretty much. And some of these corners unpassable. Oh, that's bad traffic there for car 8. Romain Bocler was thrown a roadblock there by a couple of slower cars, and now where's he go? Through Thunder Valley. He's got to follow the 997. Oh, what a disaster that is for Bocler. He's got the reigning champions car number 1 behind him now, directly behind as well. And yeah, that just wasn't really the rub of the green there, I'm afraid.
And around the carousel, all the way around the outside easily. So there you go. So that is the difference in an LMP3 car. It's all corner speed, whereas in a straight line there's minimal difference. I mean, slightly in the favour of the LMP3, but only ever so slightly. So you've got to get it all done on braking or in the corners. And as we talked about at length, the second half of the lap, well, there's just not a great deal of room. And of course, that's if you're not throwing any GT4 cars into the mix.
Well, yeah, exactly. Side by side again, meantime, as Delatraz gets to the outside of Miguel Vigo for 3rd place now. He's not able to get through quite. Valentin is sat there in the wings, just watching to see who prevails here. Just in front of him, there is a whole lot more traffic here. This is perhaps the busiest point in the race. The GT4s themselves are not quite as close as they were before, but there's Cup cars sprinkled in between them now as well. Vigo's going to have to wait here as he follows Matt Caruana. That's the last of the Cup cars, to be fair, so they'll be free of these Porsche Cup cars in a moment. Vigo around the outside. There's the cornering as he spoke of, but through the final corner it's awkward. Caruana forced to the outside, 3 wide over the start-finish line. A train of GT4s just up in front of them as well. This is from 10th place, sorry, all the way back to 17th in GT4. 8 cars in a line for these LMP3s and Cup cars to work through. Magnificent watching at the moment. This is not magnificent driving, I wouldn't have thought, but it's magnificent to watch.
But it's incredibly stressful to drive. Particularly for the prototypes, just because they're having to pick their way through constantly, try not lose time, and you're trying to battle with someone at the same time. Really, really tough. But Miguel Vigo being the kind of front runner here, sitting third in the race, but the front runner of this little bunch, playing that very well. They're about 2 seconds down the road from Stephen McDonald in that yellow and black Solpec car, and Fabian Siegmann, that gap of just over 5 seconds, staying relatively constant now. So that early work in that first phase of traffic really, really helping the Team Heusenfeld driver.
So far, he's been dominating this race, Fabian Siegmann. Change for second meantime, actually, as in the Cup class, Morgan Burkhardt gets in front of Rafa Stolzek, and they've all caught to Matt Caruana as well. They're very much in traffic at the moment, and that's now 3 for the lead in the Cup class. You might just see them come through the bottom of your screen here. No, they're still a bit there. There they are, just through the bottom there. So this is closer for the Cup class lead than maybe we thought, as these LMP3s just get into a bit of a quieter moment further out front. Feels like these battles just explode when they get into traffic here, but on their own they are a lot more stable. I guess that's just how multiclass racing works, though, really, isn't it? It's rises and falls, it's gives and takes, and at the moment the LMP3s are just in a little bit of clearer air this time.
A little bit of brief respite for them, and that's allowing Miguel Vigo to try and get a bit closer, yeah, much closer to Stephen McDonald, just 0.7 of a second now. Visceral, a day to forget, as they get punted off the road by the 960 Carlar Esports car of Hendrik Augustin.
More Cup cars getting involved here. RaceSport Sim Racing were put off really by car 997 there, through into turn 8 and 9. Sometimes that is all it takes. And they go for a half spin. Smoke up in front of us here as well, more with Adam Brockway. Augustin, by the way, was given 10-second penalty for minor incident responsibility pretty quickly there, so that's no surprise. The stewards have ruled on that one. Caruana passed in towards turn 1 there by Brockway as we ride on board with him. Goes a little bit wide, but Caruana's under pressure here from Morgan Burkhardt for the race lead in the Cup class. And just as we've seen Fabian Siegmann open up a gap very nicely in traffic, Caruana has shown just how quickly it can be wiped away. He held a second and a half pretty much for the whole of the first half an hour. A bad run through traffic, and suddenly he's got 2 climbing on the back of him. Yeah,
he's under pressure now, is Caruana, with Morgan Burkhardt right in behind now in that BS competition, and followed by Rafael Scholzek. And it's now just constant. The entire racetrack really is completely full, with cars on every single corner, so there is no rest at all through traffic. And of course, we've got the first round of pit stops not that far around the corner either. What are we expecting stint-wise for the LMP3s, do you think, Ewan?
My initial guess would have been sort of 45-50 minutes, but can fluctuate quite a lot at circuits like this, where there's a lot of places in traffic where you can just wait. So maybe we'll see them go further than 45-50. Sort of expect about an hour from the sport class cars and just over an hour from the Cup class as they push on a little bit further. But we'll wait and see. I mean, it's been brilliant to get these first 40 minutes under green flag racing so far, and as I say, a green flag round of stops would, I think, really add something to this race in terms of her strategy sort of unfolding here. This, meantime, this is just in front of the Cup class leaders, and good avoidance there from Rafał Stolczek as Team Chetno Ident went for a spin from the top 5 in the sport class right in front of them. That's Konrad Zirabek, who qualified in 5th and was running, I think, in 5th as well at the time.
Did well to rejoin quickly and safely. Of course, on the fuel point, this is a circuit where there's a lot of the lap where, particularly around the second half of the lap, where you're rolling the throttle off and you're coasting the car through the corner, which means it's not that heavy a track on fuel. It's different to, like, say, a Daytona or a Le Mans, where you're on throttle a whole amount. Whereas here, if you are going to run a slightly longer stint, this is probably one of the circuits where you'd be able to do it, because you're, again, like I say, you're off throttle, coasting around the corner that little bit more, rather than big acceleration zones and then big braking zones. It's more of a flowing circuit, which should reduce the fuel usage.
Up outside for second place in the Cup class. Burkhardt is just going to use that bit of traffic to box in the impulse car there, so he'll keep second. Caruana restores a 1.5-second lead pretty much at the end of that run towards turn 2. On the bottom of your screen, the battle for second in LMP3 and indeed overall, but they are 10 seconds now behind Fabian Siegmann. Considering how close qualifying was, it's not like he's found a load of speed compared to the others in the last half an hour or so. It's just, I think, that he's managed traffic a lot better here. And yes, a little bit of fortune with traffic, that's always the case. But Fabian Siegmann has really dealt with traffic very, very well here. And I think to a degree, the guys chasing him haven't dealt with it quite as well, because if you look at the other classes, the second place car in those classes is effectively using the race leader to get through the traffic and stay close to them. And in LMP3, they didn't necessarily do that. No,
I mean, Fabian Siegmann's pace has been very impressive. Along with that superior traffic management, his best lap of the race, the 1:16 flat, is actually matched by the Delatraz Automotive number 8 of Roman Hochler, but the lead one is in 6th, so their ultimate pace is similar, but it's the traffic management that's the big difference between the two. So gives an idea just how good a job that Fabian Siegmann is doing for Team Heusinkveld. Your race leader in GT4, Aidan Young for WSR, interesting one there, because on the previous lap going into Keyhole had to go wide to allow a lot of the faster traffic through, didn't have to, but did so, and that's put him back into the clutches of the second place car, the number 400 BMW for Delta Sport Sim Shop of Jordan Bachmeier.
Indeed, the top two locked together. Two different manufacturers, Mustang versus BMW at the front of the race. The two manufacturers who've won races so far this season. Neither of these cars, you understand, but both Ford and BMW with one win to their name. Excuse me, and the Cup cars still working their way past here, just one by one. LMP3s will have to do the same again very shortly, but it's pretty much a constant stream of traffic now for those faster classes. It's not really about coming in ones and twos, or all in one go rather. It is more in ones and twos. Here's Stephen McDonald trying to get past Miguel Vigo. Just in the quieter moments, while they've not had traffic, they've not been side by side so much, and that was McDonald who had a slide on the way towards turn 6 there. We saw car 60 spin through turn 6 earlier, doing something very similar in traffic. And McDonald really had to save it there to not spin as well, coming in towards turn 6. But Miguel Vigo holds on again and continues on in second place.
So Solpeg number 62, Stephen McDonald, trying everything to keep tabs on Miguel Vigo, and it's flowing back and forward as they go through the traffic now. Clear run through turn 1, lovely, can go full speed through there, just a little lift and then back to the power, leaning on that aerodynamic performance. Now ahead, Miguel Vigo trying to slip past one of the GT4 Ford Mustangs, who shuts the door? Who shuts the door late there? So that meant that the sole pick car of Stephen McDonald had to then back out of it. The Pro Sport Porsche not very happy either with Miguel Vigo, but it can get tense in those scenarios, particularly that double apex corner at the keyhole, easy to get into a little bit of a mess.
Yeah, it is. I don't really saw McDonald demonstrating that a little bit too realistically a moment ago. Alessandro De La Traz catches up as a result there. So this is how close it was. Was there indeed contact from Vigo here? Oh, you just see it down at the bottom of your screen there, the Pro Sport driver just having to turn out of it, and Vigo did eventually slow down, not to hit him, but it did cause a concertina effect that nearly caught up McDonald, so it was all happening there. Vigo holding on to second position though. Mid-time battle for second in the Cup class, and through goes Impulse Racing. So Rafael Stolzek gets back past Morgan Burkhardt, and this is a bit of a fight back really, because Burkhardt's been making the overtake so far in this race, pretty relentlessly actually. Finally Stolzek fighting back and getting back to second.
There's been a big fight back from Stolzek, who was right on Matt Corona's case for the lead, and yeah, fell back to third and now back into second position. But it's going to be tight, I think, all day long in that Porsche Cup category. Those top three all fairly evenly matched on pace at the moment. Corona with a 3-second advantage, but that could just erode so quickly in traffic. Meanwhile, battle for fourth position, bottom of your screen, with Alexandre De La Traz trying to fight off Mick Palic for Corsom Racing. Also up ahead, you've got Roman Buchler and Louis Valentin, all just nestled in together.
It's very close as they came through the left-hander there, but this is a group that's starting to swell in size again. De La Traz, Valentin and Buchler have all caught in now, and round the outside for car 88. Stephen McDonald's going to be overtaken here if he's not too careful, and they're going to go either side, are they here? Alexandre De La Traz on the inside, Stephen McDonald in big danger here of maybe losing 3 places in one go. Valentin is right in there as well, going to try and use De La Traz to come through. Now, who does De La Traz give the slipstream to? He's got the battle in his hands at the moment. He can decide who wins it, and he's going to try and even it out. In fact, he's given it to McDonald a little bit so much that he stays in front, and Valentin is finally distanced by De La Traz in a slightly unorthodox manner. Buchler breaks late on the outside looking for a way through, but there's a Mercedes GT4 in the way. De La Traz now moves in front of Stephen McDonald, and then he threw him a lifeline, to be fair, giving him a bit of slipstream to help stay in front of Louis Valentin.
Oh, so McDonald now under pressure, back to fourth, and Valentin right on his case. Buchler in there as well in the second De La Traz automotive car. This is superb stuff. Everywhere you look, all three classes just playing for keeps, and that traffic just adds the intensity to each and every one of these battles that come round to complete another lap. Just over, we're not even 50 minutes into the race, and we've seen so much quality racing so far. Can't be far away from those first LMP3 pit stops.
No, we really can't be far away now at all. See what the drivers decide to do about driver swaps here today. I wouldn't have thought we would see very many at all first time round, because the maximum drive time limit here in these races is 2 hours 40, which means that really you want to be making one driver swap in the day, unless you're absolutely hell-bent on somebody starting and finishing the race. Then you need to get them out pretty soon. But you think the first pit stop within 2 hours 40 at the finish, and they'll be making their only driver changes of the day in these races, to be honest. That's the battle for the lead in the sport class, by the way, as these LMP3s work their way through. Aidan Young eager not to let anybody down is inside there from Delta Sport, and Bachmeier might have got alongside. It's not worked. Aidan Young hasn't been able to keep him away here, and Jordan Bachmeier is side by side through Thunder Valley for the lead here in the sport class. There's the number 1 car right behind them, 3 wide. He just goes right past them like they're not there into the carousel on the inside line, and Jordan Bachmeier takes the lead. It's taken nearly 50 minutes, but we've got a lead change in the sport class, and it is Jordan Bachmeier who gets in front of Aidan Young. Ever since the start of this race, Young took the lead away from the pole sitter of Leonardo de Gotta, and only now does he lose it for the first time.
And he's not giving it up on straight away. LMP3 stops are starting then. 48 minutes into this race, the first of them coming in, Solpec and Nexus coming in, and the rest able to go a lot longer, and being able to do that really, really important. A little bit of damage being repaired there for that Solpec car in that pit stop. Of course, that was after that little half spin at the keyhole and got hit from behind, so that might help the pace of that car, getting that back up to more factory fresh condition.
Doesn't, yeah, 29 seconds in length. Not the longest stop in the world. A little bit shorter than Charlie Pouillet's stop. Nexus Talk Lab have clearly got 3 drivers, so that's why they're rotating already. But an early stop after 37 laps for the 62. The current championship leaders in this series. Here comes Miguel Vigo from, I think he was still second at the time, just in front of Delatraz, and now Miguel Vigo pulls to a stop as well for Satellite Racing. Not a bad first stint from him, but it is a slightly earlier stop, and because the lap is so short round here, don't expect, or don't be surprised, sorry, if the pit window is spread over the next 5 laps or so here.
So it's I wonder if the Solpec car, with that little bit of damage, was desperate to get in and pit at the earliest opportunity in the window that they want to, and while the fuel's going in and the new tyres going on, you can do a little bit of damage repair while that's happening. We'll keep a close watch on it. So already we're seeing a stagger, 7 laps for the Solpec car and the Nexus car. 64 Satellite Racing of Miguel Vigo, 38 laps. See who comes in after 39. There's 7 cars in LMP3 who are yet to pit.
And here comes some of them. Siegmann goes on again, but car 88 is in. So is number 11, number 8, number 1. Everybody, in fact, apart from Siegmann, is coming into the pit lane right now. So this is a remarkable stint from Siegmann. Not only is he extending his lead over the rest in terms of real time, but he's also using less fuel than the others as well. And that's the sign of a really smart driver through traffic. Not only quick and efficient through the traffic, but actually saving fuel throughout the traffic as well.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous for the rivals of that machine, of that Heusenfeld car, because yeah, they really are to be leading the race by that much early on, good through the traffic, and doing it with less fuel. I mean, that's a game changer, really. And the question is as well, will it be just a 40-lap stint, or will he even be able to push it another lap and deal it as well? Maybe not, but certainly it's been a superb stint at the front of the field for Fabian Siegmann. No pit stops yet in the other categories. A little bit longer fuel range for the GT class cars.
Dechen is already in, but it's quite early for a cup car, I would suggest. In any case, we'll see how long it takes for the rest of them. Any other driver changes here in LMP3? I don't think so. Miguel Vigo's down to 5th as a result of those stops, but cold tyres are going on here. Stephen McDonald's down to 6th, don't forget, even despite a shorter pit stop. So the overcuts are always going to be better because of the colder tyres that you come out on. Undercut's not really a thing, especially because of the higher fuel load as well. The heavier your car is then as well. So the overcut is the thing really you're looking for here, whereas it's effectively the exact opposite effect to what we see in Formula 1, where you're trying to make the stop early and get a quick lap in on an out lap and get back out in front of a driver. it's sort of the opposite here in endurance racing. You've got to save a little bit of fuel to have that lap on lower fuel with warm tyres still. And we've seen both Teletrash cars make great use of that. They're up to second and third now, at the expense of the likes of Satellite Racing and Solpet Precision Racing. And Louis Valentine had a slightly longer stop than those Teletrash cars, so that's how he's ended up 2 seconds behind them as well. So he was legitimately jumped there.
Intriguing strategy. Now Tom Kunath coming in the course and racing Porsche. Funny angle. It's very tight coming in there. Misses his pit box. A little bit of an Austin Powers job, but that's early, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Likewise, Impulse Racing, Rafael Schotzek. What are they up to?
See whether this is a trend here, and I've just got the timings wrong of these. Maybe these Cup cars can't go as long as what the other ones used to, but in any case, they're looking like they're making scheduled pit stops. That's a nightmare of a pit box, by the way. You'd be absolutely filthy if you got that pit box and you're at the start of the day. To be fair, you get that if you qualify quite a long way down, but that's almost impossible to get into. We know how bad race car turning circles are, so that is quite harsh. But Miguel Vigo, meantime, has gotten up into 4th place. More stops happening here as well, so the track will be thinning out just a little bit. Time for some quick laps in LMP3 and an overtake, it seems, well, for Vigo, who's recovered to 4th place now.
A couple of early pit stops then. The number 915 Impulse Racing car, the Visceral Esports 998 and the 988 of PT Autosport with Sim to Real.
Grow Racing team are in from the top 5 in GT4 as well. So everybody stopping short of the hour here, and it is stop time in the Cup class. So yeah, absolutely, this is not an hour-long car by the looks of things here at Mid-Ohio. 40 laps seemingly the limit for these Cup cars so far in this race. Aiden Young retakes the lead in the sport class. Now, how important is that here late on in the stint? Are they about to come in, and has he just ensured that he's going to be leading Jordan Bachmeier onto the pit lane? And indeed Frederick Schwartz, who's caught them both.
Well, sometimes it can be psychological as much as anything to say, yeah, this is I'm not going anywhere. You might have passed me, but I'm not letting you away with it. And yeah, in they come now for GT4. Yeah. Your leaders after 37 laps for them, all top 3 coming in.
They go 1 lap further than some of the others. We'll see if anybody can go along longer, but there is Young making that. Oh dear, is that Schwartz? Oh, he's got to be very careful he doesn't get just qualified there. He is having a nightmare here. Oh, and there's a blown engine, is there? Or is that just a lock-up? That's a lot of smoke down there for one of the Cup cars. Frederick Schwartz still can't find his box. This is an absolute nightmare. An absolute nightmare for Schwartz, who is going to drop a long way back now. He is going to drop an awful long way back. Someone's really smoking down there. That 998 car's definitely blown its engine, hasn't it? That is a smoking Porsche down there.
It is. The engine's gone. Oh, that's a disaster. Absolute disaster for Visceral. It's kind of started bad, and it's just got worse, and it's just got worse all the way through.
Yeah, that's going to be an awfully long repair for them. A meatball as well. We'll get some replays of all this in a moment, but this is madness. Aiden Young's miles in front of the others as he comes out. 42 seconds in his box. Where are the others? where are the others he came in with? They're nowhere near. Leonardo de Gotta is the one right behind him there. He was the pole sitter and came in a lap ago, so he's now behind Young and will be fighting with him. Frederick Schwartz finally, after 16 seconds of trying to find his box, is now back out again. And still in pit lane is the Delta Sport car, no longer with Bachmeier at the wheel, but Colby Warren. And it's gone past the point of this being a speeding penalty. This is over 90 seconds in the box for the former race leaders in the sport class.
Oh dear, oh, car stopped on track as well. That is the Checkmate car. Is that 423 or 488? It's 488. Wait, they haven't pitted. Have they gone round with no fuel? Oh no, no, surely not. Oh, Team Checkmate Eden, I think, have forgot to come in. Because they've ground to a halt. Full course yellow.
and we got a full course yellow for it too. This is the Visceral car coming in with a very smoky Porsche. Try and see if we can rewind any further here to see whether it was just a downshift or whatever, if we can ride on board and try and hear what went on there. But we can see the result. There is Team Huizinga, probably the least happy team in the world with this first caution of the day in the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio here this afternoon. Still 3 hours to go. Orion race team haven't been in yet in sport class. That's going to put them in real trouble. The thing for Team Checkmate, Eden, which might have confused things, they just came in for a drive-through last time round. So either they had a drive-through penalty or they missed their pit box that we'd seen earlier on when somebody, has a very early box. It's very easy to drive past it. We've seen Frederick Schwartz do it as well. So I wonder whether one of those two things has happened for them, which has ensured that they run out of fuel. This is their... There's also smoke in front of them as well, so that will have distracted them for a moment. Oh yeah, they've missed it. Zerebek missed it, and he's broken, and he's realised that's too far away for me to reverse and expect to not be disqualified. So he's had to carry on, and he can't make it back.
Oh, what a disaster! And you've got to feel for Orion Race Team number 446 because, they were the ones who'd been the most efficient in the field. The only car to go 39 laps of anybody in the sport class, but at full course yellow could not have come out at a worse time. Because why is that? Well, because the pits close, and what that means is that they will be the only ones that need to come in for fuel, which will then drop them all the way to the very back of the field, and it's a big field, so they have been royally messed over by that full course yellow. So spare a thought for poor old Orion Race Team. The question is also, can they keep going? They might have to come in and take emergency service actually, which will then get them another penalty.
Well, they might as well come in, do all their service when the pit lane's closed, and then just accept they'll be at the back of the line, because they're probably going to be at the back of the line anyway.
Yeah, well, you don't want to. It's worse if you break down with no fuel.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, that's so unlucky, because they if anything, you should be rewarded for stretching the fuel, and it's just bad luck. That's part of this style of racing. What makes it so exciting to watch is the jeopardy that can be involved sometimes. In terms of the other classes, it doesn't change a great deal, because they'd all just taken their stop. So actually, it's not going to change much. There might be some teams though that are towards the back of their class anyway, who'll just come and top off and try and get a little bit of a fuel advantage.
Well, okay, I agree that that not much will have changed in the other classes. However, how about this in the Cup class? The current race leaders, the new race leaders, Team Checkmate 997, took no tyres in that first stop. Impulse Racing took 2 tyres, they move up to second place. Project 91 and CSM by BS Plus Hybrid took 4 tyres, so did Lion GP and PT Autosport. Carlisle took 0 tyres. Didn't really gain anything from it actually, so they've just got old tyres and bad track position, unfortunately for them. Any advantage or disadvantage to that at the moment? Because there's guys out there on older tyres sort of using up fuel and when they otherwise could be overtaken. But yet again, that 997 have also been caught rather more quickly than they would have been because of this caution as well. So I can't really decide how it must have changed that race somehow, but I can't quite decide how.
Well, the time that was, I think it gives an advantage to those who took more tyres, because the time that they gave away will be closed back up due to the full course yellow. So actually, particularly a Team Checkmate in their 997 car, they could be quite exposed on the older tyre and be under pressure from Impulse Racing, who have got 2 fresh ones, and of course Matt Corona in third with 4 fresh ones. So that is, of course, still a relative unknown with the car being so new, the new specification of machine to the iRacing service. How does the tyre perform in these scenarios? There's still a lot of unanswered questions, but you would think that they would put those new tyres on after just 50 minutes for a reason, meaning that they feel there's a big advantage despite the time given away fitting them in the stop. So yeah, keep a close watch on that Porsche Cup category, but generally speaking in LMP3 certainly it's well, the one party that is seriously disadvantaged is Fabian Siegmann and Team Heusingveld. Got all that work to do yet again.
Team strategists for some of the teams, thinking very deeply, not looking at the laptop, just thinking very hard. That's the recently stopping Team Checkmate car. They're now 2 laps down. Oh, sorry, not Team Checkmate. They're the ones who ran out of fuel. Who just came in there a moment ago? I can't tell. Delta Sports Sim Shop back in again here. Colby Warren, they're having real trouble here in car 400. And that's dropped them to the very back. Moradness are also 1 lap down in LMP3 now, the first LMP3 to get off the lead lap, and I'm unsure as to why. There's still a wave round happening here, by the way, because the sport class leader came in before the wave round had happened. I think this is just rather confused everything a little bit. Feels like the whole sport class is being ordered to pass the pace car at the moment. And there's Aidan Young, he's the first so finally now we've sorted it, and pit lane should be able to open now very soon. But yeah, this is confused things a little bit. And as you say, normally you should be rewarded for being able to go as far as you can on fuel, but this is just the rub of the green, unfortunately. And Race Control throwing a caution for this first time in the afternoon because there was the stationary out of fuel car, and that's created this scenario. This is Visceral Esports. So it was contact with the wall. Not particularly heavy, I've got to say, but that is where the engine is, obviously, in the Porsche, and that's a fairly impact right on all of the important bits, and unfortunately that's given them a very long repair.
It's kind of symbolises their day, really, doesn't it? It's just gone from bad to worse. Car still looks great, though. It's got a bit of the New Zealand All Blacks rugby shirt about it.
Yeah. Fortunately, I'm not sure how much more we're going to be seeing of it this afternoon.
Sadly not. Well, hopefully we'll go back to green flag racing fairly soon. Hopefully those lights on the pace car. I feel like I've spent my life watching cars behind the pace car after Daytona at the weekend. 6 hours and 33 minutes of it. Thankfully not.
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't in the booth for that entire time, but I think
how much for?
6 hours 33, a new record.
Oh no, sorry. How much did you have to commentate over though?
I think 2.5 to 3 hours, something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
We waffled and filled like Mr. Kipling.
I can imagine. I can imagine. I only well, I guess a relief in some ways that I actually couldn't really afford to be awake overnight this year for the race, but a relief it turns out when I woke up in the morning and saw what had been going on, or indeed not been going on, as it turned out. But it's a shame, isn't it, that the way that weather conditions can sometimes take away from these races, and you know, just like we've had here, a caution badly affecting certain teams on this occasion here this weekend, badly affecting all of us, seeing so much of the race under caution last weekend. Didn't you find it a little bit confusing? Maybe you know more about this than me, but didn't you find it confusing? Once I'd found out that there'd been such a long caution, I didn't understand why they hadn't red flagged it for ages. Seems a tremendous waste to get them to run around under safety car for 6 hours instead of a red flag.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some reason behind it. I think if in an ideal world, I personally would prefer to see it just get red flagged for that reason, but there are other reasons why. Of course, if you've got the whole field ready, if the fog does lift, you can go green flag much quicker. So you can, going from a red flag situation to green flag, there's a lot more stuff to happen. So that is one of the advantages of the full course yellow. Also, it is then a 24-hour race. So that's another part, whereas if red flag, it's effectively not a 24-hour race. So what value you add to that, that's up to personal interpretation. But what I will say is I did see someone reasonably high profile in the sim racing world saying that, well, we would go racing at the Nürburgring in this, which is absolute nonsense. I was there on site, and I can assure you it was absolutely not safe. And if Nick Tandy, I wouldn't say that Nick Tandy's a a wimp, would you? He's probably one of the most hard racing, aggressive racers there is in the world, and with quite a lot of experience at racing places like the Nürburgring, like Spa, like Le Mans, etc. And he said it was right on the edge, and then it got worse. So that's all I need to know. And you know, you've got the medical helicopter to think about as well. No, it was not ideal. It was not racing conditions at all. And the difference of what the camera shows and what's actually there to the human eye, I cannot tell you how different it is. The camera just cuts straight through it. So yeah, any comments about how it could, you know, oh, they'd go racing at the Nürburgring but they wouldn't hear, that's just total and utter nonsense. Race control, that was the only decision they had. They could make. It's not a decision anyone wants to make, but safety had to come first.
Well,
anyway,
absolutely.
I'll step off my soapbox now.
No, that's fine. I think, you know, even despite that, what you say about cameras, I actually think that, especially last weekend, you could tell. I thought that it you know, when especially when you're a spectator, you're just watching at home on the TV as I was, and you actually can't see the cars. I mean, that, you know, what chance do the drivers seeing where they're going if we can't even see what they're doing? You know, it's impossible. So absolutely the right decision, especially overnight where visibility is very limited anyway. Adding fog into that is very, very tricky. Of course, there's not much we can do about these weather conditions. Just got to cope with them when they arrive. There'll be other years at Daytona that are clear and sunshine all the way through, as we have in previous years, and I'm sure we will in the future as well. So it's just the swings and roundabouts of January weather, unfortunately.
I've seen it all at Daytona except rain, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I've worked not during the race, during practice, yes, but I've done it the last 5 years now, and I've seen it super cold, like just above freezing temperature in the night, and still pretty chilly during the day. And I've seen it up at 25 degrees like it was at the weekend. So it's but I've never had a wet Daytona yet. But of course, a couple of years before I started going, it seemed that all they got was wet Daytona. Yeah. So, Huizenveld missed the pit box there. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fuel-only stop. A surprise so many have come in, actually. They're still going to get out first. So then it's Satellite, then one of the Delatraz cars, but we've got cars staying out here. In fact, Alessandro Delatraz has gone out in front of Siegmann. So we do have a change for the lead here, not least because some drivers have stayed out. But Delatraz Automotive, car 88 and 8 have both come in. Huizenveld have been in, Satellite Racing, Nexus Talk Lab, Corsim Racing and Solpet Precision Racing all into the pit lane from those LMP3s. I don't know about you, that's 9 laps since they pitted. A lot of them under safety car. I'm gobsmacked that they've come in, to be honest.
So we've got a split strategy. So the ones that didn't stop under the yellow flag are the Delta Racing number 11, the number 60 Solpec car, and then Project 91 number 91. So they are going off strategy, and Delatraz Automotive hopping past Team Huizenveld. So that lead gone for Fabian Siegmann, and that's all down to missing that pit box.
Yeah, indeed. So now we're going to see whether Siegmann can work his way through the traffic just as well as he can when he's at the front of the field, indeed, and did so well earlier on. Now the class split is going to happen, so the LMP3s are going to be put to the front, the Cup cars put in front of them, and that shouldn't take too long, and we'll be back underway racing. It's probably with just over 2 hours 40 remaining in this race. We also saw some pit stops in the Cup class. PT Autosport came in, Team Checkmate, Impulse Racing came in as well. Maybe took 4 tyres. Carlisle's still in the pit lane. Wonder whether they've got some damage to repair. Delta Sport are still 1 lap down after their trials and tribulations of the day already. So it seems to me, to be honest, that Impulse saw what had gone on around them. They'd taken 2 tyres before and thought, actually, this might not have been the best idea. Let's go in and take the other 2 under the caution.
Well, it's certainly a cheaper time to do it, and then if they feel that the tyre's going to give a really big advantage, yeah, it's maybe worth giving away a little bit of track position and then going for it from there. I love this. This is the advantage of full course yellows, is that you just open up the potential strategical windows. I mean, at this level of sim racing, if you don't have full course yellows, you don't have safety cars, all these drivers are so good that
you can hour after hour have the cars be in the same order, whereas this gives you so many more strategical cars that you can actually play, and that's what we're seeing play out right now.
Yeah, it is fantastic to have that ability to watch all that play out. It would have been nice to see the entire green flag pit stops go through, to be honest, but can't have it all. As the guys who've been waved around just making their way to the back end of the train here, should maybe get another lap under caution here, because Carlisle took so long to get themselves out of the pit lane there. Hendrik Augustin, as I mentioned, was clearly maybe taking on some damage repairs there, and that has put him a ways back in this race, in fact down to 7th place in the Cup category. So Louis Valentine is leading in LMP3 in front of Ryan O'Connor, Miroslav Zaboda. Then you get to those who have stopped. Alexander Daltrad in front of Fabian Siegman now. Then Miguel Vigo and Romain Buchler. Charlie Pouillet running at the top 8. Matt Caruana leads again in the Cup class, ahead of Morgan Burkhart, with an end-of-line penalty happening there on your screen. Finn Wiebelhaus is up to 3rd place because there's been stops for Impulse and Carlisle and Team Checkmate, actually. So they're now 5th, 6th and 7th, but PT Autosport have gotten ahead of all of them. They took 4 tyres first time round, but decided to get a little bit more fuel on board as well in the caution. And WSR Esports are leading in the sport class, ahead of Orion Race Team this time around, then Grow Racing Team. Thomas Senker Sim Racing have got into the top 5, and so have the other Orion Race Team car. Then there's Sim RC, who are in there, although I think the other Orion Race Team car is now going to be dropping down the field and getting to the end of the line. So it's all changed really throughout the field. But this is exactly, as you said earlier, this is exactly what cautions give you here in these races. And for all of the enjoyment we get out of the iRacing special events and seeing a full green flag race play out, because we really don't get to see that very often anywhere in the real world, and not too often in sim racing either. It's also good to see these races where cautions bring the field back together, and the strategy really comes into it in that respect. Only 45 minutes away from the halfway points as well. I wonder whether that factored into the little bit of fuel that the guys took on board in that caution.
Yeah, a few others at the GT4 field taking some stops as well. Ronan Grossman for Corson Racing. Also the 474 SRN Motorsports car of Daniel Grulte. Again, if you're at the back of the pack anyway, just do that final top up if you can, because it can open up your strategical window that little bit more. Personally, I love this style of racing. I love the full course yellows. Very much the IMSA style, isn't it? I mean, I just adore it, and it makes it so exciting. Really, no matter how long the race actually is, you know it's always going to go down to the wire, and you have a car that has a problem early on, watching them fight but their way back and playing the strategy well is one of the great joys too. So you get the kind of cerebral element of how they have to really use the brain to get the car back to the front, and then there's the proper punch-ups that you see when we go back to green flag racing again, because everybody's all bunched up again. It's like the race start over and over and over again. Yeah. I'm maybe a simple man, but I love it.
No, I agree. Maybe I'm simple too. Don't know. It is great though. And to us, it is that very much that IMSA style of racing. And it's going to very much feel like that over the course of the next 4 rounds. Final 4 races at Mid-Ohio, Miami, Mexico City, which to be fair they don't go to, neither in Miami, but Laguna Seca as well. A North American end to an otherwise global calendar, as the pace car has its lights off, and Louis Valentine has control of the field, ready for this first restart of the afternoon. Nearly an hour-long green flag run at the beginning of this race in Mid-Ohio this afternoon. And Valentine ready to go, in control of the field here, out of the final turn. And the green flag waves. We are underway again. Look at the traffic jam in the background. The Cup cars were climbing all over the back of the LMP3s there as they came back to the green flag racing. Vigo under pressure in towards turn 1, but he holds on from one of the Dillatraz cars. That will be Romain Buchler in car 8. Burkhart, meantime, gets past Caruana, who's off the road. Matt Caruana's off the road here. Oh, my goodness. It's a bad start for the leader. And Matt Caruana loses the lead in open play for the first time this race, pretty much. Morgan Burkhardt leads. Finn Feeblehouse is right in behind him as well. So it's a battle for the lead in the Cup class as Caruana drops off the road and drops into 6th position. What about Feeblehouse? Is he going to be able to get the lead here? This will be a mighty shock as Line GP could get the race lead down in towards turn 4. What a shock this would be. And they're down the inside and they're through. Burkhardt goes off himself now at turn 4. Extraordinary. And he's off spinning in front of the entire field. He's going to drop behind the entire sport class here if he's not careful. He's going to get back on. He's going to drop himself right in the middle of it. And Morgan Burkhardt, after taking the race lead, spins and drops down to the back again.
Oh, if you're going to make a mistake, that is the last possible time that you want to do it, because when the field's all bunched up, you lose so many positions. And Burkhardt, after such a great opening stint, he's now really got a huge amount of work to do.
Absolutely extraordinary. Just the way he was sliding through there looked like his tyres were very, very cold. And suddenly, two teams who have not seen the front of this field, nothing like it for this race so far. Line GP and PT Autosport are 1 and 2 in this race. And Bryce Rodriguez took a bit more fuel in these stops, by the way, so he can get to halfway. Be a great result for them to get there. Now, what happened to Caruana has the same, so he can't hold it on the rear either in towards turn number 1. Both of those two leaders going off through very similar sort of half spins, really.
Well, it just seemed like the front pushed. There wasn't the tyre temperature there wasn't the grip, and he did a massive rallycross jump over. Once he went off the road, there's a little bump there, and he was all 4 wheels off. And Brian Coxon, also struggling a little bit on cold tyres, asked for the power on his Porsche Cayman, and it says, no, you're all right, and swoops around and loses a lot of positions. Well, Louis Valentine leading the way now. It's all very calm at the front of LMP3 in comparison.
In comparison, yes, at the front of the field. It's made up of those who haven't stopped yet, or indeed didn't stop, rather, under that caution. Miroslav Svoboda passed by Alessandro Delatrace, who has seemingly got the best chance of coming through on these guys. Here comes Miguel Vigo as well for 4th place. Svoboda put in a good lap in qualifying, but for whatever reason has really struggled in this race so far. And there goes another place. Vigo up to 4th in the meantime. Valentine, though, leads them down the back straight now with O'Connor in the slipstream. This is what happened to Burkhardt. I didn't think there was any contact live, and that replay confirms it. He just slides on the white line, and he's very lucky he wasn't hit there by car 997. And he's a bit fortunate as well to be able to rejoin at such a nice angle there, because otherwise he could have been waiting for the whole field to come past him.
Yeah, it was lucky. What happened to Satellite Racing? Oh dear, that's what happened to Satellite Racing in their BMW M4. Went wrong in a big way there.
Heavy contact there, and drop down the field for Satellite Racing. Well, Valentine still leads, but they're going to be coming under the pressure very soon here of the guys who have topped off on fuel, led by Alexander Delatrace. Miguel Vigo not far behind them. Delatrace just in behind Ryan O'Connor at the moment, and there's a good run towards turn 2. O'Connor feels the need to defend, though. And don't forget, car 62 is behind in this race, down in 10th, and Steve McDonald would like to gain some places if at all possible. Maybe O'Connor can help him do that, but let's see here. Oh, aggressive defence coming out of turn number 2, making absolutely sure that Delatrace can't get to the inside, and now he's making sure he's pinned to the outside too. No, Delatrace might well switch. He goes from one side to the other. O'Connor got a bit greedy there, trying to squeeze him off to the side of the road. He dives down the inside and towards turn 4. O'Connor's still alongside him though for 5. Delatrace took it. Oh, and he spins! O'Connor spins, and now they're going to have to avoid him behind. He gets away with it. They all slip through, and Ryan O'Connor drops from 2nd to 7th in just one corner.
Another little half spin for the Solpec team. Dear oh dear, the other car, the 62, further back in the order, but of course did take an extra pit stop, which I wonder if those who took an extra pit stop in that full course yellow in LMP3 are going to make it to that 2-hour mark where the championship points are handed out, and those who didn't take the extra pit stop will not. So that little strategy play, we'll watch that closely between those LMP3 cars.
It was a good move from Delatrace, to be fair, in isolation, but O'Connor rather handed it to him at the end. this spin. Don't think there was contact. Indeed, there was not. A lot of cars here on, not stone cold tyres, clearly, but sort of semi-cold tyres, really, and they're not getting the rear grip as a result. And it's really affecting this race so far. Look at car 915 meantime. Rafael Stoltzek is up into second. He's past Caruana, he's past Burkhardt, he's past also 997 of now Lukas Lenkovic in the Team Checkmate Axis Project car. And suddenly, a decision which I, to be honest, thought was the wrong one for Impulse Racing. I thought they should have stuck to their guns and stayed on the two-tyre strategy, try and hold on to track position. Turns out they've been absolutely correct. Get the other two tyres changed, get yourself through the field, already into second and leaving the rest of them to fight behind. Caruana only just getting past now Bryce Rodriguez and moving up into third.
Yeah, and well, is the floor of that number 911 car, is it okay? I mean, judging by the pace, hard to say with the traffic, etc. But yeah, maybe a little bit off, a little bit of damage to the rear of the car. So yeah, it is able to make overtakes. But of course, remember, he's got 4 fresh tyres. Yeah, the front of the car's got damage as well. And I wonder if that was from the big impact coming over the little bump on the exit of turn 1 when he went wide at turn 1 and bounced over the bump. So that Project 911, the Project 91 car might be in a little bit of strife. Good move though.
Yeah, it was. Moves into third place. So he's on the recovery. Is Caruana now. Meantime, this is from 4th place on back. And Team Heusinkveld, Team Fabian Siegmann moving up into 4th place indeed. They're past Roman Buckler. Indeed, still ahead of Roman Buckler. Svoboda and O'Connor now have been overtaken as well. And we're not far away from traffic once again. So this is the moment where Siegmann really stole a march over the rest at the beginning of this race. Is he now going to use it to close in on the rest now that they've passed him through that pit stop and those pit stops under caution indeed?
Let's see. Fight back for Team Heusinkveld. Fabian Siegmann now making moves forward. He was just lingering a little bit further down the class after taking that extra stop, and now he's starting to make moves forward, but a bit of time between himself and the Satellite Racing car number 64 ahead. About 3 seconds, going to try and run that gap down as best as he can. A little bit of clear air ahead too to be able to do so.
O'Connor dropping down again here, by the way, in the background as Valentin continues to lead. Look at that in front. That's merely a starter for what's to come here. This is a big group down the back end of the GT4 field. It starts from about 7th, perhaps even 3rd, and it goes all the way down to 17th or so position. It's a very large group indeed. This is what happened to Ryan O'Connor. Oh dear, going one side then the other, and he's caused, well, he initially did very well. Unfortunately though, coming across on guys just before the braking zone like that wasn't the smartest thing to do. Thankfully, nobody too damaged and everybody gets going again, but that was rather self-inflicted.
Oh dear, it was fairly frantic really from the get-go from this restart from number 60 of Ryan O'Connor, and yeah, getting into a few little skirmishes. I guess it was a matter of time before he came a cropper, and taking a few other cars with him too.
Meantime, Valentin leads in front of Delatraz and then Vigo. And they're all pinned together here at the front of the field. Squeezing down the inside there from Valentin. He's going to get a decent enough exit. He's going to leapfrog between the slipstream of those GT4 cars. And he's now knocked the top off of this traffic negotiation. Now, though, the difficulty comes into the second half of the lap, where it's a lot tighter, more twisty, less overtaking chance. And look at the way that Vigo and Delatraz are using him to try and stay close to the race leader.
Cutting through, great shot here on board Miguel Vigo, an idea of just how busy it is. M4 GT4 ahead, then a little bit of brief rest to head up towards the latter stages of the lap into turn 10, really quick through there, turn 11, and then into the carousel, turn 12. There's your difference. You can just hold so much more speed right around the outside of the GT4s. Satellite Racing all over the back of Delatraz, number 11. Big commitment there from the 88 car of Alex Orange. Delatraz just got a bit more grip there in the high-speed stuff.
That looks like it. Turn 1, of course, a super committed corner. Down the back straight again here for Louis Valentin. With Delatraz just in behind, and then Vigo. There goes the Satellite Racing car, which, by the way, is 5 laps down now after an 8-minute pit stop. If that is indeed 464. The other Satellite Racing car, 465, is 21st now. Down the back end of the Sport Class field. That's Solpet Precision Racing getting rather rudely bumped out the way there. Who was that by? Looked a bit like a drop bear car to me, but not entirely sure. This is the Satellite Racing car again having trouble here. LMP3 coming down the inside. That's Zerebic, I think. Certainly his car. Yeah, it is still Zerebic trying to come down the inside. He's 3 laps down, getting involved with the car on the lead lap there, which won't impress Satellite Racing.
Yeah, it's not been a good, not been a good few laps for Solpic anyway, has it? With 2 of their cars running into problems now. Oh, look at this! Look at all the clear space. Yeah. This is bliss now at the front of the field. 3 LMP3s, Delta, Delatraz, and Satellite. Oh no, then the traffic starts again. But it was good while it lasted. A sector that was nice.
It's only 1 or 2, so they'll be fine with this. Big penalty has just come in, by the way, for Matt Caruana, who has caused a collision with an LMP3 at turn 13 on the restart. I think that's as they were coming back to green. Minor incident responsibility gives him 20 seconds of a time penalty. And that's pretty major for one of the surely top contenders in this race this afternoon. Matt Caruana is back to 3rd place right now, but yeah, 20-second time penalty would send him right back to 6th place were he to take it right now. So that's pretty big.
Yeah, minor incident, major penalty. So yeah, just that's going to really hurt in that very tightly contested Porsche Cup category. Question is, can Fabian Siegmann in 4th run down this group? The gap is still sitting at 3 seconds, so he hasn't really been able to bring it down, has Siegmann early. Oh my word, that's tight.
Goodness me. Moorness just about surviving. They're 2 laps down, by the way, for an incident I can't quite understand, because they seem to get a meatball while behind the safety car. I wonder whether they smashed into the back of somebody, or somebody smashed into them. But they're 2 laps down as a result, which is very hard to recover from in a 4-hour race, even with the safety cars. And we'll see about that. These are the leaders again in the Sport Class. 444 versus 427, and Aidan Young, who's pretty much controlled this race so far. Their closest competitors, by the way, were Delta Sport, and thanks to Brian in YouTube chat for this. When 400 pitted and swapped drivers, they lost connection, which meant that laps they were covering at the time weren't being registered. Jordan Backmeyer's back behind the wheel again, but they were trying to get Colby Warren in it earlier. Now they're 3 laps down, and as I say, with this amount of time remaining, even with safety cars, that's really hard to win back.
Yeah, that is a sore one, especially as we're nearly at the halfway point already. It's not an enormous amount of time to fight back. That's frustrating. Everything's got to go perfect in an endurance race. So many elements that all have to click together to have that success. Battle though for the lead in the sport category for GT4 cars. WSR Esports have been looking good in their Ford Mustang all day. Now under pressure from the Orion Racing team, the 444 Porsche. 2 completely different machines. I mean, could not be more different. Big footprint, big V8 engine in the front of the Ford Mustang, and then the comparatively tiny mid-engine Porsche with the 4-litre flat 6 engine in there.
Yeah, it's a remarkable difference, isn't it? But it's the beauty of GT3 racing. Well, I say GT3, I've defaulted there. But also GT4 racing. The different shapes and sizes, the different engines, the different locations you might want to place an engine in a four-wheeled vehicle. It's a great show of all the different types of ways to build a car and provide such great racing time after time, as we're seeing here again. This is Miguel Vigo in behind Alessandro Delatraz, that low rumble of the LMP3 down towards turn 4. Not able to get past Delatraz this time round either. Valetan holding on nicely even under the attacks of those who have pitted more recently than he has.
Nothing to separate this leading trio. They're actually pulling away from the Team Heusenfeld car of Fabian Siegmann. As, oh no, more problems for Ryan O'Connor. His stint going from bad to worse. Thankfully just the spin on this occasion. Rejoins, but do you think it's the case that potentially the LMP3s are very, very tight on fuel to make it to the 2-hour mark? And is Fabian Siegmann, is he doing a major fuel save to try and make it to that 2-hour mark and get those points while others might have to pit? Is it that much on the edge?
I'll do the maths on that in a second. I think it could be quite close, but I'll just see in a second, because Valetan and Delatraz are side by side for the race lead, and Valetan is going to hold on through turn 2, but Delatraz gets a better exit. Oh, he's trying to get himself to the inside, but the door was slammed shut there. He didn't want to make it 3 wide because of the satellite BMW that was on the other side of the road. And Delatraz goes around the outside of 4 instead. He gives it the inside of 5. He's on a tight line. Here comes Valetan on the outside for turn 6. He'll get the inside again. This is ping-pong stuff again between these two. Side by side through the turns. Again and again and again. Delatraz on the outside this time, but the traffic gets in his way. And Valetan holds on to the lead somehow.
Wonderful stuff. And then here comes the satellite racing car. Oh, Miguel Vigo going to have a look, can he? No, not quite. Gets the door shut, but he's right there to pick up any kind of scrap at all. More traffic they come across, the Solpec Mustang, and Valetan sneaks through. Oh, and almost prizes the door open, and they all go through. Oh, well done to the driver of the Solpec Mustang there, Graham Sanders, who just had to open the steering slightly, otherwise he was going to get nailed off the road by a Shinkins end of LMP3 cars.
Again, Valetan forced to go down the inside there. He felt the pressure from Delatraz, and he'll get a mighty flash of the lights there from that Mustang, because that was a late dive from Valetan. Delatraz gets through now, surely. That has opened the door wide for the Delatraz Automotive owner and driver. Number 88 down the inside into turn 4, and he's through. Valetan lets that happen in the end. He'll be in danger of getting a penalty for diving from that far back, and Vigo tries to follow. That might have been contact there. And Valetan is able to hang on to the place. Vigo just backs out of it, but that was a risky dive. Valetan going maybe beyond to try and hold on to the race lead there.
Well, it's fantastic stuff at LMP3. It's getting more aggressive, isn't it? Trying to make those moves forward. And meanwhile, they're in that mix-up. Guess what? Fabian Siegmann, all of a sudden, he's only a second off the back of this leading trio. He was 3 or 4. So this is key. Siegmann now back in the game in the Heusenfeld car. And has he got the fuel to make it to that 2-hour mark and pick up those points?
Right, so now I will do the calculation. So 40 laps was the limit pretty much from Fabian Siegmann first time round. That's what he managed under green flag racing at the beginning of this race. The caution stops happened on lap 49, which suggests that they'll be able to go to at least 89, maybe further. Now we're about to get to lap 67. Let's say it's 20 laps until we get to 89, just for the ease of mathematics.
Yeah, they're
20,
okay then. Yeah, they're fine.
I think they're okay.
Yeah.
I think.
Because with green flag laps, that would be fine, but with a few under full course yellow, there should be no problem at all.
I think so, yeah. think so. I would calculate they could do 27 minutes from now, and that would take them just over. But as you say, because of those caution laps, they can probably do more than 27, to be honest.
It could be back timing for Hoisingveld though as well. They might think that there's a stop to save, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, if they calculated their next stop, there's 80 laps to go or something, then yeah, that would back time the race quite nicely. But that's quite a long way to work out at the moment. And of course, the others will be saying, well, is there too much point in that? Because we might well see another caution anyway. Valentin's going to try and take it 3 wide for the lead here. Is he going to try and retake this position into turn 2? No, not quite. He thought about it. I'm sure he was thinking about it, but he doesn't make the dive on that occasion. They have managed to get rid of Vigo quite quickly, and suddenly Fabian Siegmund's right behind him. We'll see how aggressive Siegmund is behind Vigo, and that might give us a bit of a window into how aggressive Siegmund's being. Is he on a militant fuel save at the moment, or is he trying to make positions at the moment into turn 4? He's around the outside. He must be pushing because he's trying to get past Vigo here pretty hard in towards turn 5. We'll see whether he gets out the other side with the place in a moment, but the leaders are into GT4 traffic all over again here, so it's happening again, and still Delatraz under pressure in this newfound lead.
A little bit of a rest now as they get through past the sport class leader. Now a little bit of a gap back up to the cup car, so there they are just at the top of the shot there. So there's going to be maybe a half a lap or a lap where they can enjoy the blissful solitude of the racetrack. And now it's now a leading pair rather than a leading trio. So the satellite cars drop back to 4th, and Miguel Vigo back to 4th. Fabian Siegmund moved up into 3rd, so we've now basically got 2 pairs very much separated from one another.
Side by side for the lead in the cup class. Impulse Racing have played a blinder since this caution, and they might be about to retake the race lead here. It's been an unexpected but brilliant stint in the lead from Finn Wiebelhaus here, but he's about to lose it. And in any case, he was probably going to lose it before the halfway stage anyway. Impulse Racing round the outside through turn 6. It's not over yet. Wiebelhaus pushing hard to try and keep this. He's on the ground. Oh, he's going to go off. Oh, he just about stays on the road at least, but he goes wide in the marbles. And here comes Caruana. Oh dear, that car looks a little bit worse for wear these days, doesn't it? On the outside through Thunder Valley. He'll get the inside for the carousel if he stays there. This would be a remarkable move if that Caruana can stay there. Wiebelhaus now on the outside for the long right-hander, and he can't stay all the way around there. That's a great pass from Caruana as he gives chase to Impulse Racing. 20 minutes to go to halfway, and both these two teams want the full 34 points.
They do, yeah. Those 20 minutes are not far to go now before they hand out those points at the midway point of this race. A thrilling encounter here, the IVRA Clubsport series at Mid-Ohio. Storylines up and down the racetrack. Everywhere you look. Where do you look? That's the thing. There's so much going on.
Yeah. There is an awful lot happening right now. Matt Caruana, will remind you, has got that 20-second time penalty for an incident coming to the green flag. Niels Kaur for Satellite Racing has got a penalty for an unsafe rejoin. That's 30 seconds. Quite a bad penalty for him. And Ayrton Ruterman has got one as well for aggressive driving. 10 seconds. Conrad Zerbeck, 10 seconds as well for that incident with Satellite Racing we saw a replay of not so long ago. There's Delatraz, who's beginning to just extend a bigger lead now over Louis Valentin. 19 minutes to go until the halfway stage. We're expecting car 11 to have to stop anyway. They managed 39 laps first stint round. They've done over 30 now. With the caution, they should be able to get to over 40, but another 10 laps is not quite going to get them to halfway, I think. I think they might just miss out here.
And it was a strange roll of the dice, really, you would think. So, now what's happened to the Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport car? Oh, it has dropped out into orbit.
Oh. Have they returned? I think they have returned since. They're still running in... where are they? 16th. That is Ayrton Ruterman, by the way, who had that penalty I was just reading out a moment ago. And Visceral Esports Day continues to go from bad to worse. They're 25 laps down after a 42-minute engine change. Fair play to them for carrying on, but I'm afraid I'm not sure how much more they're going to get out of this race.
No, and sometimes when the adrenaline goes out, the focus goes out as well, and it's easy to make a mistake. And you know, driving the Porsche Cup car is always requires full attention to get the best out of it, and if you just take a little liberty with it, it will bite you. And what a day for Visceral. Just one of those races where just nothing goes right at all. Ooh, late dive there for the satellite racing car. Miguel Vigo sitting in 4th and starting to lose a couple of car lengths to Team Hoisingveld, Fabian Siegmann, who before the full course yellow was utterly imperious, but to be honest, since that full course yellow, not quite at the same pace. What are they up to, I wonder?
Yeah, I'm unsure at the moment. Very puzzling. I'm sure we'll solve that over the course of the rest of the day. By the way, the reason why Visceral are carrying on, you might wonder why they're carrying on, even though they're 25 laps down. You have to complete 25% of the laps of your class winner to be classified. So you've got to do quite a lot of laps here, Visceral, and they can't lose too much more time before they are not going to be classified for this race. And the reason, again, why that's so important is because of the drop-off in terms of points. Now, if they weren't classified, because they retired in the first half of the race, they wouldn't get anything. This is the run to the green flag, by the way. I wonder whether we maybe need to rewind a little bit further to see the incident with 62. Trying to find the incident that gave them a penalty of 20 seconds. I think it was coming through turn 13 just as they were coming to the green flag a couple of nights ago. But yeah, sorry, just to complete that point, the reason why is because 9th place is 42 points. That would also be 14 at halfway, so that's 56 points they'd miss out on, and they'd go straight down to 0 because there's less cup cars in the race, so that's why Visceral are carrying on just for championship points.
Interestingly, Matt Corona had already incurred that damage on the front of the car before that off-track moment bounding over the grass. So the car had already been in the wars a little bit, and is the race just starting to unravel a little bit? Well, fighting hard is Matt Corona, only a second and a half off your leader, Impulse Racing, of Rafael Szotczyk, who, it has to be said, have played the strategy very, very well indeed.
Yeah, he has. An absolute blinder so far. Well, we are coming up towards 2 hours 15 remaining. Now, here we go. Now, it says in the description that Caruana misjudges the speed of 62, which is that one right in front. Right. So that is what's happened. Now, I can't believe Burkhart's not had a case to answer there either, because it seems to me that he's been involved right in the same thing there, but he's not mentioned in that note for Caruana. In the meantime, while we're talking about that as well, Peter, you're not long from leaving us. Tell us what you've seen in these first hour 45 so far, what we can come to expect in the second half of this race.
Well, how do you summarise it? We suspected that traffic... I see what you mean about Burkhardt there on that replay. Yeah, I mean, I think to summarise it, we talked a lot about traffic at the top of the show, and it's proven to be so. A lot of the little tangles have been in multi-class traffic, and keeping out that trouble is going to be so important. Fuel is going to be a major factor. Will we get another full course yellow? That's another point. And that, of course, can throw the strategy out of the window too. Hoisingveld looking very strong early in the race, but not as strong since the full course yellow. So many unanswered questions. I think you and Jake Sperry are going to have a huge amount of fun calling these last couple of hours. It's been a treat to be part of the first half.
We certainly are. Thanks very much, Peter, for being alongside me for these first few hours of this IVRA Clubsport Series broadcast. First of 2026, indeed, in the 25-26 season. This is the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. I'm Ewan O'Leary, going to be staying with you to the checker flag here tonight. Taking us there with me. Oh, it's Jake Sperry, who joins just as Alexander Delatraz spins from this race lead. Extraordinary moment through turn 1. He got the lead from Louis Valentin not so long ago. He'd been holding it for a while, and now he spins through turn 1. And the race leader drops down into 5th position. What an entrance, Jake, by the way. What an effect you're having on this race already.
Well, I think Konrad Zarebiec has a lot to answer there for what happened in that incident. You've got to leave the car that is trying to pass you space through the corner. I know that turn 1 here at Mid-Ohio is this out to in to out style corner where all cars go to the outside, but Alexandre Delatraz trying to build gap, trying to give as much room as possible to run away in the early stages, and that's not just a gift there for one, it's a gift for second, third and fourth. Now here's the look then going underneath the bridge, now trying to go to the outside, and look, he just gets run out of road. You got one on the inside, one on the outside, and I think Zarebiec just needs to have a little bit more foresight in that sort of situation.
Yeah, it's one of those where I think the prototype driver is going to blame the GT. I think the GT is going to blame the prototype driver though as well. I think, to be honest, I think both have a fairly steady case, as it were, in the court of endurance racing. But we'll find out what the stewards say in a little bit. They've got quite a lot to do at the moment, by the way. The stewards, ever since the restart happened, it was a very quiet day in the stewards' room actually before the caution and subsequent restart. Ever since then, it's been quite busy. Etten Reutemann has got another penalty, 5 seconds this time, for causing a spin to car 462. There, meantime, is the spin for Delatraz. By the way, look at 477. Bang! Straight into the back of 488 there as well. And that's Similia Esports, Maximilian Damm, who must have a bit of front-end damage after that too.
Yeah, and when you've got nowhere to go in an incident like that, I'm not surprised that there's damage there for Similia Esports. They will sit down and look at what am I supposed to do in that situation. Faster car on the outside spinning, going to the inside. Cars that are quicker on the inside trying to get through. At that point, you close your eyes, you pick a lane and you hope. And that's the key, you hope. And in all of that that's gone on, we've got, what, 11 minutes left, and suddenly rush hour has just hit. Every single category has got something big to fight for. It's 2/10 at the front of Sport. Over in Cup, it's, what, 1.5, and now it's 1.3 for Fabian Siegmann, now chasing down Louis Valentin as we watch 4th place right now, trying to dice through the GT4 Sport traffic. This is what we call a mad rush for just a third of the overall points.
Well, yes, exactly. We used to dish out 50% points at the halfway mark, but that was jettisoned a few seasons ago. And now, indeed, it is 1/3 of the full race points get dished out after 2 hours. Flash of the lights from the Mustang, but exciting and great recovery from Alexandre Delatraz, who gets past Mike Polluch there of the #1 Course Sim Racing team. Up to 4th place again. These guys fighting for legitimate positions. They're all on the same strategy in the top 8, apart from the overall leader, Louis Valentin, who's 10 minutes away from making it in this race lead. I'm not sure he's got the fuel to do it, though.
Well, fuel's one thing, the gap behind is also another, so keep your eyes on it, as everyone, if they're all on the same strategy, they'll be diving in at a very similar point in time, and that's why maybe needing that little extra bit of fuel is huge. Now, Polluch here is one of the most experienced drivers over at Core Sim Racing. He was part of that Core Sim Racing team that was massive. As this is what happened to Echelon here. This is the 499. It's one of the Porsches trying to run around, which is, again, the 989 there of CSM by Burasud plus Hybrid. Morgan Burkhardt then just trying to, I would say, take as much room as he can right now in his race. But when you've got no one really to fight with at this stage of the race, I question why you need to pinch a car of a slower category that close to the inside going through the carousel.
Yeah, I think it's a valid question to pose, to be honest. And unfortunately, it's caused a spin for the both of them. In the meantime, this battle just thins out a little bit as they go past the sport class leading battle between Aidan Young and Leonardo Degoccia, the pole sitter for this afternoon's race. They are 9 seconds in front of the rest of the field, a remarkable gap that they have now in this field. They're the two favourites, you would say. It was WSR versus Deltasport earlier, with a little bit of Frederick Schwartz as well for Fiercely Forward. Now he's quite a long way back in that massive group from 3rd place to 13th pretty much in this one. 11 cars all caught up in that. Matt Caruana, meantime, has been caught and passed by Finn Wiebelhaus again. So Caruana and Wiebelhaus have not been in since that caution, and their pit stop can't be too far away, but now they're fighting amongst themselves for second position. There's just been so much going on in these first 2 hours. And here in the sport class, this is perhaps the closest it's been for some time between these two leaders.
It absolutely has, and I just want to give some note that Caruana pretty much just found himself with a bucket of traffic, and actually Wiebelhaus has just gone almost off the road through that penultimate section. We're going to get it now as they go side by side. Wiebelhaus just doing enough to hold Caruana at this moment for Project 91, really trying to work around the outside to go and make this 911 car work with everything that it's got and more. Hayden Bramley will be the other driver who will jump in, and a look to the inside, not quite there. Matt Caruana from Essex in the UK, the county of Essex. He's a wonderfully fast driver and someone who basically in every race he turns up in, he is a threat to go and win it, and someone I think that all the top teams in the world of sim racing should be having an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly got his experience under his belt, and that's what he's doing in a race like this, that's for sure. Outside for Wiebelhaus though, and he's in front of Caruana now after that pass in the last couple of moments. Through the S's they come, and the point of heightened traffic upon us again here. All three classes on track, absolutely together. Although to be fair, the leading LMP3s are now out of here. The Cup and Sport class cars are all in one big group at the moment. Outside line for Caruana. It's going to go right the way round and onto the front straight into position. Now then, pit stop there for the racing team. Car 405 comes in. So you wonder now whether those who didn't stop under the caution can make it. It's going to be really close for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, and so if 56 Racing Team are making that stop, you now start to ask about everybody else, and this is where you're looking at the fuel gauge and you're thinking, well, you don't often lift and save out there over a course of a stint in the early stages of a race or heading up towards halfway even. But if you're going to need to and you're going to get effectively stage points out there, you absolutely have to, and you've got to do everything that is possible. We're seeing that Lion GP there and Finn Wiebelhaus just getting the rub of the green here with the traffic, is being able to clear it a little bit easier. And this middle sector, the toughest place to clear traffic right now, out of China Beach, through Madness, now 7, hitting the S's. It's so easy to drop time, 4, 5 seconds if you're not careful. Caruana desperate then as he can't get away around Sven Janssen there for Sim RC, and then Jorge Felipe Diaz, who's 3rd overall right now. Look how difficult it is to get any form of clearance right now. This is one of the toughest circuits in all of iRacing to clear when you've got a slower car. This is very much a circuit that in multi-class you find you're in treacle about 70% of the time.
And that's going to be the story of the end of this season as well. In the IVRA Clubsport Series, there's next time out Miami to come, Mexico City after that, and Laguna Seca to round off the campaign. When there's nearly 50 cars in the field, yeah, you understand it's a very, very busy time. And in Louis Valentin into the pit lane. Fabian Siegmann takes the lead. Oh, the car 11 was just 5 minutes away from making it. To be fair, in the championship, they're only 8th, and I do wonder whether that's their biggest target this season. I wonder whether they're aiming more at the end of this race in 2 hours, 4 minutes, not 4.5 minutes time.
I think they can challenge for wins. I don't think here, Ewan, that that's a team that is saying, look, we just want to finish and we want to just get something sorted at the end of this. I think they are a team that can challenge. And what we are noting with a team actually like Delta V is that at halfway, Tailem Bend, for example, is second. Siegmann's actually just got off the road, over through China Beach, has rejoined the circuit without too much trouble, as Guillaume Darunia will now get in behind the wheel. The number 11, he was very, very fast, Guillaume, over in the F1 game a couple of years ago, as in comes Miroslav Svoboda to make the stop for Project 91. But I think what you're really needing to know is there are certain teams out there that want to challenge, and with how strong French sim racing is at the moment in prototypes, you look at Delta V, I think they're 3rd at the moment out of the French teams, because De La Tra for me are number 1 and Blue Mercure are number 2. Delta V, they're the 3rd best team coming out of France at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to compete, hard to disagree. Strong nation at the moment, though, for prototype racing, especially at this level. As Aidan Young is dived by one of the Cup cars, and here comes Dragotta. Outside, he's not going to try all the way around there and dive at 6, I don't think. And indeed, he does stay behind. You say Siegmund's mistake has got him only a 1.5 second lead over Miguel Vigo now, as they go over the line, or they went over the line there. There's probably 3 laps to go, as they went over the line that last time round. So this is a real battle, and as it is in the Sport Class 2, Young versus Dragotta for the halfway points.
Now, here's the issue with the battle that they've had, as they now scrap then a little bit here. Dullatra will do at this point. The issue was Leonardo Dragotta had a bit of a tap there through turn 5 from Matt Caruana, desperately trying to get through for second place for Project 91. And then it was a case for Aidan Young of, I'm not even going to risk it with this driver. He's racing way too aggressively. I'm going to lift out. It allowed the opportunity for Dragotta to go and have a scrap. Hasn't quite played itself off as of yet, but a wonderful scrap going on for third here, as Dullatra now desperately tried to hold off Core, and it's Alexandre Dullatra behind the wheel, who, lest we forget, just a week ago here, Ewan, over in the Endurance Series, pulled a 2-lap gap back to win class.
Well, they're coming from behind a bit less here, but can they perhaps do something in this race as well this week? This last week was the Endurance Series 2026, so nearly 1,000 miles at the Glen. In the end, it went to time after about 8.5 hours, and it was a good way to start 2026 IVRA racing. Of course, the 25-26 season as we run over the winter here. Next IVRA racing will be in this series at the Miami International Autodrome. It's in 4 weeks today, on the 28th of February. Very much looking forward to seeing how endurance racing goes around there, and we'll perhaps talk a little bit more about the future in a moment. But right now, the present is pretty exciting. 1 minute to go in this halfway stage. Siegmund only just in front of Vigo. Delatra's only just in front of Paluch for third position. And in the Sport Class, they're nose to tail for the victory as well, or at least the 34 points that you can call a victory after 2 hours of this 4-hour race.
But you call a win, and you know you got to try and get that lap sorted. Siegmund was very held up behind Grow Racing and Sim RC, and at this stage every team is looking for a battle, is looking for that next point out there, and they're just starting to hit the pit cycle. Ayrton Reutemann in the pits, Maximilian Damm as well, so they're going to sacrifice a lot of points in category. But right now it's a case of, can you throw it down the inside and can you get it? 10 seconds away from halfway.
Here we go, the halfway stage about to be reached, but don't forget they've got to get to the end of the lap here. At side by side between, Delatra's just holding off there, but Paluch is going to go around the outside anyway. He's going to get blocked off by the Sim RC car, and he's got another Delatra's car behind, so the number 8 is going to be causing a bit of grief right now as well. Roman Buckler, that is, just in the background, so there's nose to tail here. Change for second meantime late as well. Caruana gets past Wiebelhaus for second place in the Cup category, because Wiebelhaus is in. So that's going to cost them points for Lion GP. Project 91 are going to get up towards the front. Don't worry about the Lion GP car going to the front for the moment. That will sort itself out in just a moment. But through the final corners, Fabian Siegmund comes over the line, and he will take the full 34 points here after 2 hours at Mid-Ohio this afternoon. In sport, it should be WSR, because into the pit lane now comes the Orion race team as well as the Grow Racing team. These guys were clinging on to halfway. Not many of them can go much further.
Well, here's the thing, they might as well have clung on to halfway, but what you forget is that their box is before the start-finish line, so they're going to really hurt in terms of what they're going to get points-wise at halfway. If they're able to get an extra lap out of it, they would have been home and hosed and be very happy with what they've been able to do. We look at Matt Caruana here now up into second place. Impulse Racing very happy now with the gap they've got. 6 seconds over the damage that Matt Caruana's got. But now, after assessing the points that they've got, it's time to try and work a way to home. And look at this Corsim Racing sandwich on Dullatra bread.
Indeed. It is 88 followed by 1, followed by 8. By the way, the battle for the lead is still pretty close too. These guys shouldn't be able to go too much further now in terms of fuel. Maybe 5 laps or so. At the maximum, they managed 40 laps first time round. They pitted on 49. We're getting to the end of 87. Obviously, factoring in there's caution laps within that, which just makes things a little bit different. Down the straight towards turn 2 again. These three will continue to fight. And while there's so many pit stops happening, the racetrack will just get a little bit quieter as well. So a moment's respite, really, for these guys out the front of the rear, at the front of the race, excuse me.
Yeah, this is a chance to breathe, I think, and drivers who put an aggressive stint in trying to get 2 hours in on the books, they know how tough a circuit like this has been and always will be. So any chance you've got to just have a lap or two to reassess where you need to be, to get to that next stage of the race, I think is critical out of the way that we are putting focus on. So that's going to be worth keeping a bit of a notice on out there at the moment. Worth noting that there is a major contact responsibility of 40 seconds that's gone the way of Ryan O'Connor, currently with the number 60 Solpec car. Spencer Reitzmer, that's the 499 out there. Oh, hey!
They're all in. We're all in at once. Second, third, fourth and fifth, all at the same time. Delatraz, Pelos and Buckler all into pit lane at the end of 88 laps in this race. So 39 laps, even including some of the caution there for all three of them. That is not as long as what Siegmund has done without caution earlier on in this race. So that just shows you. Now then, I wonder if we're going to see some pit stops here, because maximum drive time in this race is 2 hours 40, and none of these guys have stopped yet, or changed drivers yet, I should say. So here come the driver swaps of the day. Christophe Herbiner into 88, Corentin Millereau into car 8, and Pascal Stix is into car number 1 in 62. Stephen McDonald pulls to a stop now, and getting in instead of him will be Brandon Roseborough. Side by side out of the pit lane here. No, not quite there. As they were, is the number 1 car just in front. Pascal Stix remains in the middle of those 2 green machines.
Yeah, you need experience. That's what Pascal Stix brings, and of course was part of that legendary team at Core, which managed to find lightning in a bottle. It used to be a team with Sebastian Job and Freddie Rasmussen in it, a wonderfully classy team it used to be, but they've kept the main driver core with them, to pardon the pun, and this is the level they now race at. Miru then just behind, then the Belgian Habinho then just in front. You are looking around and thinking, God, this is not the easiest place to get back in and working with. And as we say that, we've got leaders in. Marcel Tai will get in, and so too Mobin Khan, the Canadian, then at Satellite, making their first looks in. The 78 as well at Nexus Talk Lab. Charlie Pouillet then jumping out of the car. We'll see who'll jump in next. That's Stephen Cross.
It is all changed at the front of this field. So is Guillaume de Rugna going to get back into the lead here as Marcel Tai gets out onto the racetrack? You can see the red and black car in the background. They're nowhere near. Team Hoytingveld are going to be in the lead of this race. Mobin Khan gets into the Satellite racing car, and so they are not going to be in this race lead at the moment either. It is going to be Team Hoytingveld returning to the race lead just as they have been for so long, and a spin. Meantime, Millereau goes off into the fence through turn 1. Not the first time we've seen a Delatraz car in the wall at turn 1. This time it's Corentin Millereau on his first lap, his first proper lap after pitting and getting into this car.
Well, soon they'll be asking for sponsorship rights there on the exit of turn 1 on the inside if both cars have found themselves in trouble. Miru then looking around the opening corner. Oh, and again, it's the same issue. Just trying to get around the outside, avoid the trouble. And you can see there, it pitches down into the tyres rather than up. So if you're going to nose it in like that, you're going to go in with a bit more speed in that Ligier than you would do in a scenario where you've got a completely flat run that goes through. So that's really tough to deal with for them, and again, just not getting what they want around the outside. There's Marcel Tai, who leads this race, but Mobin Khan really looking to hunt right now, and Marcel, a driver who has been at the team for 7-8 years, and Mobin Khan looking to give that chase and saying, look, no rest period, hour and 53 left in this race. Look, I want to try and win this one as quickly as possible, as into the pits comes Team Floral by Impulse. Chris Shorter's into pit.
Yeah, pit stops happening in Sport Class, in fact, all around at the moment. Well, I'll do a rundown after that's all happened, but in the meantime, Miguel Vigo has just popped himself into the waiting room. So while Satellite Racing are battling for the lead, I think we'll just bring him in and have a brief chat. Miguel, welcome in. Good to have you with us, and thanks for chatting to us mid-race while your car's in a battle for the race lead as well. How was the stint out there for you today? It looks at times for these LMP3s very, very intense in traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm drenched in sweat. You know, it's been hard. I mean, this track always produces some really great racing. You know, the key for us is just try and not lose some time to traffic. And, you know, some of these guys have been a little bit more aggressive than we have, but we just, you know, are trying to be a little bit more better on that. Even if we do lose some time, we just don't want to, you know, just get a penalty for it, as you know, they did tell us that they were going to be watching our passes and all that stuff. So
what's the outlook for the rest of this race here? Because Team Huizinga have been leading for a long time and have got a lot of laps under their belt, but Morbin Khan is just putting the pressure on at the moment in this battle for the race lead. Do you think you guys can overhaul them, and how are you going to do that if indeed you believe you can get to this race win?
yeah, it's just trying to get lucky. I know it's, you know, they're battling pretty hard right now. I think Morbin has a little bit more pace on Marcel, and it's just, you know, then as I just said, that they make the pass for the lead. So now he just needs to kind of relax and get into his rhythm, and hopefully we can just hopefully no more cautions, and you know, we can keep to the strategy and hopefully be okay.
And as you say, Morbin Khan now does take the race lead away from Marcel Time. If there is no more stoppage in this race, if there are no more cautions, what is the plan from here in terms of strategy? How many more stops are we looking at here, and how are you wanting to split those up?
I think we have 2 more stops to go. The caution, from what we saw, eliminated the splash that we would have had to do. So, you know, the plan originally was to try and save those, you know, 2 extra laps worth of fuel to undo that splash at the end, but the safety car kind of helped us out with that. So we should be okay. You know, he shouldn't really need to be saving for the rest of the run. So we'll see how it goes. It's still a long race. Hopefully we can nail in the back.
Well, thanks for coming to join us, Miguel, and chat to us so soon after your stint, and good luck to your team for the rest of the race.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's Miguel Vigo, who chatting to us there from Satellite Racing. Just as they were taking the race lead there, Jake, it did well actually to box Marceau Ty in behind a bit of traffic, and in the meantime, Ty's been overtaken by Guillaume de Runye, and we've got a 3-car battle for the overall race lead right now.
Gotta love it. This is what IVRA is all about. It's an ever-flowing state of teams and drivers who can go and prove that they are the ones at the top to keep notice. And this is where patience is going to be needed. They're not going to get the clearance on the Bumvé GT4 there of I believe, Corentin Guigné, who is there for Sim RC, and that's just where the difference is going to be found. Morbin Khan now trying to find some space to actually use the full taps. Rodrigo Mies, they'll clear for fiercely forward pink. This is what you're starting to find. These drivers want to try and get some space. They want clearance. They want to get away. They want to drive their natural run. As all categories of cars do, the challenge comes from the fact that this is multi-class and you'll have all these cars in close together. But Delta V are there for a reason. Guillaume is a wonderfully fast driver. He's cut his way back to the front with tyres that have taken a couple of laps to get up to speed earlier than Satellite and for Team Huizinga. And, well, I would say the first 5 laps of this is going to be critical as we take a look at Reutemann. This looks like it's not going to be nice here for Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports in the 468 final corner. And, again, just struggling with blinking issues, and that's always going to be troublesome. I shouldn't say too much about it, but I'm not quite sure what the Argentine internet connection is. I'm sure our producer can tell us.
Yeah, I remember it's fine. We can't blame Argentina. It's a 15-second time penalty, by the way. They've still got to serve, by the way, of orbit drop there, so that's still going on. Ryan O'Connor with 40-second time penalty. I don't think I mentioned that so far. Spencer Reitzman has got 5-second recently. Delatra's given a warning for that crash he had through turn 1 earlier, so no penalties given out to anybody there. Maximilian Dam with a 10-second penalty there for a minor incident responsibility with another GT4. Matt Caruana with another penalty, stop and go for a 5-second pit infringement, and Michał Sikorsky in 91 for causing a collision in turn 7 with a GT4 car. So it's all happening at the moment in the steerage room, all happening on the racetrack as well. De Runje is right behind Mobin Khan right now in towards turn 4, and at the moment they're absolutely demolishing Marcel Tai. Siegmund was driving really well at the front of this race. Unfortunately, as Tai has gotten into the car, they've started to drop back their Team Huizenfeld.
They have done, and I don't think Marcel is as strong of a driver as Fabian Siegmann. I don't think he's as strong as Jan Senkowski, who would normally jump in a car like this and prove that they're all conquering and all dominant. So, you know, I think that they are going to be with a lineup that's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to get what they want. I think what they'll be looking for now from the position that they're in is no cautions between now and the end. Just drive it straight out, because we've got such an advantage over Delatraz, over Core, over the second Delatraz car. So I think Delta V will realise that and go, well, if we're dropping the car behind, I don't have to worry about the car behind. I can now just give every single effort of energy to attacking Satellite and trying to take this race lead, or even doing the old, I would say, strategy of, I don't have to overtake you. I sit, I wait, I gain a lap of fuel, I outdo you at the final stop.
Yep, absolutely. Lots of strategy to go on here in LMP3 at the front of the race. We'll just keep an eye on the fight while we bring in another interview. Aidan Young, who has spent much of the race so far in the Sport Class League for WSR Esports. Aidan, welcome in. Good to have you with us. And, well, congratulations on a stint that has seen you in the lead for so long. But just through this latest pit stop strategy, you've come out in second place. Just before we talk about your stint in particular, how's the strategy shaping up between yourself and Orion Race Team at the moment? Pretty even between the two of you, is it?
I'd say pretty even, yeah. I mean, they pit like 2 laps before we do, though. So, I mean, they get kind of an undercut, especially if they're behind us and it's only by like 2 or 3 tenths. When they pit that 2 laps earlier, the undercut is just like they come out like not even like 2 tenths away from a bumper. They're just like right on us. So the whole first lap is just trying to like keep in front of them and not lose the lead. But this time, I mean, I screwed up with the pits. I missed my pit box, so I had to reverse into it, which sucked. But yeah, I mean, Eggy's in the car now. We know we got a car to win this race, so that's what we're going to try and do.
We've talked already to Miguel Vigo, one of the LMP3 drivers, about the traffic around here particularly. How is it as a sport class driver? Because you guys are outnumbering the other classes quite considerably, but I can imagine it's still just as intense for you guys being passed so often.
It's pretty scary, I'm not going to lie. Every corner is like, ooh, LMP3 there, ooh, Porsche Cup there. Out of just nowhere sometimes they'll just appear. Like, I think I was going through Thunder Valley one time and I didn't have anything on my relative, and then all of a sudden, bam, LMP3 to my inside, and I was like, oh, hello there.
And in terms of the rest of this race, I mean, how are you guys going to be separated at the moment? Ever since the caution anyway, it seemed like you guys have been running nose to tail, and it seems difficult to see a scenario where that ends, really. So how is this race going to be won and lost between the two of you?
It's a good question. I don't exactly know if I can answer that, but I mean, I'll try. I think it just comes down to both our teams, a WSR, my team, and then Orion, us being smart. And then, you know, if we want to try and get first and second, then both of us need to be smart, keep our heads, and then fight when we know we can, and then try and keep the rest of the guys at bay with the gap we already have. Because, I mean, 5 seconds is a good gap. If you can just maintain that, well, then you're in good waters. But if you lose it all, it just becomes more stressful, because then instead of 2 cars in the mix, you have 3 in the mix.
Oh, well, just as I say that, your car gets to the inside through turn number 1, and the battle goes on side by side between the two of you. So we'll let you go, Aidan, back to the team and get nervous, I would imagine, for the next couple of hours. But thanks for chatting to us, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, guys. It was nice chatting with you.
Thanks very much. That's Aidan Young, who is part of the WSR Esports setup, who are side by side for the race lead in the sport class at the moment. It was quite a late dive from Eric Grove down the inside, and an unorthodox place to do it, but he might well have made it work here. A Cup car comes through on the right-hand side, but the Mustang has the power on the Cayman, and there's, close, in towards the corner. Grove wide, coming through, and on the outside, Mike Dam tries to retake the position in that Cayman. He's not going to be able to do it for the moment, and Eric Grove gets the race lead. Unorthodox, as I say, Jake, in towards turn 1, but it works, and WSR Esports are in the lead again.
Well, I like that it's unorthodox, because this is the sort of place where there's only one great place to make a pass, and speaking of which, this was the move for the race lead, out of turn 1, up towards the keyhole, the highest section of the circuit, turn number 2, and this was the pass that got it done. Darunia straight down the inside, chucked it on in, and I don't think there was much of an argument there from Mobin Khan, and you know, Guillaume is just quicker. He is going to use that pace and do exactly what he wants to with it, which is start to build a gap and run away. But I like that drivers are having to think a little bit more about where they pass. You can say it's a lot more riskier to pass at turn 1, but this is the sort of circuit, because it's what we quote-unquote say high downforce, in terms of there aren't many massive overtaking places. You are in the lower to mid gears a lot more than you would be at other circuits around the world. This is a track that makes you think, and so these drivers who have to think about it have to go and make a pass in a different place. So I don't think it's a bad thing that Eric Grove tried to make the move at turn 1, made it work going around the outside of turn 2. You have to think outside of the box, because this is a circuit that pretty much sits outside the box.
Well, it certainly does. And we've got about 100 minutes remaining here tonight from Mid-Ohio. While we were chatting to Miguel and Aidan there, by the way, there have been more stops in the Cup class, and Project 91 are now leading again. They didn't take tyres though, Impulse Racing did, so expect that to come down in the next few laps and become a battle. But Darunia and Carr, that's going the other way at the moment. That's going very much in the way of Darunia. He's 7 laps lighter on fuel, but surely that's not making as much of a difference as to pull out a 4-second gap. We've got to give credit to the driver here, haven't we, with in this stint of the race, pulling out such a lead for Delta V Racing?
Well, I'm looking at the times that he's done. Last 5 laps, 17.7, 17.7, 17.2, 18.3, 17.7. And you try and compare that right now with Mobin Khan. 17.6, 17.7, 18.2, 19.2, 19.6. Simply put, Mobin Khan can't hit the traffic as well at this moment in time. He's catching it all wrong, and so that gap, look, again, as he crosses the line, is going to be another 19-something, I think, over the line. No, sorry, it's an 18.8. So, yeah, Mobin Khan just can't find clearance on the traffic, and part of racing around here is that this is a circuit where you are going to get heavier traffic than you will do at other places, because the inherent advantages that you get from an LMP3 compared to a GT4, compared to a Porsche, is in high-speed cornering and top speed. Although that in some areas top speed's pretty much there, it's high-speed cornering that you need. You don't have much of that here as we go on board with Pascal Stix, and this is into China Beach, and yeah, he's following absolutely beautifully at the moment.
Yep. And this is really what the number 1 car needs, because it's not been a brilliant season so far. 2 results outside of the top 5, although consistent, and they've been leading at halfway both times as well, by the way, so they have got more than 90 points from both for the first races. But so far today, it's not quite been as strong in the early stages of the race, but they're getting stronger as it goes along, and maybe that's a good sign. Oh, trouble! One of the LMP3's off there, and it's Project 91, Michał Sikorski, who's found the wall through the carousel. Now, he's very near the pit lane, so I think he's going to be able to get in there without causing a caution here. But let's see. Is he in pit lane yet? He's not there yet. And if he hasn't got drive, then he will be stuck there on the outside of the road. Let's just hold on here and see, because as meantime, side by side, and Sikorski does get to the pit lane. We should stay green here. Miller Rowe gets past Stix, so he was putting the pressure on Herbino, traffic in the wrong place, and Pascal Stix is down a place.
sometimes that's the way it is. Miru's going to be driving angry, trying to get back into this one. Sticks tries to throw on back up the inside, but it's not going to get there. And I can confirm with Project 91, they came together with Grow Racing Team down in what is 5th position currently in the sport category, as the 489 with Marcello Eusebio behind the wheel. It was just coming up through the left-hander, very tough out of Thunder Valley, and basically it's off camber through that corner. You're all trying to run to the outside line, and again, it's the Taylor's oldest time around here. You're going to see it now against that AMG Mercedes. Just not enough room, and round you go. Look, there's the tag on the exit. Bye-bye.
Oh, and just as the grass bank just pitches upwards there, almost accelerates you or ramps you into the wall. And it's the Grow Racing team who are currently running inside the top 5 who were affected. Not affected anywhere near as much as Project 91 Racing team, though, who are into the pit lane and will be there for some time. Now, it looks like Miller, after getting through on Sticks, is going to get onto the back of Herbino here and put the pressure on to his teammate. Now, is there going to be a switch here? They're not going to fight each other, these teammates, at this stage in the race, but they are. Well,
yes, they are.
Hello. It's such a bad idea. I couldn't comprehend them actually doing it, but they were definitely fighting there, weren't they, in towards turn 4? That's just incomprehensible, really, when you've got 2 bullets in the gun and they're fighting with one another.
I don't think so. If you want to prove that you want to be in the top car, there's a sense of I am going to try and defend my position and prove I'm better. Look at the slow-mo there of how easily that Project 91 Ligier just jumps in the air and then has to land back down, almost back on circuit again with that sort of way that it landed. But, you know, when you've got Alexandre Delatrat, who's team boss, he's in the top car because he's the quickest. He chooses who he wants to be alongside him. And I think for next year or in the next couple of rounds right now, I think Christophe Herbino wants to be in that number 2 driver position in the team. He knows that Connor Jupp can be a driver who goes up there to that level. And the more drivers that you bring in, if you're up there and you were one of the quickest drivers and suddenly Miru's proving he's got pace and Berkler you're looking around at, I'd look at that Belgian driver right now going, I kind of want to prove that I'm not just going to be that B-tier driver, but in saying that, look, you are holding me up now, you are giving me time, I am going to lift off. And Miru now is going to set off into the distance, and that distance will only be a second to Marcel Tai in front.
It is close from first to 6th. There's only 10 seconds. It's been a remarkable race so far. And that's, by the way, after more than an hour of green flag running now here in this race at Mid-Ohio. Been remarkably clean considering the dangers we were perhaps seeing in terms of traffic management over the course of today. In sport, Eric Grove still leads ahead of Mike Dam. In the Cup class, Hayden Bramley leads Pascal Costa by a second and a half. And we will now chat to the number 911 driver, Matt Caruana, who was just gotten out of the now race-leading Porsche Cup car. Matt, welcome in. Congrats on a nice first stint out there at the front of the field for the most part. How are you feeling about the current race situation? Impulse catching you a little bit on different strategies, of course, but is it a race situation you're seeing as favourable to you, or are you a bit behind in the game, as it were, right now?
I'd definitely say we're a bit behind. I mean, we had a really good start. I was happy with it. Just a bit unlucky with traffic in the first couple stints, but yeah, no, it was good overall. But then yeah, we had that little incident off the start. Not entirely sure I agree with the penalty, but what can you do? It's race control's decision. Yeah, so switching up the strategy now, just see what we can do.
How has this race been for a Cup driver, being those who have to pass so many sport class drivers as there are in the Clubsport series this season, and get passed by the LMP3s as well, a circuit that everyone was I was expecting anyway, to be very, very tricky in terms of traffic. So far, only one caution. How's it been being in that middle class?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because obviously the LMP3s are really quick around the corners, but then on the straights we've got a bit more top end, so it's definitely interesting. But yeah, I'm also surprised. I thought it would be a lot more hectic, but it hasn't been too bad. In the traffic when you're actually driving, it's quite a hectic trying to get through the GT4s and LMP3s at the same time. But yeah, no, it's quite fun, to be honest.
Yeah, and looks it as well out there on circuit. What has to happen then from this point? I know you're sort of behind it with penalties and so on, and obviously strategy is still to pan out here, but what has to happen here for you to get a good result out of this, and what constitutes a good result as well after everything that's happened today?
I think if we finish on the podium, we'll be happy. I mean, we'll serve this penalty. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we're on a different strategy, so we'll see how that plays out. Trying something new. But yeah, I think first of all, we'll just get this penalty out of the way, see where we come out, and personally, and I think Hayden will agree, we'll try and go for a podium here.
Well, a big thanks, Matt, for coming to chat to us. Good luck for the remainder of the race in car 911, and yeah, again, well done on a good stint out there at the front.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Cheers.
Thanks very much. That's Matt Caruana, who finishes in, finishes his stint rather, in first position. See where he finishes the race a little bit later on. Always difficult, Jake, when you know you've got a penalty hanging over your head, and I'm surprised they didn't actually serve it under their previous pit stop, because you don't know when there's going to be a caution which effectively neutralises the effect of the penalty and brings you back close to the rest of the field again. But in any case, they've still got to serve it, and in any case, they're also on older tyres and Impulse at the moment, who are running them down at the front of Cup.
Yeah, so the gap was 7 seconds, and now the gap is just ticked under 1 second. So Pascal Costa is giving Hayden Bramley nightmares and conniptions at this moment. There's not much you can say except Project 91 are in the limitation mode of what they need. But of course, the 5-second pit infringement, which is a stop and go penalty, it is possibly the most bread and butter penalty that is out there in this series that drivers get done for. I actually had a look down through the rule book. It's actually under Appendix 8.5b, which is saying when entering and exiting their pit stall, drivers have 5 seconds to travel to and from the fast lane. In the driver's briefing, based on the pit speed limit at the track, an approximate distance will be listed, which could be used with the digital spotter software to provide the call to the driver to start to enter the pit box. So what you're looking at here is you're trying to make sure that not everyone's just going to be driving ghosted down the pit lane. It doesn't look, I would say, particularly nice when you do that. And you want to protect all the virtual pit crews that are out there in play. So that's why the 5-second rule is in play. It gets drivers back out in the fast lane. It makes pitting feel a lot more easier and more of a challenge for those drivers to actually turn and reach their box. And I quite like that the rule is in play. But a lot of drivers, they think, oh, I'll just cruise into my box the way I want to, and it's so easy to pick it up, because in any other race, there's no penalty for doing that.
There's a little shot of Michał Sikorski's rather damaged LMP3, which is still being repaired at the moment. Nearly 8 minutes old, that pit stop now. Unfortunately, that stopped them to 11th. This promoted Alec Bergstrom in the Moradness car to 10th place now. Still running 2 laps down, still soldiering on in this race. Trying to salvage something, really. As meantime, the LMP3's through traffic again. It's much more of a constant stream of 1 or 2 cars now, rather than the absolute madness you see on these restarts, but there's still a lot happening here. Marcel Tai off for a spin there. And so that's where they've gone, down to 6th position. They're now over 20 seconds off the race lead. Unfortunately, ever since Marcel Tai took over from Fabian Siegmann, this race has been not going so well for Team Huizinga, and that's a solo spin.
It's so easily done there, because they get stuck behind a car that's slower. You're coming up over the crest, and they chose just the wrong time to hit the brakes there and try and avoid it. So the rear, as they came over the crest, would step out, and when you've got a car that's going loaded through that left, and then you've got to flick it over to the right, the S's is probably the most underratedly difficult part of the circuit. So easy for a little spin there when you're not thinking. And so Marcel Tai, on what was just a tiny dab of the brake to avoid running into the back of the car in front, suddenly you're going to drop a number of positions. Now, as you were, gentlemen, de la Tra, Court de la Tra, the sandwich has returned.
It has. They are still, though, further away from the race lead than before, as they now go through Thunder Valley. Stick's going to try and follow through here on Miller Row. He's not going to manage it. Herbino, he's going to have to go round the outside through the carousel as well, which is going to be awkward, but he's going to manage that. And Styx is now right in behind here with 90 minutes remaining. This, meantime, is the battle for the the Cup Class lead, sorry. Bramley versus Costa into turn 2. Around the outside for Pascal Costa is not going to yield him any returns there, but it will be turn 4 where he's looking at right now. Into the slipstream he gets. Will there be a move? He'll want to get us through as quickly as possible because they're on the better strategy right now. That pit stop under caution was a masterstroke, and it's got them into a position of effective race leaders. In towards turn 5, side by side with Hayden Bramley, almost touching between the two of them. Costa still there. Great respect shown between these two. Costa on the outside for 8 and 9. Surely he can't go all the way round there. It would be spectacular. He's going to manage it, is he? There's slight contact. Out of the turn. Through Thunder Valley they go. He'll be on the inside in time for the left-hander. And surely this will give him the place. Bramley throws it in. He's not giving up yet. Oh, and Costa finally shuts the door on him. An amazing fight. Pascal Costa gets into first position. You wouldn't know that there was a difference in tyre between the two because Hayden Bramley fought on hard, but eventually had to give it up through the carousel.
It's such smart driving by the pair of them. They realise there's a tyre difference. They're going to fight for it. And at no point did they feel like they were ever out of control of the cars that they had then. It was a wonderful scrap between them. They both showed a lot of maturity and patience. They didn't get, I would say, spooked in the middle of those moves to try and get them done. It's just great driving. And that's why you look at Pascal Costa and taking the race lead is big. Hayden Bramley, by comparison, I would say if you'd lost that position, I would give no advantage to that move. I would have immediately come down, get the strategy back on kilter if you possibly can to get that penalty served, that stop and go. So I'm looking at that and what they need. The question's going to be how much are they going to be dealing with? It's Bryce Rodriguez who will be next chasing them down in the 988, which is PT Autosport X Sim to Real. They have a wonderful sim pipeline that gets them to real world racing as well. It's a wonderful series that I've been able to cover on a couple of occasions, actually, what their E-Series has done to get new drivers into it. But wonderful move, has to be said. Consistently a wonderful battle at the front there of your Porsche 992 category.
And there's the rather stricken Michal Sikorsky still there. They need to get out for points again in the next hour or so, or now indeed in the next 45 minutes. They're dropping rapidly through the sport class field, as are Delta Sport, who've actually got a meatball next to their name now as well, and a black flag. So it's all happening for them. Smiley Esports look like they might be out the race, although Visceral Esports in the Cup Class, who had an engine change earlier, are still in the game. So this is still a pretty complete field, really, when you consider we are almost 2/3 of the way through this race. I posed the question to Aidan Young about how this race is going to be settled between WSR Esports and Orion Race Team. Didn't really seem to have an answer, and fair enough, there's a long way to go. But I'm not sure I have an answer either, really. It just looks like these two might well just fight till this race is complete and they're told to stop, really, because they can't be separated right now.
I think the car that will cross the line ahead of the other will win the race. I think that's
nice.
The strategy from both of them. That's
good. That is always a good. That often works, you know. Often works. We'll see how they get there.
What's it?
95%
of the time, that's the strategy that ends up winning the race.
Probably more. Yeah. Although ironically, not in this series in round 1. So there you go. Anyway, that's penalties and stuff. We'll see how they fight with one another in the meantime. Bit wide that time. Bit wide from Eric Grove. Just had to pull it back to the racing line there. See whether Mike Dam can maybe capitalise on that, or whether he even wants to here in the Cayman. Size difference between them is remarkable. Just two different ways about thinking about a sports car. And Grove is able to hang on to the background. Look at that in the background, though. The battle for second, which it now is, because they've all caught satellite, is coming into shot. 4 LMP3s in a line.
I wouldn't want to be in the way of that. If I'm in full honesty, I don't want 4 LMPs trying to jump through those LMP3s. So if you're the leaders, you're going to have to be very brave and bold. And actually there, the car behind them trying to stay out of the way, Oscar Wilkins then for Visceral Esports. That gives everyone the chance to come together. And now you've got to leave the room here through Thunder Valley into the very, very difficult turn number 11 on track, and they all get the clearance sorted. So suddenly it's all going to go on in front. But the way that it's been going about this race and looking at that Porsche Cayman in comparison to the Mustang, it's been like, Ewan, watching a father and son play a game of peekaboo out there, because that's the difference in size for the cars.
There is a massive difference between the two. You see that on the top of your screen? Well, we follow car 88 on the bottom here. Only just over halfway through a stint here, by the way, in LMP3, so still got a long way to go. Well, I'll say that. We're rattling off the laps very quickly. 25 laps now complete, so it's probably more close to 2/3 actually of the stint complete towards turn 4, and Satellite under real pressure here. They've all got to think, I think, though, about how they're going to deal with the race leader at the moment. Guillaume de Runye is on a different strategy, yes, but where does he factor into all of this by the end? At the moment, he leads by 18 seconds.
Biggest threat for the race win, in my view. Doesn't matter if you're on a different strategy or not. He had one goal over the course of this stint, Ewan. It was to go and put time into everybody else. And what has Delta V done right now in this race? They've put time into everybody else. With an hour and 22 to go, the only thing that will stop Delta V, I think, at this moment, would be a very poorly timed safety car that puts them in the wrong position. Speaking of position, a change in sport. Mike Dam now to the front of this field. At the moment, it's a game of hopscotch right now. You put one beanbag down on the floor and you try and go over the top of it, and it seems to work right now. They're happy just to take their turns at the moment, but at some time the playtime bell's going to start ringing.
Let's see when their next stop's going to be as well. They're about 25 laps through as well. Orion pitted 2 laps earlier than WSR though, so there's the difference there. This is the moment where it changed earlier, so they weren't particularly close at the beginning of this clip, so there must be a bit of sliding 992. That's the 911 car, and it's going to go deep here into 9. Oh right, and off in the marbles. Eric Grove goes wide and Mike Dack gets through. There's a flash of the lights from Eric Grove that really says what he thinks about the battle.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that says, look, I didn't really want to make that pass, but if you're going to make it that easy for me, I've got no choice. That's not your fault that you've got a car sliding about there on old tyres trying to hold itself together, as we watch Alec Bergstrom then making his progress through the field. But, you know, Orion are in this race and they're looking to go out there for victory. WSR are also in that same position, and you've actually got to give a lot of credit here to this Orion race team, because they've lost over the last 2 years 2 very experienced drivers that pretty much propped up their legacy for a decade and a half in João Vaz and Ilkka Harpala. So the way that they're having to respond back here in this sport category with Mike Dam, they're doing a really good job of steadying the ship and saying, look, we might have lost some really good drivers, but we're still challenging.
On board with the Satellite Racing car, just going around the sport class contenders again, as they're having to do pretty much every lap at this moment. It's the stage in the race we're in, really. Been racing green flag now for an hour and a half since the first and so far only safety car of the day. And that has given us this rather stretched out field now at this race, into the final third indeed of the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. These guys still battling away for second, and you'd think that Corentin Millereau will be trying to get through as quickly as he can here, because they're all trying to chase Guillaume de Runye. The gap, to be fair though, has come down just in a little bit of traffic for the race leader this time round, so 16 seconds now the gap, which is, I say, just a little bit less than what we've been seeing earlier on because of traffic.
Here we go.
But here we go, yeah. Millereau is down the inside of Khan, and there's contact. He goes for a slide, and Khan is going to hold on to second.
The keyhole's the place where you can take that outside line and it's all right. He tried to pinch back down. That was a little cheeky there from the likes then of Satellite, and now it forces the defence over into that next section. So Core realising that, look, car's vulnerable, I've got to try and go for it on the inside. Now there's two pieces of traffic, so you realise that, no, I can't really go and capitalise on that move because, the circumstances around this course aren't letting me. Thomas Fisher, the Satellite GT4 car, and Christian Jung at RJD. So, look, it's a chance. It is just that, a chance, but really a section where Miru got away with contact there, and Mobin Khan might have to have a little bit of a look about what happens when you're in a second. There's the other one going through, so now Dullatra trying to get together.
Yeah, indeed. But it is the helpful thing about having two bullets in the gun, as it were. You can try and use them both to get up into second in this case, but Milero not able to get past Khan that time round. He does have Pascal Stix to worry about, but if Christophe Herbinot could take that pressure off, then that would be helpful. There's the Satellite, or one of the Satellite Racing BMW GT4s. It's been passed there through turn 2 and onto the straight. They all follow along for the slipstream here. Herbinot seems to have disappeared completely. He's just off the bumper shot there. About 3/4 second back. There goes Milero. It's a late dive to the inside and Khan. But what a move it is. Surprise attack into turn 4. Round the outside through 5. And he's going to be in the second position here, surely. He dives into 6. He's still there, is Mobin Khan. And actually, it's Pascal Stix he's going to worry about more now. Who's on the inside for turn 8? Oh, he has to back out of it. He wasn't very far alongside. There goes Herbinot. He's not waiting around either. He gets down the inside of the reigning champions now. Fourth position, side by side through Thunder Valley. He's just going to back out of it here as traffic is playing a role. He has to back out. They was going to be boxed in anyway. And he's going to go back to the inside again. It's a great battle. Milero up to second place, and Mobin Khan's all at sea at the moment. Here comes Pascal Stix.
Well, this is what you got to worry about here. It's attack or be attacked at the moment. Inside of turn 1, that's comfortable for Pascal Stix, and realises that he was only stuck behind for half a lap, but that half a lap's about a second that he's now got to try and hunker back down in. If Herbinot wants to go and make some progress here, he's going to have to get by pretty fast as well, and I would argue that he'll be looking down at China Beach turn 4 as the place where to go and make that move. This is going to be a really important 5 minutes right now for Satellite, because this is the, I would say, heavyweight boxing equivalent of running into about 3 right hooks from Mike Tyson.
This is quite a fight for second position. Mobin Khan, though, is not getting the rub of the green right now. Herbinot is next in line, and he's not going to be able to get through on this lap by the look of things. Guillaume Darunia, meantime, comes into the pit lane. 118 laps now complete in this race, so that is one more stop from now to the finish. His problem is that for the others, their stops will be that little bit shorter.
Yes, and so you're always trying to build a buffer margin out there at this point, and so Delta V are in a very precarious position. If it's like this all the way to the end, they're absolutely fine here, Ewan. The issue they're going to run into is, can we keep the buffer margin of 15 seconds? That will be more than enough to get them home and hosed. But if there's a safety car, then there's nothing that they can do about it. As in the bottom right, they are absolutely throwing haymakers at each other, Herbinot and Mobin Khan. You are looking at the Delta V race, and you are praying that everyone's going to be nice amongst each other and they're going to play ball. That is wonderful around the outside, but can you force the pick compared there with Finley Jones and the Thomas Enger car? Answer is no. Oh, that's just great work, Christophe Herbinot, and they've all finally got the clearance that they've been asking for what I think has been the last 10 or 12 laps.
Yeah, somebody's just making those tyre tracks in the gravel. So they come back onto the racetrack through turn 9, through the end of the lap here for these guys again, and a bit more traffic this time round. So gaps are starting to open here. Pascal Stix able to get away from Herbinot versus Khan. Just seeing that Khan is just losing a bit of speed here towards the end of this stint, and they are towards the end of the stint now. Only 36 laps last time from Delta V Racing. If that's the case for some of these guys, they'll be coming in only 4 laps time. So we're well and truly in the midst of another pit stop cycle here.
we are, and so everyone's going to be turning around at this and saying, how much countback are we going to have to do between now and the end of this race? If everyone's jumping in on cycle, pit lane's going to be a busy place. And the thing we haven't really talked about this is we take a look at Lion GP Fenster in an absolute, that's why they find themselves turned around. PT Auto Sport Sim to Real. That would have been a battle for position, and that was a little bit too elbows out for my liking for Bryce Rodriguez. So Nico Schiffer, I think, has quite a lot of understandable upsetness about him at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tight through turn 8 and 9, but that's where the tyre tracks have come from in the gravel. And so, mystery over there. Line GP dropped down and they're into the pit lane now for some time, which is a bit of a shame. So Impulse Racing still leading in that category, 8 seconds as well. They're very much controlling that race as well. Who's going to win overall though is still very much a mystery. I think these guys might be closer to Darunya than maybe we've been giving them credit for so far. I think Delta V Racing probably are still ahead in the race, but got to remember the shorter stop that these are going to have for over the course of the final 2 is going to be, it's going to start to play into the hands of these guys, and who knows how close it will be when they've made those.
I think it's going to be a very hard-fought battle, especially once the final stops have come into play and we sort of see where the rub of the green has put drivers. I do want to point out, though, that sport has become a very interesting category because WSR are now down to 3rd. They've lost the place to Fiercely Forward Pink, and Rodrigo Mies, who has quietly been going about his business, hunting down the front of the group. So if you're starting to wonder how important these battles are at this stage, they're trying to chase down the championship leaders at the moment who haven't had a win through the first 2 rounds. And by comparison, that Fiercely Forward Pink team and the 4-1-2, well, they come into today 10th in the championship. They got a very measly 3 points out of the bend. That's the reason why they're on the back foot trying to work up.
To turn 2 again for these 2 leaders who just started to ghost away from the other. Oh, and trouble in the background for Herbigno. I think he made contact with that GT car, or that Cup car. If he didn't, then he's had his own incident there, his own slide and half spin. He had a blink as well, connecting. So it's all happening for Herbigno at the moment, and he's worked so hard to get past Khan. Now he's going to have to redo it all over again here with 3 seconds now to the leaders. Here it is again. Closing on the 9.89 here. Oh, looks to the inside when there really isn't a gap there, to be honest.
No, you're right. That's a little bit aggressive if you're trying to get by Elliot Budzinski out there on track. And so you're thinking about how predictable you need to be at the keyhole, turn 2. It's a corner that I think as a profile doesn't have any real-world comparison anywhere else out there in the world of motorsport. It's a hairpin 180 degrees. We see a lot of those, but it's slightly off camber, and it's got a big drop down through the second part of it. So you're fighting to say, well, there's 2 lines you can take. You can hug the curb at the inside, which was the attempt by Herbigno, or you can lisk out a little bit by about a car length and a half, and then diamond off the exit of the corner and attack back in. I think the closest now you can get is maybe the final corner over at Sepang, and so that will be a huge difference maker out there when you're seeing, okay, what do I need to do in order to make this work? So oh no, don't tell me there's been a drop right now for Mike Dam. No, he's okay.
Oh dear. So I thought he was in the pit lane. Eric Grover's dropped back as well, so Fiercely Forward and Sim RC are closer than I thought, actually, in terms of this battle for the race lead. But Mike Dam's now on his own, although very nearly he wasn't in the session at all there. It's nervy times for absolutely everybody at the moment as this race winds down. We are not far away from the penultimate stops of the day, I think, for everybody, certainly for the overall race leaders.
Yeah, they'll be eyeing up their stops and saying, have we done enough? 4 hours feels very much a case of sprint-ish out there in terms of what they're looking for, and they can go out there and be aggressive. Look at the weaving on the bottom of your screen for third right now. LMP3 is where all the battling seems to be at. And Mobin can't give actual credit here, not giving this one up. He's trying to use every trick in the book, get as close as I can, effectively buzzing the tower there for Ryan Huffer, SRN Motorsports Black, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to stop Herbinho from trying this one round the outside. We've seen it work so well. Oh, that's just beautiful. You can just frame that as a work of art, as a move, Ewan. You could try 100 times to try and stop that move. You can try everything you like. You can pinch. You can do whatever you need to. That is just a classy pass.
Well, very nicely done from Herbinho, and he's up to third again. You can argue that he's cost himself time automatically there with the getting stuck behind Khan for another few laps and then having to pass again, but even so, into the pit lane meantime for Mobin Khan. Cuts his losses now, and that's probably the best idea on lap 125. So 36 lap stint from him. Some others though going that a little bit further in this race now. So we go on board with Pascal Stix meantime in the battle for the race lead. Quentin Miller only just in front here.
Yeah, Miru's done well to get himself back up into that position, but they know they've got to start really working these times compared to Delta V. Guillaume Darunia did a 17.1 on the last lap, Miru a 17 flat, so they are matching pace at the moment with their threat that's half a minute down the road on a slightly elongated strategy, and you see the windscreen wipers going there on the car of number one, Core Sim Racing, the reigning champions in category. Now that won't be for any rain that's out there on circuit. There's no threat of that here today. In fact, it's going to get even sunnier as the evening rolls on through. It's actually to get rid of the dust and debris that comes off of the cars here. So you'll get the marble build-up around there. In comes Miru for that stop. But what you'll also get, as well as the discarded rubber, is you'll get the grass and the gravel that gets kicked up onto the windshield. Any bugs that are out there that you just get plastered, and you see that time and again. You look around and it's a constantly evolving place out there. It's why in open wheel you get, I think, 10 to 12 tear-offs on the visor. Here, you don't get a car tear-off, so to speak, but you know that by the time you get into that stop, you know, your car is going to look very worn and used by the time when it rolled off the factory shelf, so to speak.
It's part of the beauty of it when they've been racing for so long, especially. Here meantime is Pascal Costa in the category that's probably most settled at the moment. Impulse Racing, the championship leaders, are maybe on their way to a first race victory this season in the Cup category. Nearly 20 seconds in front of Hayden Bramley now. I think they can afford even to make a four-tyre change here, although I don't think they will. Maybe they will, actually, I don't know. But they could probably afford to.
I think what they're looking at in terms of this race is just to settle themselves down. They've got a gap. They know the strategy's different. I don't think they've got to worry too much. They've just got to keep their nose clean between now and the end of this race, and they are in a really strong position. So this is what Impulse have been looking for time and time again. You just want to give yourself as much of a chance as possible. They've been nearly drivers. They have taken every single halfway stage, but at both the Bend and Mazzano, they can only manage third. So they're trying to buck the trend here. They're 39 points ahead of the 989. And let's be quite frank here about today here. That 989 team have not had a great day at the office.
It started out so well, but yeah, unfortunately at the end of the day, it's not going to be what they were hoping for. Unfortunately, Elliot Brzezinski, who is currently driving there. Everybody in here, apart from Team Huizenga, by the way, on lap 127. So it's time in LMP3 to see the final, or the second to final stops. 6 p.m, by the way. The race will end just after 7. Sunset is about 8 o'clock here at Mid-Ohio at this time of year. So we should be fine as far as daylight is concerned. Now, Christophe Herbinho, 24-second stop. Same for Corentin Millero. Delatraz Automotive are doing something different here to try and get ahead of the rest, and it's gotten Millero up ahead of Guillaume Darunia at the moment.
taking the short stop now to try and get on the same cycle, I think, as Delta V, which I think is a good decision, because what you then have to do is battle Guillaume de Rugna in this race. And if Miru has to battle, and he's going to make life very difficult on that pass, even if his strategy doesn't work out there on this stop, Ewan, the strategy that could work is the PC design Dulatrar strategy. So this is a hedged bet that I think works really well for Dulatrar, having 2 entries in the class.
And their one lap later is Marcel Ty. A whopping 39 laps again there from Team Hoisingveld. So if they can make this fuel strategy work, then they might have a chance here. But I mean, they just haven't got the speed in these last couple of in this last stint from Marcel Ty, unfortunately. There's nothing they can do in terms of drive time. They can't get Fabian Siegmund back into the car. And that is a real shame.
Oh, there's an issue. Turn 2, sorry, Mike Dam, Orion 444, who were the leaders. They have come together, I think, with Fiercely Forward Pink, so they will both gingerly get back out onto circuit, but that is not going to help either of them in terms of what they were looking at, especially as Mike Dam had just come out the pits.
Yeah, so are the Fiercely Forward car. They are both on outlaps there, and how they were even close together in the first place is a bit of a mystery, because before the stops they weren't. Now, this is on the way out, so that Fiercely Forward car is still on the racetrack there. The second lap for Fiercely Forward, and the first out lap for Orion. Fiercely Forward down the inside, barreling down the inside. They spin, and they hit Mike Dam. Well, is that 2 of the big contenders in sport taken out in that moment there down at turn 2?
I think you have to look at that. There was every attempt to try and get it slowed up. I'm not sure the Anthill mob, with all the feet they have available, they could have asked the Flintstones as well to try and get them to stop on the brakes. That wouldn't have worked either. So, you know, Rodrigo Meads was doing everything he could to get that stopped. Mike Dam left all the room in the world and a bit more, and still didn't have enough space to get that one clear. It's very tough for Orion, and they now know that they have just been given a golden ticket, and it's not for them, it's for WSR and SimRC.
Meantime, Pascal Stix is right on the back of Christophe Herbigno for 3rd position. Stix has spent a long time staring at the back of Dillator's Automotive LMP3s in the last hour or so, and he's about to spend another hour staring behind one, I would have thought. He gets into the back of it through turn 5. Has a look down the inside at turn 6 as well. This is intense right now, and just behind them is a Solpet Precision Racing car. That's from Paris Charles. That car 60 is 1 lap down, by the way, so this is just a 2-car fight.
It's very close there, having to try and get by David Barraclough over at Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. They are having to take as much risk as possible to get around everyone at this point as they change for the lead and Delta V go through and make that pass. So that is Guillaume de Rugna getting the clearance through, and that was actually with lap traffic, and there was a turnaround from Miru on Spencer Reitzmer at Echelon Sim Sport, who end up facing the wrong way, and that's why the lead's changed.
Okay, so just as they take 1 step forward, it's 2 steps back again for Delastraz Automotive. Meantime, the clock ticks down. In the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, there is just 1 hour remaining, and there are lead changes happening. They will be right to the very end. Will Delatraz get in trouble for that? Will Millero be in trouble for that? I suspect so, to be honest. We will wait and see what the stewards say. But one thing is for sure, Guillaume de Rugna has got his lead back again with 1 hour to go, and Delta V Racing suddenly maybe in a strong position here. It's impossible to read at the moment, though, this race.
Well, I think the gap you've got to be cautious of is 6 seconds over to the other Dulatrar Cup. Now, you have to be patient in the number 8. You know, Echelon isn't going to have that much pace. They can hold the same mechanical grip through the middle of the corner, but you have to, when you make contact, lift out of it. That's what we call driving through a car on the exit, and you cannot do that in any circumstances. And stewards look at that and go, well, if you tried to do that in the real world, you'd be causing a lot of damage to not only your car but your opponents as well by doing that. You can get away with it a little bit more in sim racing, and I think Meru, the steward, should have a dim look at that, because that's just impatience.
Pascal Sticks then into the slipstream here of the Tertial Automotive car in front. In the slipstream on the way down towards turn 4. Herbinot in front, and he brakes. Oh, he's got it stopped in time there, Herbinot. He just braked late though. Outside for Sticks again. Looks left and right. Left again. Sticks is only just alongside. Here he goes right round through turn 6. Inside for 7. Oops, the outside for 8 and 9 though, and there's contact. Oh, he saves it. Pascal Sticks saves it only just. That could have been disastrous. It was so close to an off-track moment there.
There was nothing between them. It was a case of Herbinot was trying to dictate there through the S's what line he wants to take. He moved across as leader of Cup, decides to come in and make a stop there in Pascal Costa. But you look at Pascal Sticks in terms of how to hold a car like that. He soared away at that wheel like a carpenter. Look, 2 tyres up in the air, then he gets the grip after the contact, and he's now trying to fight it down the hill there. Another tank slapper, trying to find the grip, managed to do so. And that is as scary as a moment you can find, because any driver with lesser reactions than that, Ewan, and they're in the wall on the left, they're over in the grass on the right, they've either dropped 15 seconds or the car.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary save, really, from the race leader. Oh, well, the previous race leader, not now. Pascal Sticks, who's down in 4th place for now. There's the view from the pace car as lots of sport class cars now come into the pit lane, but still not the leader, Corentin Guinet. So is he stretching it out to go all the way to the end after this stop, I wonder? It's not out of the realms of possibility, I suppose. We will have to wait and see. But I think they are perhaps a little bit short. They need to go a little bit longer, I would say, but they're in right now. So maybe they've done enough, maybe not. But let's see as Corentin Guinet comes into the pit lane from the race lead. Some guys clearly believing if they save fuel and they go longer, they might be able to cut out a pit stop compared to the rest.
I think the only way they do that's with a safety car here, Ewan. It's an 85% tank. So what that means is the top 15% of the fuel tank, they put a restrictor on it that says, look, you can't use that part of the tank. You can only use 85% of it. We talk about how it's traditionally about an hour and 5 that you can get out of GT4, an hour to an hour and 5. So you're looking at taking 15%. You're looking at about 55 minutes, 50 to 55 minutes out there on a stint. That's close. Hey, Pascal can't get that close to the back, and that's how quickly it can go wrong. But going back to the point, 15% of the fuel tank gone. I think they need some slow pace laps to get themselves enough to get home. Because if they have a big, safety car, 15 minutes, that's enough. And you expect with a field as jumbled like this, one safety car, you'll get that long one as they now start to work themselves trying to get around that Borussia car that's giving them no help.
Well, it's still traffic affected, this battle at the moment. And a lot of maths to be done down there in the sport class. Still a lot of cars not having come in yet, by the way. The top 5 in the sport class not having come in yet, but the majority of the top contenders have done, and it's put WSR Esports in the lead by 6 seconds over Sim RC. Impulse Racing will be leading in the Cup class over Carlar by 3 seconds when Team Checkmate decide to make their pit stop, as they do right now. And Delta V Racing are leading by less than a second over the 8th car. Let's ride on board though with Pascal Sticks here on RaceSpotTV in the IVRA Clubsport Series of 2025-26. This is the battle for 3rd position, and we'll go quiet for a moment, let you enjoy the sights and sounds of this battle with Pascal Sticks versus Christophe Herbinot. here at 49 minutes remaining in this race, the IVRA Clubsport Series for 2025-26. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Jake Sperry, taking you to the checkered flag tonight with Ramiro Augustin Cisneros behind the cameras. We've got pit stops here, and not at the point I was expecting them, to be honest with you, Jake. Herbinot and Sticks both deciding to come in. Oh, sorry, Sticks and Paris Charles, rather, deciding to come in with just less than 49 minutes to go. The urgency with which they came in there almost would suggest to me there's somebody stopped out there that would constitute maybe a caution in the next couple of moments. But Sticks coming in now is a little bit of a curveball to me, I must admit.
I think what you're looking at here is, I'll take my short stop now. If there is a safety car, we can jump on it. Oh, that was close there for Visceral. Be careful about that rejoin. But you're looking for, okay, if I take this stop now compared to 20 minutes to go, what track position am I going to lose? Because if you are going to take that stop now, going to give yourself some air to go and breathe and work with, you can then attack the remaining stages of this race. And I think that's what they're looking for here is, let's take the safety car out of the picture here. If it happens, we're in a position to try and capitalise. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. So that's where I think they're looking at here. Would I do it? No, I'd probably want a car that's as light as possible for as long as possible, and you don't do that with that strategy. So I'm turning around, I'm looking at it, and you know, they're champions for a reason. Let's maybe not question why they're making that move.
And I suppose as well, they were stuck behind Herbinot. We were following on board there and enjoying the low rumble of an LMP3 engine, and he just wasn't getting past. So it does make sense in that respect as well. He is now behind Brandon Roseborough, though, so that doesn't help. And, well, where is he going to go now? Because there's 3 wide in front of him in towards turn number 1. The 997 car was right with him. Meantime, Pascal Costa has just made a bit of a splash and dash as well. I think perhaps for the same reasons you were saying for Pascal Sticks, get out of the way earlier, and then you can... then you don't have to worry about a caution setting you back too far in the end of this race. Fascinated to see, though, and find out when Derunha and Miller and Herbinot have to come into pit lane. Maybe it's going to wait. We're going to have to wait at least another 10 laps to find out or so. But fascinated to see when they come in and indeed where they come out compared to Sticks, because Sticks, out of the 4 of them, if we're counting this as a top 4, he had the shortest stop to go, and it was only 11 seconds for him. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the others have still got to take here.
I am as well, and I think that's going to be the telling factor, that you're looking for a way to find your advantage. And if you think you got it on the fuel numbers, go out there and prove it. And now they're in a position where they've got a very fast Brandon Roseborough in that number 60 in front that they've got to try and work with. Now, that is a battle for position out there on track, but of course Roseborough still has to make that final stop. But I would never be too upset to be behind Solpec in this position, and especially the championship leading Solpec car at the moment, with just 2 points splitting the top 3 in the championship, and Core, of course, 25 points back off them right now, 4th overall.
It's fascinating that so many of the top contenders in this race are also up there in the championship. I suppose the number 8 car is the only exception to that, really. It's been great to see this at the start of this season. How damaging could this be, though? Pascal Sticks is stuck behind Brandon Roseborough. He's got heavier fuel load than him. They're on the same length of tyres in as far as they're worn down. And so surely what he's replaced here is being stuck behind Christophe Herbinot for being stuck behind Brandon Roseborough. And I think Herbinot at the moment in this race is a bit quicker, so surely this is a downgrade at the moment for Sticks and something he could really do without.
Well, last lap, they lost 1.3 seconds to Delta V Racing. Now, let's see what lap time they do. It was an 89 from Pascal Sticks on that last go by. There was a bit of traffic to go and work with. This time it will be a bit easier, 17 flat. So that's compared to a 17.5 of Guillaume Derunha. So when you look at it like that, he's going quick enough where you don't need to make the pass, and I think that is a very telling fact. Oh, and now they're fighting. So this is where you got to realise here, if you're Brandon Roseborough, that's not your race buddy.
Yeah, it's not his race at all here. And nevertheless, and indeed going back to the racing line as well when he maybe shouldn't have in towards turn 2. But anyway, he sticks behind, and yeah, this is not good for Sticks at all. Carlisle, meantime, are leading in the Cup class because of Impulse Racing's recent stop. I can't imagine Carlisle are going to get to the end of the race, to be honest, but we'll wait and see. They're currently 12 seconds in front of Impulse Racing, who only have 5 seconds of a fuel to do anyway. There's the dive, and there's the spin! No contact, but Roseborough gets into the marbles, and he goes out, spinning out wide. So he's off into the grass, and that's an important pass for Pascal Sticks to move to 6th position.
Must make, and that slide from Brandon Roseborough, I think you could say, was one that was, you know, inevitable if they get pushed offline. It's very tough. You get a lot of discard there at turn 9, so you're starting to stare down the barrel of, okay, where do I do more? Now in comes Mobin Khan then from Satellite to make that stop, and they'll be looking at this going, well, what could be for us? Because they were right up there at the pointy end. It goes through, no contact, just can't carry the same speed. That's just desperation to try and hold the place and not knowing when to cede the position there. So the championship leaders then finding out that this is one which they'll look back in at the end of the results of the season and go, yeah, not quite what we wanted. Here's Scherer.
We've not seen very much of them, actually. John Atkinson Jr. in 10th at the moment, in front of Coulson Racing. Or behind Coulson Racing, I should say. See them right in front. The gap to the leaders, about half a minute to BSR Esports in this race, but who can make it to the end? Can anybody make it to the end here? Civ RC we had question marks over, but Team Flora by Impulse and the other Impulse Racing car both went 2 laps even further than they did. So I'm sceptical at the moment as to what this sport class looks like right now. Atkinson, though, dives down the inside. That was big fuel saving from Core Sim Racing. It looked like a big lift off in towards turn 2. Atkinson not doing that, flies down the inside and goes through.
Tom Kunath then understanding in that Core Sim Racing GT orange car that I might want to try and use that as a way to understand my position. Defensive line by Atkinson Jr., and that will just stay as it is for those two as they go 9th and 10th. And I do think that different teams now, as they're looking at 40 minutes to go, have different understandings. The timing of where that safety car came out has really put the idea of either you are sprinting this one home or you are saving this one home. It is both extremes out there rather than a case of, oh, I'll just have 20 minutes at the end and it'll be fine because it's just a little splash and dash to get me home. It is a case of either we're going aggressive to try and just make the time up, or we are desperately trying to save it to make sure we're home.
Yeah, well, indeed. There's going to be a real toss-up going on about that. Because some people will be making their final stops very, very soon here in other categories. Have they already made them in the sport class, though, is the question we're asking for the next 40 minutes or so. 5 seconds the gap for Guillaume de Runye. Every time he comes out the pit lane, he seems to be further back than when he went in, for whatever reason. But also, when he exits the pit lane again, he's sort of back to where it was. And Millero is seeing that right now. I wonder whether the fact that de Runye has effectively done most of these stints on a slightly lower fuel load than the other Delatraz cars and Satellite Racing and Core Sim Racing, I wonder whether that's really helped de Runye to sort of keep a race lead here, despite the fact they are in a worse position fuel-wise.
It does make you question, and I think that great drivers are able to get the best out of their cars in various situations better than others. De Runye is one of those drivers that I think could be someone who can go up to that next level, can be a big challenger. It depends on what he gets out of his team. Whoa, over the top of the bumps and trying to find a way safe there through the final couple corners. A big scare. Was that Visceral again? It was, you know.
Yeah, it is. The dark Porsche. They're not having a good day, Visceral. They are still down in 9th. They were hoping for some cars to go off in front of them. They're still 21 laps down off the next car, unfortunately. So they're getting towards the stage now where they know that they're not going to be able to gain any more places. This is a replay. Hoisingveld slipping through into Thunder Valley, and Visceral turning in on a tighter line. Whoa, bobbling over the grass on the inside. Rather dangerously getting back on as well. Unable to stop themselves. And, well, a comedy of errors down there for them, unfortunately, today. Well, in the Cup class, Jan Winter still leads by 11 seconds in front of Pascal Costa, but he's made his final stop already, and he's now caution-proof as well, is Costa. So Winter is just, I guess, doing the opposite now and running long.
Yes, and just trying to get home as well as possible. They've driven a really quiet race, but one where they'll be thinking at Carlisle that this has been clean. It's been unassuming in the way that they've been going about it. They're 5th in the championship. They won the opener over at the Bend, but Mazzano didn't quite go the way that they wanted it to. They were last in class of those who scored points. And really, I think that they will be sitting down and looking at it. Look at that. I mean, as you go over the top, that's going to tell you a lot. Carlisle need just a quiet result to get them back near the top so that they can then go and be uber aggressive in the next few rounds. They'll be looking around at Miami. They'll be looking at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. They'll be looking at Laguna Seca and going, 2 of those 3, we're going to probably want to find a race-winning result.
Absolutely. Well, this meantime, the battle for 4th position. Car 911 is back here. So Matt Caruana has served. Well, Matt Caruana's penalties have been served at this stage, and now fighting with Elliot Brzezinski is Hayden Bramley for a 4th place finish here. Bramley didn't take tyres that last time round, but Brzezinski did, and so he's going to have a good chance at making the pass here. Outside line in towards turn 4, and there's contact. Brzezinski off into the gravel down at China Beach, and Elliot Brzezinski was on the fringes of a 4th place finish there. Marcin Rybachuk's going to go through as well, and that's cost Brzezinski 5th place as well.
Seeing Marcin Rybachuk go by, I think, is going to really set the tone there for Borussia Plus Hybrid. They have just been pretty much from pillar to post. You know, just everyone's punching bag today. Look, down the inside, that Project 91 need to look at that and say, look, we are fighting close. There isn't much contact between them, but any small contact's enough to really unsettle them. I think this view's going to show it a little bit better here. Into the corner, there isn't that much of a pinch there by Burasud, and they just get dumped on the outside. And that really, on a day for the 989 team, where they are trying to keep Impulse Racing somewhat respectably close, they are going to realise today, this one is going to put the championship miles wide.
I think they're going to be more than 50 points out front now, Impulse. Yeah, it's a very, very big lead that they have now. Meantime, a couple of big stewards' decisions have come in the last few moments, by the way. Guillaume de Runye cleared of any wrongdoing with a GT4 car after aggressive driving, just given a warning. And also, car 8, for that incident with Echelon that we saw at the final corner, was also given no further action, in fact, so not even a warning on that particular occasion. So that's 2 top contenders. In fact, the top 2 in this race, indeed, cleared of any wrongdoing from their incidents in the last few moments. So it's going to continue to be a race settled on the circuit. Milos Pavlovic, meantime, sent off the road by the satellite racing car there. They were all moving under braking there in towards turn 4, and the Porsche ends up a long way off.
Yeah, that's sandcastle territory down there. You don't expect to see too many cars go that far deep, especially in GT4 spec, where they're not carrying as much high speed. You can remember Simon Pagenaud's incident that happened down there as in comes Budzinski for a stop. Pagenaud's incident was carried because an Indy car carries a lot of speed, but at the highest point there of needing to brake, the car just gets so much air and has to go on through. Get your bucket and spade out. You need a lot to dig them out of that trouble.
Well, yes, it's a very big gravel trap down there. You can go a very long way off if you're not careful. Khan has also managed to find himself behind Brandon Roseborough here, so Roseborough is giving an initiation to everyone who is trying to win this race. Or indeed trying to get a top result anyway. So they try and pass him. This time for 7th. Khan follows Roseborough through turn 8 and 9 there. And eventually these battles will subside because Roseborough does have to pit up. Oh, sorry, Roseborough has pitted now. So yeah, he's out in front of Khan legitimately here, and shows you how far Satellite Racing have gotten behind now in this race.
Yeah, they're behind the 8 ball because they haven't been able to keep the pace up, and this is what you find out of drivers here and what you're looking at. For those who are a lot more experienced, Mid-Ohio was the sort of circuit you ran at least once every single season. Nowadays, Mid-Ohio is one of the most forgotten circuits out there in iRacing. Not many people run it, but the challenge is always immense when you have the ability to do so. So when you look around at this circuit and what it brings, certain drivers struggle more because they're not used to having to run this place, whereas a lot of drivers who are trying to deal with the early days of iRacing would have a lot of it. In comes Carla.
As expected from the race lead, Carla Esports into the pit lane, Jan Winter. And that allows Impulse Racing into the lead here. Should be to the end, unless there is a safety car. At which point, actually, we're getting quite close to there not being one for definite now in the remainder of this race, because we aren't too far away from the finish. But we'll wait and see if we require another one here this afternoon. Only 3 retirements today. Smiley Esports, Delta Sport and Team Checkmate Eden. See, that's 2 of the GT4s who've been running up towards the front at stages here this afternoon. And that's a remarkable achievement, really. Everybody might have had fears about how this race would have gone with the tight nature of this circuit.
Ryan Huff, there's been a
race as well, but
there's been an incident. Turn 2, Ryan Huff and Shane McNeely at the Orion 446. They've clobbered each other on the exit of turn 2, and they've basically created a smoke screen that indicates there's a new sim racing pope.
Okay, I didn't see that, I must admit. So, here we go. I'm about to into turn 2, and Visceral are around but not involved this time. That's SRN on the inside there, not too far along the inside to be honest, and the Orion race team 446 dumped to the outside. That's not the championship leading car, by the way. The Orion race team 446 is all the way down in last in the points because they didn't score anything from the only race they've been at so far at the Bend. So quite a long way down the inside there, SRN Sports. Can't really tell who's at fault, but SRM were jumping the curb on the inside there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's okay to say I'm not sure who's at fault, and with sim racing you can look at the tiniest little thing and say, oh, this driver's at fault for this and this driver's at fault for that. I remember a time when Maximilian Benneker got penalised with a race suspension after the Nürburgring because I think one of the teams got on the data and said, look, he's done this at this point, this at this point, this at this point in the space of about half a second, and said, look, that's why it's a penalty and it's thrown over. I think sim racers a lot of the time are asked to be faultless when you got to remember that you can't be faultless. Not even the greatest drivers in the world are faultless in terms of the way that they drive, and every single driver will make a mistake at some point in their career. They're not machines, they are humans, and ultimately sometimes you get in a position like that where there's not much room. You don't have to declare fault. That's what racing incident is all about.
Well, indeed, sometimes these things do just happen. Half an hour to go in this race tonight. I know that it's quite overcast and gloomy, but we're not set for sunset in today. We are set, it looks like, for a little bit of slightly darkness by the looks of things. A little bit of light in the sky, but not too much, to be honest. Track temperature at this point down to just 22 Celsius, but it's never been particularly warm today. Meantime, 997 trying to get past the 911 for 4th position. This is a legitimate fight before the end of the race as Eric Grove from the lead in GT4 comes in. Is he going to see the lead again in the sport class, or is that a stop that he's going to have to recover from in legitimate positions? It's so hard to read that class at the moment.
It is, and it makes life so tough and difficult for everyone that you are trying to just get through the various different levels and jump up and say, look, I can get this, I can get that. But this is what you have. You never have too much of a stable position to go through. Now, this is Lion GP Fenster round the outside of Grow. Oh, and again, just getting a bit too close. And so there's the hit that causes the trouble, and then off and away they'll have to go again. And you have to give respect to the carousel. It's a long looping right-hander. You're always trying to set up the exit of the corner, and so you have to be respectful. A car on the inside is always going to hold its line.
Yeah, indeed. Well, in the meantime, these two continue. It's Hayden Bramley versus Marcin Rybachuk for 4th position. Of course, in racing came in there in front, just going a little bit wide there. And now Corentin Millereau is in. So the amount of fuel they took off of their stint there for Delatrus Automotive has actually put them into the pit lane at that 1:55, which is a little bit early, really. They've only done 29 laps. Now, is that the absolute limit, or have they decided to pit a little bit earlier? The stop is longer than the one for Pascal Stix. So where are they going to come out? They're still in the pit lane there. Wow, this is a longer stop. It's a very long stop compared to Core Sim Racing. Where is that Core Sim Racing P3 though? Oh, they're coming through. This is going to be very close. Millereau and Stix are going to be nose to tail, but it's Pascal Stix who gets into that position. Is it for the race lead? It's certainly somewhere in that region.
Well, that's wonderfully done by Pascal Stix, but here's the issue you've got now. You've got to go and defend this, because now here comes Miru, who will now suddenly have a turn of speed. Now, where are you going to go with Miguel Freitas? Freitas makes it easy. You're both going to be in the middle to the right. Breaks down into China Beach. Oh, and just thrown out. Cold tyres with the big wiggle for Miru. It'll take a couple laps before they're in position to really give it a good go.
Well, Stix there did a very important job as De Runje and Herbino come in just 1 lap later. This is the race right now. Are we going to see 4 for the race victory? Surely not. Be extraordinary. But at the moment, there's 2 of them who could be fighting for the race lead. De Runje has got quite a long stop here to come, don't forget. It's probably more than 20 seconds.
He's gone.
And he's gone already. 19.3. He's a little bit further down in the lane, but he's not that far down, and so he's going to be out the pit lane before these guys can get there. Herbino's still in the box before these guys can get past. So Stix, all of a sudden, and also Millereau have got to put that battle aside and work together if they want to win this race, because currently they are a long way behind the overall leader.
That is such a bold decision by Delta V. They have played an absolute blinder here, and they are doing everything they can now to say, look, we can go and win this. They've got 1 car in front of them at the moment. It's Marcel Tai, who, remember, is going to be the last of the stoppers, we think, out there. But how long, we don't know until that last stop comes into play. But you're looking at it, the only thing they've got to do is make 1 pass, and they just need to keep it on the island to bring it home. This is pretty much the enviable position of the entire field right now. You all want to be Guillaume de Runje.
Wow, 6 seconds ahead of the rest. They did sacrifice some halfway points for this, and I wonder whether that was calculated, because the stop that they didn't make under the caution was certainly a bad idea as far as getting the halfway points is concerned. But were they thinking, well, we'll just bin that off and try and win the race overall, or what were they thinking here? It'll be very interesting to find out if they win this race. We chat to them at the end of the day. But as I say, I think they made a strategic decision there to say, well, I'm not particularly bothered about the halfway points. This race could go green based on the fact we had an hour green at the beginning. And they decided to target the 4-hour mark rather than the 2-hour mark, and at the moment it looks like it's worked.
Ewan, why would you waste your time trying to get 20 points when you can get 100?
Well, everybody else went for the small points.
Small points add up over the course of a season. Don't get me wrong, I agree with that sentiment. But if you're in a position where you're going to sacrifice the end of your race and the strategy at the end of your race, you may as well just sit down and say, look, it's 100 points for a race win, even if we lose 20 points better drivers at halfway, we're still going to get those points back by winning the race outright and not having to worry so much about the difference between them. I think it's exactly the right strategy here from Delta V. At the end of the day, you can give yourself a platform by nickel and diming, but ultimately, the big heavy hits of 100 points, they speak a lot heavier than 34.
Well, it's also what I said earlier on. I'm not sure the championship itself is the biggest target. I think winning a race would be much more attainable, and well, right now, with it well within their grasp. So I think that's what they've been targeting right from the beginning here. Never mind the halfway points, which, to be fair, they were only about 3.5 minutes away from getting anyway. They will still would have had some, of course, but yeah, they'll be very pleased with the way this race scenario has worked out here. Full Sim Racing and Telestrator Automotive are in 3rd and 4th right now. Will become 2nd and 3rd. There's no way Marcel Tai is going to get to the end of this race. He would have to do something we've not seen at all today at the very end of the race. So De Runje is the race leader, and his gap is 6 seconds. Pascal Stix knows exactly what he's got to catch here, but traditionally, when the stints have actually been in full flow here, De Runje's been the one who's been quicker. And yes, that's been partly because he's had lower fuel load than the others for most of this race when they've been out like this, but he's also been very quick, so he could be very hard to catch in just 20 odd minutes.
Well, you'll have to go make a move now on Marcel Tai, because that's a 1:17 flat. It cost them a second on that lap compared to what they're looking for from Pascal Stix, who did a 16.1. So this is tough here for Guillaume de Runje. He's got to A, clear traffic, and B, he's got to force himself a way through on Marcel Tai. If he can't do either of those, they're going to start catching. Look in the back of shot, they're there.
They are hanging around there, absolutely. 9/10 last time, even more if you middle rope. So this will be a concern now to Delta V Racing, surely. But how would the nerves be, I wonder? It's just such a nail-biting scenario. You're leading this race. It would be an absolutely historic win for them if they could get it. And at the moment, they're stuck behind somebody who it's costing them just a little bit too much time. A really nerve-jangling scenario.
It is, and now they know that it's either just wait them out and hope that you've still got a gap, or continue to find yourself in a position where it's going to be helpful. The car behind drops then into the pits. That's going to give them a bit of help. That's Alec Bergstrom and Maradnus then that stay out of the way, but you just got to stay calm in this situation. Know who you're racing is one of the most important goals, and this is where they'll now look around and say, what can we do? Because there's 3, 4, 5 cars all in a line. They're fighting each other down the inside here. This is going to create a massive bottleneck right now. Rush hour in Lexington, Ohio, and here's the pass then for the lead, because look at Marcel trying to squeeze through a gap that doesn't really exist. Oh, magnificent, but de Runje is going to have the clearance on the inside. Hayden Branley is still going to fight them into the corner. Marcel's going to have no drive through the middle here, but is still going to fight it back. De Runje, this is the one bit he didn't want to deal with. Gap now down to 4.5 as the move's made for the lead.
Well, finally he's got it done, but he's had to take the pain there to get it. 4 wide coming down the back straight there briefly as Delta V Racing take the lead with just over 20 minutes to go. But was that the necessary evil for them, or has that just given Pascal Stix a path to catch the race leader with time to spare in this race? I dread to think what the lap time's going to be this time round as we go aboard now with Marcel Tai. His race leading days are over, but he could still be out there for another 8 laps or so. It's not going to get him to the end of the race, but it's going to get them very, very close over the line. And 18.7 and 19.8 from him. But to be fair, Pascal Stix will have to catch the same and pass the same traffic. 1.6 seconds gain though on that last lap. He's got to gain a lot, to be fair. Has he got enough time to do it?
He's got a lot to do. He knows he's got a lot to do, but every lap's going to be the one that you start counting on. Can you find a way to slow this down? Can you find a way to go and get the gap the way that you need it to? Marcel is doing a great job holding himself steady and just staying behind the French outfit team. I think this is great for them. They can start saving a tiny bit of fuel if they want to, and and allow Darunia to carry them on. Where they end up, though, is going to be where the question now needs putting together, because if they drop, I think it's 5th. I think they're looking at Nexus Talk Lab. That's where they're looking at. They're looking for 5th.
Yep. Well, let's see how long Marcel Ty continues and whether he does this time round. He goes on again. So, other battles down, up and down the field. Not too many in the LMP3 field. Down in Sport, we've got a few. SimRC currently leading the way there. Grow Racing Team in 2nd place, but can't see them getting to the end. Although we're getting to the stage now where some of these guys are getting close. I think Corentin Guino does have a chance of making it here, you know. He did, well, I'll give you the reason why. First stint, 38 laps done under green flag racing. He's currently done 26 at the end of this one. 12 more laps, 18 minutes to go. I think he might be a lap or two short, but I think it's really, really close. And because the Impulse cars have both got 2 laps extra on him, I think they might be able to make it here. But we'll see, as there's so much to watch right now as the battle for the lead rears up again.
Well, it does, but let's put it to you like this. 18 minutes to go. You're doing roughly 87-second laps. I think they're 1 lap short.
Yeah, maybe 2, but yeah, it's really close. To make the maths easy, you'd say 90 seconds normally, but that would make it okay, but I don't think it is. So maybe it is just a lap. Maybe they're fuel saving on overdrive at the moment, and they're trying to make it to the end that way. Ryan, by the way, are all the way down in 8th, so they've got a long way to go here. So have WSR, who are 10th, to actually get back to the front. This race is massively skewed in favour of those who are going to attempt to make it, surely.
Yeah, so it's going to really... I think the team is going to help the most is Team Floral by Impulse. I think they are... If drivers can't make it, they are the team that's going to be the one that gets there. Marcelo Eusebio and Grow are threats as well in terms of this race. It's just counting down the teams. Have you done the maths correct? Have you been able to hold your mark? And when you've got such a large category that is about half the field, you know that it's 5 or 6 different teams you've got to worry about getting home. And I think Orion are looking at this. Can we count the numbers down? And the answer is no, I don't think we can, and that's going to really hurt. Thomas Enger Sim Racing here. This is a scrap for the top 5. They're trying to get by Nathan Lafroigna here for 56 Racing Team. Lafroigna doing a good job. Wojtek Dvorak trying to find this pass and not necessarily getting everything his own way at the moment, as through goes Hayden Bramley to just break it up.
Briefly, the Mustang's going to have to go wide there, though. And the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car is going to get a bit of a run here on Lafroigna.
In comes Ty.
No chance to come through yet. Marcel Ty's into the pit lane, so that race leading gap now is legitimate at 4.3 seconds. 16 minutes to go. Ever since that big load of traffic was negotiated by Darunia, and indeed Marcel Ty was overtaken, I'm not sure Styx has been closing quite as quickly as he should have been. Having said that, as I was completing that sentence, he'd lost nearly a second in one go there, so who knows?
That's the lap traffic for you. Just couldn't take the natural line at turn 2 thanks to Marcelo Eusebio. So that gap comes down by a second, but there are 4 cars in between them right now, Delta V and Core. So Core are going to have to try and just jump through the traffic 1 car at a time. They have dropped Delatrar by 3 seconds, which to me is a huge shock with what they need at the moment. But, you know, Guillaume Darunia, he's just got to be a machine. He's just got to jump through them, get the clearance, get the time. He's not going to get help here with Orbit drop best. Suddenly the gap's 3.5.
Well, you'd be nervous at the moment for Delta V. They have got some serious thinking to do here in the last 15 minutes. We're too late now for a safety car, I think. This is going to be a run to the finish of nearly 3 hours in length, by the way. A remarkable Clubsport Series race here at Mid-Ohio this afternoon. And we're still not really sure who's going to win in LMP3. We're definitely not sure who's going to win in Sport. There's the SimRC car that's surely dramatically fuel saving right now. And in the Cup class, we're not quite sure either, although Impulse Racing are heavy favourites there, in fairness. And they've got more than 20 seconds to show for it. They are making contact, though, with a car through there. So you just never know until it's over in these races. It is always up for debate. And yeah, Pascal Costa negotiates traffic well. As long as he does that for another quarter of an hour, he will win.
Yeah, and this has been a wonderful showcase here by Impulse. They've needed a day like this today. They've now put themselves in a position where they are pretty much untouchable now at this point. PT Autosport, 21 seconds down the road. I'd look around at it and say, look, this has been everything we've wanted at Mid-Ohio and more. And halfway in the championship, you're building yourself a big margin and saying to everyone else, look, what can you do to pull us back? Even in a sprint like 4 hours like this, 20 seconds in sim racing terms, you might as well call it a month.
Yes, margins are fine here in sim racing, that's for sure. But that's the advantage they hold after nearly 4 hours of racing. Nearly 3 hours of a green flag run here at Mid-Ohio today. That little bit of traffic for course sim racing has just bumped the gap back out to 5.5 seconds. Pascal sticks without the great look through traffic, but now look, these are the key laps, I feel. These are the key laps now where there is nothing between them. These are the laps where Stix has got to gain something. 13 minutes to go. He's got to be gaining roughly half a second per minute, which is, just over 6/10 a lap or so. That's quite a lot, but these are the clear air laps where he can prove it.
Yes, but if you're already you're dropping 0.2 of a second through the corner here. Darunia is rampaging around this circuit. Pascal Stix isn't doing so. And actually, I will argue, I don't think he's looking for the win here right now, Ewan. I think he's looking in his mirror at, can I hold second?
Well, there is that as well. They have not got a big gap, to be fair, over Delchas Automotive for second here. And Corentin Millero. The gap in the championship at the moment, that's the 8 car, which is a long way down. So number 1 would move up here, probably past Huizinfeld, maybe 88 as well. Well, maybe they'd be getting quite close towards the championship lead after this, because 62 is quite a long way back. But Huizinfeld, yeah, they're all quite close to one another. The top 4 in the championship are 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th, so not sure there'll be too much of a difference, but there's only 2 points separating the top 3 at the start of the day anyway, so it's going to remain a very close season. And if this holds, Delta V Racing would be the 3rd different race winner in 3 races. Same goes in the Cup category, by the way. And if Sim RC hold on, same in the Sport category. Surely we can't have 9 different race winners from these first 3 races in our categories. That would be absolutely insane. But at the moment, it looks more likely than not.
Yes, and so because of the fact that it looks more opportunistic, that you're seeing all these different teams coming up to the forefront saying, this is my race, we can go up to the top, we can prove everything that we need to do. I look around at everyone right now in this field and go, well, how healthy is a category? A category is healthy by the level of competition out there. And you look at some of the greatest seasons out there, it's not just been 1 or 2 dominant forces, it's 3, 4, 5 different teams that can go and challenge. That's what makes motorsport so great. If you've got 9 winners in 9 races, I'd turn around and say, look, great job. Everyone's got a shot of winning, and this is a format that's not by luck, it's by skill, and it shows that everyone's on a very similar level.
They are indeed. Grow Racing team have been in the pit lane, I think, in the last few moments. They have. They're on their way out just now, actually, so they're ahead of Orion and WSR. Who saw that coming? Well, not me. Course Sim Racing are just in behind them, but surely they have to stop in the next 10 minutes. Then you get to Mike Dam, who's next in line. There he is in the Cayman. And not too far away is Aidan Young, who's back in that car. And hopefully they're not going to infringe drive time there, but they've got to be quite close at the moment. Anyway, we'll see. Sim RC are still going, but can they make it in these next 10 minutes? They've got 20 seconds of a lead. You'd think they can, because otherwise surely they would have tried to fuel save in that 20 seconds gap, surely.
Yes, I think if you're comfortable right now, 20 seconds, if you want to get aggressive on Lyco, if you want to do 150, 200, 250 meters, I think you can do that. I think you're looking around. If you have to properly clutch the car to get itself around in the final stages, 20 seconds, it can go quickly, but that's about half a lap. The only thing you got to worry about is the climb up Thunder Valley. If you run out of fuel before there, you really scrub the speed quickly. You've got to get over the top of that brow if you're out of fuel to get yourself home down the hill.
But this is what they're working against. Team Floral by Impulse and Impulse Racing are working together here. Miguel Freitas and Norbert Leitner have been running like this for quite a while, and I haven't really picked up on it before the last pit stops, where suddenly realised that maybe they're in the best position of anybody. But when you've got teammates out here, when you've got slipstream, there's little pressure on you, so you can fuel save as much as you want. Suddenly you can go a lot further, and maybe these two from Impulse are going to do this, and maybe they've got the fuel to get to the end where others have not. It's going to be an interesting last 9 minutes because it's not in their hands. They can't catch Simossi. They've got to hope they need a pit stop.
Yeah, they are. And so if you're looking at it and going, look, all of our effort, it's going to be reliant on whether we're going to be able to make it around or not. If the reliance is going to be on whether my fuel numbers will hit or not, this is going to be, you know, a case of just pray. You've got 2-3, it's a great result. You'd much prefer a 1-2, but that's the case of, okay, you're gonna have to do a little bit more. I'm looking around at that lead gap, and suddenly it's down to 3.4 seconds. I think there's still traffic that can play its hand late, because this is endurance racing. In comes Shane late for a stop.
Robin Khan down the inside. And is this going to be contact with a... Oh no, it's spin, indeed, over the top of the hill there. So, Satellite Racing will drop to 8th, in fact.
Sorry, Darunia almost got turned over the nose of Nico Schiffer.
Wow, and he's losing time here, is Darunia. So, well, he was, anyway, 3.5 seconds again. Now, this is PT Autosport again through turn 5 this time. And very similar, by the looks of things, to the thing we've just seen for Mobin Khan. Such a difficult corner going over the top of the hill like that, and that won't be the last spin you ever see around there. Pro Sport Sim Racing also had a little day, and that's Carlisle. They're second in Cup, and that was pretty big contact.
It was sizable, that much you can say. Not enough to end their race, and even if they did have a black and orange mechanical flag, you get 4 laps to serve it. So if they have it within the final 5 minutes of the race, for example, you can, in theory, with a broken car, limp that car home and you won't be disqualified for it. So that is key. There they are. But look at that gap to the race. 48 what?
Well, yeah, where has all that come from? That's doubled, hasn't it, in the last minute? So that's
well, Shane came in and made a stop. That's one thing. The other thing will be, oh my goodness, have you seen the pace?
Here's the incident. I mean, this will have added a second or two as well, but not 20. There it is. It's done a little bit of damage to the front left, but it doesn't seem to be too bad for Jan Vinter, as you say, no meatball, so they may well have gotten away with that at the front of the race. Well, in the overall lead, it's 4 seconds still for Guillaume Darunia. I think barring a big load of traffic, which he's in now, he's not going to lose it from here, but the fingernails are getting shorter down at that team. He stretches one side, then the other. Another load of sport class drivers to negotiate before this race reaches a conclusion. And it's the sport category now where I've got most doubt, to be honest. Can Simossi make it is the big question.
Yeah, and at the moment, you look around 5 minutes, you think, yeah, I think they can. At the moment, though, it's a case of whether 5 minutes is going to be enough to go and get everything that they need and then some. I think you are starting to say, even with 20 seconds, I would feel a lot more comfortable with their position right now. I think you've got to love what they're doing. I think you've got to say, look, I'm very happy with it, and we're going to get the big result that's needed. Darunia, 3.4 seconds. They're managing this gap brilliantly at Delta V, and this is a big result for them that's going to leapfrog them up the order.
It's going to certainly do that. They'll be ahead of Satellite Racing and Mordness and the number 60, at least in the top 5 by the end of the day with this race victory, but they'll be much more pleased with the top step of the podium itself. I agree. I think Simossi can make it. from here, to be honest. I think they've done enough now in terms of fuel saving to get to the end of this one. They had the decent speed in the first hour of this race. They were still running 5th. And there they are indeed. So they've got the same amount of laps to go as Darunya has now as well. But they were running 5th in the early stages of this race, so that was when pace was really taking precedence. They had it then, but of those 5 or 6 who had the best pace, they've definitely had the best strategy, and I think that's how sport has been settled, really.
It has, and so you're looking around, and what will they need if they come in and make a stop right now? They will need, what, a cup of fuel, not even a jug, a cup of fuel. You just go out there and say, has anyone got a 2-litre bottle that they can fill up with a little bit to go and get it in? I think as you sit down and understand it, there's not really that much that they have to look at and say, 21 seconds, lane transit time's less than that. It's one of the shortest pit lanes in iRacing. They can be very happy.
This is the battle for second. I didn't think was going to crop up, but actually Jan Winter is going to get some pressure from Matthew Duchesne at the end of this race. 3.5 minutes to go, and Duchesne is going to look to the outside. Oh, inside. He switches on the way towards turn 2. It's very late on the brakes, and he gets through. I think this car has lost a little bit of speed at the end here. PT Autosport getting through here, and they do look that little bit quicker.
That's just a lovely pass. Duchesne, remember, made that stop about 15 minutes ago. So you look around at it, the damage that they would have had there with that contact with ProDrive, I think it was, is going to really hurt Jan Winter and the way this end of the race is going to go. It's still a podium, but that's just good driving from the 988 to get themselves back inside of the final 3 minutes of this race.
2.5 seconds for the race lead. It's just closing again. Just adding to the nerves again late on here for Guillaume Darunya, who is in just that last little bit of traffic in this race. This is it, really. He's got that Mustang, he's got those 2 Cup cars. I think that is it from there. He might well catch a couple on the last lap, but 2 laps to go here, and 2 more for Guinet as well, which would mean he'll only do 39 laps on that tank of fuel. That would be 1 further than what he'd done to begin this race today. We haven't really got data on a full green flag run since then, but I think he did 40 on the previous stint, so I think he's absolutely fine now. We don't need to worry about the sport class leader any further. It's only in LMP3 now where the gap is 3.5 seconds. Darunya with a last bit of traffic to negotiate cleanly.
Yeah, he's just got to get by. The car's in front. I think that's the satellite machine that's there in front that's going to have to lift off and allow them to go through, and manages to do so. Then you've got Duchesne, who's there in front, and only with a couple of minutes left to go, 1.5 minutes. Look at that gap, 3.5 seconds. It's just got to be clean through here. Oh, no, it's not! There's the contact, and that could be the moment that Core pull themselves back into the lead. You can't wait here with 1 minute to go.
Oh, it's the second last lap of this race, and it's changed. Dota-V Racing had been controlling the last 2 hours, and suddenly a mistake on the penultimate lap, and they're in 3rd because Delatra's Automotive also get through. Pascal Stix now has got the pressure on him. He's gone to the outside through the carousel. He's got the 8 car right in behind him. Suddenly they both know the race win's on the line. White flag, 1 lap to go. The most dramatic finish you're likely to see, and it's Corsim Racing versus Delatra's Automotive for the victory.
Guillaume Darunya will say, what did I just do that for? Down the inside. Absolute heartbreak then. We'll catch it on a replay here. Coming out of Madness 5 towards turn 6. Running down the inside, and I think just dives in, and he's unsighted. That's going to really hurt and really sting, but for the moment, 3/4 second says it's still good for Pascal Stix, and just Corsim Racing things to hand them the race lead 0.5 second in through turn 4.
And now they have got the gap of a car as well. They're very close there through turn 5. And here's into 6 again. Millero is pushing absolutely 100% here. And Dota-V Racing are not that far behind either. Darunya is not far away. But there's only 1 lap to go. There's only a few corners to go. And it's the most dramatic end to a race you're likely to see. There's more traffic up in front here. There could be more drama into the carousel. They're going to catch them. They're trying to get caught before the end of the race. Some of these GT4s. Here comes Millero into There's contact, and Pascal Stix holds on somehow. I don't believe it. He's just about won this race by 1 second. Guillaume de Runye will be absolutely devastated in second, and Corentin Millereau will have to deal with third. He gave it everything on the very final corner of the race. He jammed it up the inside, 3 wide. It wasn't ever going to work, really. You'd only ever do that on the last lap, and Millereau couldn't execute. Pascal Stix holds on for a victory. You're hard pushed to find a better race finish than that. Pascal Costa wins the race meantime in the Cup category, and in the Sport class, it's going to be Corentin Guinet, not far away from him, who takes the victory as well, and a great fuel strategy for them, by the way. But how do we describe that? How do we begin to sum up the race finish that we've just seen?
I think you got to say it's one of the all-time finishes in IVRA history. You got to say it's one where I think everyone thought they had a chance for it, but it's about experience. That experience pays. Dulatry and Miru, they had to throw it down the inside. They had to do something with it. They just didn't have the clearance to get that one all the way around, but they gave it a go, and you can't blame them for making that attempt. This is a perfect view of what they've got to do. Try and find a pick. There was an option, and they just tried to shoot a gap that wasn't there. An absolute cinematic finish out there, but it's the experience of Core Sim Racing, the reigning champs, that prevails at Mid-Ohio.
Who says endurance racing's boring? That was nearly a three-hour green flag run, by the way, that came to the end there with 3 cars within a second. Well, you can't imagine the feeling that Core Sim Racing have got at the moment. Pascal Stix, in the reigning champions, Ligier, is going to be one of the happiest drivers out there on the circuit here tonight. He does some donuts on the front straight to celebrate. A remarkable finish. And yeah, he will be celebrating long into the night. I'm sure about that, and why not for them too. It's the reigning champions who've taken the victory here at Mid-Ohio. It's their first podium of the season, by the way, which has given them the race victory, and our third different winner in 3 races in this category. In fact, that goes for all 3 categories here. All different winners again here today, with Impulse and also Sim RC taking victory. Many getting their first podium of the day, as is the case here for Core Sim Racing. Well, let's have a look at the race results at the end of 4 hours of racing, and it's Pascal Stix who wins after 176 laps with Core Sim Racing by a second ahead of Delta V Racing, who will be absolutely distraught. The Delatras cars flipped in the end there after Millereau's spin, so Herbenau got in front with Team Hussyveld running out the top 5. They might be a bit disappointed with that. Solpec Precision Racing ending up in 6th place for the championship leaders. They're only going to be championship leaders for 1 round, though, because of the points of others. Nexus Talk Lab were the last ones on the lead lap. Satellite Racing and Solpec Precision Racing 1 lap down, with Moradness rounding out the top 10. And the one non-retirement but very delayed Project 91 racing team car down in 11th. In the Cup class, it was Impulse Racing who won by a lap in the end, or that's what they'll be credited with. Carlisle Esports will be in second, and they're now providing probably the best challenge to Impulse in this championship season, although nobody is especially close. PT Autosport also on the podium. Team Checkmate Axis Project ahead of CSM by BS Plus Hybrid, also a lap down. Project 91 Racing Team, Delta Sport, SimShop and Line GP were 6 laps down, with Visceral Esports getting to the end there, getting the points at least for 26 laps down. And then Sim RC, the winners in sport ahead of Team Flora by Impulse and Impulse Racing, who did well to get to 2nd and 3rd in the end. Thomas Enger Sim Racing were 4th ahead of Core Sim Racing, with Grow Racing Team the best of those on the, ball stop strategy it would have been for them. They were 6th ahead of Orion Race Team. Solpec Precision Racing in front of WSR Esports, who led for a lot of that race, ended up in 9th. Fiercely Forward rounded out the top 10. Talk Freak were 1 lap down in the end, with Shera Sport, 56 Racing Team, Orion Race Team and Oasis Esports all in the top 15. Satellite Racing behind them with RJD. Pro Sport Sim Racing, SRM Motorsports and Orion Race Team all running out the top 20, all having their various spins in the final hour or so. Echelon Simsport with 3 laps down with Core Sim Racing, 6 down for Orbit, Drop Bear and Satellite, with the 3 non-classified teams as Team Checkmate, Delta Sport and Similia Esports at the end of the day. Well, there's no other place to start than with the overall winners, Mike Palish and Pascal Stix, who now both joined us. welcome in both. Good to have you with us. Congratulations on race victory. Pascal, just tell us how you're feeling at the end of that race. You must be overcome with all kinds of emotions at the moment.
Oh yeah, I was already happy with P2, but take a P1. I'm just so sweaty. We had to almost triple stint the tires at the end, and it was getting so hard to drive. But somehow we held it together.
And, just to talk us through that final stint of the race, because at stages it did look like you maybe had the speed to catch up, even without any sort of incident happening. But at what point did you sort of let go and say, okay, I'm happy with second place?
Yeah, so it was a bit of up and down because of traffic, but I think like 5 laps to go and we were 3 seconds behind. I thought it was over, but yeah, just shows that you never give up and just keep pushing, and sometimes something happens.
Well, indeed it does. And Mike as well joining us did the first part of this race. How was that first part of the race? Because Core really weren't sort of one of the top... I've noted down where everybody was after the first stint, actually. I think he was 7th or 8th or so coming into the pit lane under that first green flag stop. Just tell us what it was like in your stint there and how you managed to progress your way through the field in the race.
It was not great. Well, nevertheless, the first half of the race is... There's not much to gain, not much to take from. So the aim was basically to just keep going, make it safe, bring the car to Pascal, and yeah, that's what I did. That's how we approach every race in IVRA. And yeah, the end was fortunate for us. There is not much to add. I mean, kudos to Pascal. I actually lost count of how much beer I already owe him.
I can imagine the debts will be stacking up. Congratulations to you both. I'm sure you want to get off and celebrate. So congratulations again, and thanks for coming to chat to us at the end of the race as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. That is Core Sim Racing's Mike Polish and Pascal Costa. Pascal Costa? So I'm looking at the name we're next going to interview. Sorry. Of course, Pascal Stix, rather, who is race winner for Core Sim Racing here tonight. In the Cup class, only joining us here from Impulse is Pascal Costa, and Jake is with him.
Well, it's a great day to be a Pascal by the looks of it. And Pascal, a day for you in Impulse, which you can pretty much argue was regulation. Nothing really to, write home about except a massive gap by the end of the race. It looked like once you took the lead at the midpoint and the penalty came in from the likes of those behind, it was a case of you could just waltz away with it.
Yeah, I was surprised because the start was really hectic and chaotic, and we had a lot of luck. Rafał kept it clean, and then the first safety car just put us in a good strategic position to take full halfway points, and after that, I jumped in. I felt comfortable. The car was great. I love the track, and yeah. Just nail it, I guess. Yeah.
You've taken the halfway point every round so far this season. This is the first time you've been able to convert it into a race victory. What did you learn from the first 2 rounds of the championship at Tailem Bend and Misano to turn a third into a first, so to say?
Yeah, the first round was don't get a penalty under safety car. That's what we learned because I felt great again on the track. I love the track, and if you love the track, you find a way to drive a car quick there, I guess. And the second time in Misano, I wasn't there. I couldn't take my learnings of it, but yeah, this time Rafał just mentioned, hey, if we go to the pit right now, take fresh tires and fuel, we will make the halfway points, and we're in a great position, and yeah, and all worked out at the end, yeah.
So let's talk now, dominant championship position, walking over towards Miami in a month's time. You got to be so buoyed with confidence now at a circuit where pretty much everyone is going to be starting from a similar playing field due to how new the circuit is.
Yeah, sure. But I personally don't like the track very much. I drove it. It is a little bit weird, but they changed the car a little bit in the way, so maybe it feels better now. But the new Cup is very hard on the bumps, and you have to cut the chicane quite well and quite perfectly every lap. And yeah, no margin for mistakes. If you go wide, you have the wall. I love street circuits, but it will be another challenge on that track, especially in multi-class.
Well, we'll hope that the form continues for you and your team. Impulse Racing and the 915, Pascal Costa picking up the result today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That's Pascal Costa, who joins us at the end here tonight, and also joining us, the sport class winners, Sven Jansen and Corentin Guinet, now from Sim RC. Corentin, welcome in. Good to, both of you, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Corentin, first of all, you had the pleasure of taking the car over the line, but the displeasure of worrying about fuel, I would imagine, throughout your stint. How close was it at various points, and how concerned were you, or rather, how sure were you that you were able to get to the end, and at what point did that arrive?
I think about the fuel saving, it arrived quite early because there was, to be honest, I don't really remember when it was the first safety car, but when Sven was driving, he did amazing job the first two stints. We were already focusing on fuel saving, trying to grab the 1 or 2 laps we could grab because we knew that it would matter, especially during the halfway and also the end of the race. So we pretty much focused quite early on the fuel saving. Then Sven did 2 amazing stints, saving the fuel, having the pace, putting the car, I believe, P3 halfway. And then I took the car. We knew that it would be tricky on the fuel, so I tried to save as much as I could. To be honest, I don't think I saved, like in any race, that way, so much fuel, and nearly worked out. It was quite close because I think we had like 1 or 2 laps spare at the end. But yeah, we did an amazing job from Sven at the beginning to the very end, so it was a lot of fuel saving today.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And it's your second podium in a row now for Sim RC. Just what are you aiming for in this championship? I suppose for Sim RC, it's got to be to finish at the very front. But how realistic is that in this field? And given the way these first 3 rounds have gone, how have you been finding it?
I think everything can happen. Basically, there are like a lot of race remaining. Everything can happen. You see that today with the different strategies, everything can be mixed up. Like you have teams who are a bit down the standings. We are finishing high today. I think we are not really high in the standings at the moment, but I think we will make a good jump with the race today. So I think everything can happen. We saw like last season when we had a crash, we managed to bring it back to the top at the end of the race. So I think even if you have a bad race, you still have to keep going, still have to offer a good result at the end. Every point matters, so that's why you don't really have just to focus on the end of the race, but also the halfway. So at the moment, everything remains open. Even the teams who had bad first 2 races bad can still offer a good result at the end of the championship. So everything remains really open, I would say.
And Sven, what was those opening laps like for you? You started the car, of course. Was it in your mind already that the race might come into a fuel-saving race, and you had to be wary of that even in your stint from the very start?
Yeah, it was quite alright. We knew from the start that we had to save a bit of fuel, but it wasn't. We didn't really think about having to save that much, and that evolved during the race. I think I managed to extend 1 lap in the first stint and 2 on the second, and that pretty much opened up our strategy to just save to make it to the end.
Well, congratulations to you both on taking the race victory here tonight. I'm sure you want to celebrate, so go and enjoy the celebrations, and congratulations again on winning the race.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That is Corentin Guinet and Sven Jansen here joining us on RaceSpotTV at the end of a dramatic race at Mid-Ohio tonight, Jake. I mean, I can't even describe the end of that race, to be honest. Just so unexpected. It looked like Delta V Racing had that in hand, and to be honest, they did for the last 2 hours or so. Certainly last hour and a half, 90 minutes, I would say. They had that in hand. We always knew it would get a bit closer as the strategies came together, but they always had a step ahead of the rest, and it was only on the penultimate lap when they finally made a mistake in that race.
It's not the 3 hours and 58 minutes of Ohio. It's the 4 hours of Ohio, and that's the big difference. It's all right saying you've got 2 hours in the lead. It's all right saying that you've got the ability to run up there at the front. You've got 3.7 seconds to go and work with in the final 2 laps. If you can't convert that position, if you run into trouble that late on in the race, at the end of the day, you've got to start asking yourself, with a gap that big, could they have done anything different to go and give themselves the result that they wanted of a race win? I think they'll play that back 1,000 times and say, that was the opportunity lost. They'll have to pick themselves up from it, learn from it, and take that momentum over to Miami in a month's time.
Well, a fantastic race here tonight. Indeed, it is. That's a bit later in the season. That's Mexico City we're seeing at the moment. But Miami is the next round of the championship. Indeed, it is in 4 weeks' time. After that, we'll be in Mexico City for the second to last round of the championship. Don't forget, around that time of year, of course, there'll be clock changes and all sorts happening then. So, just be wary of that. But it'll be same time, same place as you found this broadcast this afternoon in 4 weeks' time in February for the next round of our championship. For Miami. So make sure you join us for that. It's been great having you along here tonight in the IVRA Clubsport series for season 2025-26 here once again on RaceSpotTV. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Jake Sparrow and Peter Mackay in commentary here this afternoon with Ramiro Augustin Cisneros behind the cameras of this RaceSpotTV broadcast here tonight. Until we all see you again in 4 weeks' time for the next instalment of IVRA Racing, which is in the Clubsport series from the Miami International Autodrome. It's goodbye from Mid-Ohio. We'll see you all again in 4 weeks' time. Good afternoon from Mid-Ohio as 2026 IVRA Clubsport Series racing begins. Within 7 minutes, we're into sport class traffic already. Leaders are battling. Caruana receiving his most fierce threats in these first 20 minutes at Mid-Ohio this afternoon.
Full course yellow.
And we got a full course yellow for it too.
And Delatraz Automotive hopping past Team Heusinkveld.
Colorado's up the road here. Oh my goodness. Down the inside and then through. Burkhardt goes off himself now at turn 4. Extraordinary. As Alexander Delatraz spins from this race lead. Extraordinary moment through turn 1. Side by side with Hayden Bramley, almost touching between the two of them. Great respect shown between these two. He has probably more than 20 seconds.
Gone.
And he's gone already. And so he's going to be out of the pit lane before these guys can get there.
Marcel trying to squeeze through a gap that doesn't really exist. Clean through here. Oh, no, it's not. There's the contact. And that could be the moment that makes contact. And Pascal Sticks holds on somehow. I don't believe it. He's just about won this race by 1